think our YouTube stream is live. I don't know if the Facebook stream is live. I told it to go live. It says the video source is connected. And I think it's ready to go. I can't tell. I can never tell. The Facebook live streaming apparatus has got more holes than the Bible. It is quite literal dog shit. I scheduled a stream ahead of time. I told it what I was doing. I gave it all the video information it wanted, and then it didn't work. So we'll see what's going on with that. Either way, we're gonna get the TikTok stream going. TikTok stream should be opening here in just a second. We should have some guests entering in any minute now. Any minute now, we should have some guests clamoring to get into the latest craze. Rationalize that. So you know what? I've got some extra balls, and I'm gonna get some more, and I'm gonna make a collection of these selection balls just for prophecies. My thought here is that probably I'll do a session like this, but it'll just be on the prophecies. And also, yes, definitely praise Doug of Nazareth. Praise Doug and his hardness. Jay Steele, good to see you guys. Thanks for being here. We're getting the stream open. I am yet again attempting to go live on Facebook as well, and it's not working. Facebook live streaming is the worst thing ever invented. It literally never works. I don't know if it's working right now. I have no idea if it's working. So we'll just, I'm going to pray to Doug and just see according to, it is live. It actually worked this time. Okay. We're live on Facebook. We are live on YouTube. We are live on Twitch. We are live on TikTok. And now the only thing missing is we need the power of the Holy Spirit to encourage some Christians to get into our guest box so that we can get the ball rolling here. I'm starting just opening up the guest boxes on YouTube, and of course the guest boxes on TikTok are always open. They are always open, guys. And I finally figured out. It took a while to get here. I finally figured out how to get an overlay on my streaming apparatus so I can show your guys' comments and your super chats. So let's see. I'll grab one right here. This is a great one. Dougeronomy 69420, big win. Doug is our rock. He is the solid foundation upon which we submit ourselves. Hail Doug. Praise Doug and his Dougliness. I don't know what more we could want. So we're slowly getting the technology to work for us. I think I got the green screen figured out, although it breaks every once in a while and I have to reset it, but whatever. It's mostly working. The only thing, Dexter, thank you so much for sending out 5 subbies. Big win, Dexter. I appreciate that. And did I see Sarah in the house already? It's early. I think I saw Sarah float through, but we got a bunch of heathens already filtering in. It's good to see you guys. It is December now, guys. So, I don't know if you know this, but Christmas is on the horizon. So make sure you've got your houses decorated and bells on your kitten, and that you've got your best Christmas sweaters ready. And who knows, maybe even some nice catalogs of hot teas that you could drink when the weather drops, because where I live, it's going to get cold. And I mean really cold. It's going to get really, really cold. But anyways, yeah, get the Yule log blazing. That's right, JK. I definitely get that. Doug is interesting. Doug is 3 rocks in 1 rock, which are the same rock. Oh, see, this is exactly what we're talking about. This is how you know that somebody really has the power of Doug. They understand the Dougliness. It says Doug is 3 rocks in 1 rock, which are the same rock, but also 1 rock. I mean, it just makes sense. I don't know what else you need. Jesus loved to decorate pine trees. That may not be accurate. I don't think that's true. All right, guys. So we do have all the streams open now. So all we need is to get some Christians in here ready to play the game with us. We're just playing a game. There's no pressure, nothing shady afoot. You know what I mean? We're just here to play a game. Displaced Gamer, good to see you. Thank you so much for dropping the $10 super chat. Right off the bat, it says, just drop it in, but do plan on rewatching the full live. Can't wait to hear these theists talking in circles. Make sure you ask them to take a seat so that they don't get dizzy. That's right. Praise Doug. And thank you so much, Displaced Gamer, for the $10 super chat. I really do appreciate that. Yeah, I was thinking about it this week, and I think we need a pretzel emoji. Is that the thing? Now, what I don't know is if I can do animated emojis. Like, can I do an animated GIF and create an emoji out of that? I don't know yet, so I'm gonna check into that. But I'd really love to do like an animated pretzel for these theists that come in here and twist themselves into a million knots, right? But guys, thanks so much for being here. Listen, we're still a little bit in TikTok jail, so it might take a minute to get some guests. Also, if you're watching on YouTube and you're thinking, hey, this looks like a fun night, I'd love to do some fun, wholesome, edifying games and then, win some prizes. There is a request link in the description of the YouTube video. Just pop that request link into your browser or into your computer or your phone or what have you, and you'll be popped right into the live stream. You don't have to sign up for anything. We don't need your email. We don't need your phone number. We don't need your location code. We don't care what country you're in. You just got to pop that thing into your browser and you'll be talking to me live, and we can get the ball rolling literally and figuratively, because that's what we're doing tonight, guys. Also, special announcement. Hold on. For those who don't know, listen, everyone already here knows about Doug, the solid rock of our salvation, the firm foundation that we can rest our foot upon. But not everybody yet knows about his new consort, Sharon. This is a piece of wood that has been petrified, and we know that according to theists, this can't be true. There can't be such a thing as petrified wood because it takes millions of years to happen. And if you can't observe it happening directly with your own eyes, that means it must have been God. So that being said, we now know that Doug, through an act of divine matchmaking, has a consort. It is Doug and Sharon Stone, y'all. Doug and Sharon Stone. I did consider Doug and Sharon Peters. That was something that I considered. But what are we going to do? I landed on Stone since they're both made of stone. But maybe we're going to work out some middle names. Maybe, actually. What if we did a hyphenated name? That's all the rage now. People with the hyphenated names, the double last names. I could definitely go for that. All right, guys. We have a number of heathens in here, but no Christians. So we got to tap the screen and share this thing like crazy. In fact, the last 3 weeks of live streams on TikTok, you know what percentage of the people came through from the For You page? It was 10% or less. TikTok will not show me on the For You page. They refuse to right now. It's not happening. So that being said, we've got to share this with every Christian you've ever known. Share it with your mother and your nanny and your grandpa and your brother and that guy over in Bible college that took his first hermeneutics class and now he thinks he's really smart. Share it with everybody. Get him over in here because it might be a while until we get some love from the algorithm. Now, last week, after we couldn't get anything going on my main account, I just switched over to the backup account, and the backup account got pushed into the algorithm, and that seemed to work just fine. Doesn't, the TikTok hasn't put my backup account in jail, just my main account. So if we have to, I mean, we can switch over to the backup account. Parker, thank you so much for the travel bug. I appreciate that. The travel taxi. I'm trying to not use my backup account more than I have to, only because a lot of people are subscribed to my main account, and you get the emojis and the fun stuff. So but we've got somebody here on the stream ready to rock and roll. We'll get them in here. Let me put them on the screen. Oops. Let me. Are they? Well, it says. It says they're supposed to be on the screen, but I don't see them. Hold on. The box is on the screen. Give me a second, Ronnie. One second. All right, Ronnie, can you hear me? Oh, Ronnie's gone. I don't know what happened to him. Well, we almost had somebody in here. I got to reorder my layers. That's the problem. There we go. Now, I don't know what happened to Ronnie. He came and then he left. It didn't last very long. Maybe he'll come back. He got a little skittish. I get it. You're on the internet. People can see what's happening. It's scary. I understand. All right, so we still need a guest in here, guys. So if you're watching this on YouTube stream and you think, hey, what's this guy doing? If you're watching this here on the Facebook stream, if you are watching this on Facebook right now and you're thinking, what's this jackass doing? Well, there is a link in the description of the YouTube video, of the Facebook video, of the Twitter video, the Twitch video, and you can join the conversation. Jump right in. You don't need to have you don't need a ticket to ride or anything. We're not going to measure your height. You can ride on this roller coaster without any questions, as long as you're 18 or older. That's basically it. You just got to be 18 or older. So we are live on Facebook tonight as well. I started a Facebook like 67 days ago now, if I recall correctly. But anyways, you have to be on Facebook for at least 60 days before they let you live stream. We just crossed that like a week ago. So it should be streaming on Facebook. I don't know if anyone's going to be watching it on Facebook, but it's definitely up there. But anyways, are there any actual Christians here? Put a 1 in the comments of the YouTube stream or of any of the other streams if you're actually a Christian and you're watching this, because not a single Christian has enough Holy Spirit to get into the guest box. We're just playing a game. There's no pressure. It's okay. There's nothing to worry about here. It's going to be okay. That's right, Champ. Champ says, Justin got serious drip on. R.I.P. Jesus ain't ready for it. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. They're scared of the Christmas drip is what I'm thinking. And I would be too. I get it. Listen, you get on camera and you're like, look at this guy and this literally, majestic Christmas sweater. Would you be a little intimidated? Maybe you would. It's hard to say. Think, what kind of cheese does a guy have to spend money on Walmart Christmas sweaters? Let me tell you, not that much. They're pretty cheap, but they're worth every penny. Go to your Target, go to your Walmart, go to your local department store. You will find fabulous Christmas sweaters right now. Everyone's doing it. It's the thing to do. How much can you win? Listen, Trumpet Dad Joe, your treasure is in heaven. And first of all, you're not even playing, so you can't win anything. You can't win a single dime until you actually get into the guest box. That being said, it is a spoof, and the spoof is that your treasure's in heaven. Also, the background on this super chat didn't come through very well, but it says, thanks for what you do, brother, from JCal, $5 super chat. Big W, JCal. I really much appreciate the super chat. I'm going to have to change some settings on that plugin so it doesn't show any type of green backgrounds, because my green screen is going to drown it out. We'll work on that. We will work on that. That being said, Oh yeah, Big W from Iron Charioteer. Happy holidays to the Deconstruction Zone. Happy holidays to you. I appreciate that. Fantastic screen name. All right, we've got Ronnie back. We'll see if he's ready to go. All right, Ronnie, can you hear us? Can you hear me? No?
I can't. Can
Maybe that's the
me?
problem. Is your speaker on?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can't hear Ronnie, and Ronnie can't hear me. That's weird. Hold on a second. Let me see if something funny is afoot. All right, what about now, Ronnie?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can't hear Ronnie. Can anyone hear Ronnie? Is it just me? You can't hear Ronnie either? What the hell's going on? Why does every live stream open with "we can't fucking hear anybody anymore"?
Can you see me?
All right. Oh, now we got an echo. Hold on. This is ridiculous. Yeah, everything's set the same way it was the last time I was live. I have literally no idea why the guest can't hear me, but obviously that's why he left the last time, because he can't fucking hear anything. Give me a second to check Windows. This is what I get for restarting my computer between now and the last stream. God forbid you restart your computer. All right, 1 second. Let's see what crazy nonsense stuff is going on here. Everything's set to the default settings. I have no idea why Ronnie can't hear me. Give me 1 second. 1 second.
So I can hear you.
All right, what about now, Ronnie? Can you hear me? Well, Ronnie's gone, I think.
I've been able to hear you the whole time.
Somebody's in the guest box, though. Hold on. It says that somebody's in the guest box, at least. Give me a second. Yeah, Ronnie's still in the guest box. His camera went black. I can't hear Ronnie. Ronnie can't hear me. I have no idea why.
I can hear you.
This software is dog shit. And I'm really glad that I pay money for this software so that every time I start a live stream, I can spend my first 30 minutes trying to figure out why the fucking audio doesn't work. All right, 1 second. I'm sure there's a very good reason for it. I have no idea what the reason is.
Can you hear me?
I'm going to send a very strongly worded letter to Streamlabs to let them know that not only if they don't figure out how to make their software work will I stop using it and switch to OBS, which is actually free, but I will publicly shame them on 6 different platforms all at once, quite literally every single time I go live. There will not be a single time that I will fail to shame them on a live because their software is absolute dog shit. But let's see what we can do here. I've got the guest box audio set to work just like everything else. I could turn it off and turn it back on again and see if that does anything.
Can you hear me, Sean?
I can hear you now. And you know what? The only thing that changed? Can you hear me? I can hear you.
I can hear you.
Yeah, literally the only thing I did was I turned your box off and turned it back on again, and it fixed itself because Streamlabs is dog shit.
Sorry about that.
It's not you. It is not you. It's Streamlabs. I have no idea why every time I start a stream, I have to spend 30 minutes debugging audio issues. All right, I think everyone can hear everyone finally.
So just being polite, where can I find you on Facebook for one?
That's a good question. On Facebook, if you search up Deconstruction Zone, you'll find me. But also, if you go to the description in the YouTube video that you might have seen me on right now, you will find a link to my Facebook. So that might be easier.
It's funny that you say that because that's what I thought I could do. And I don't see a Facebook link on the social media links.
Oh, did I never add one?
I don't see it.
Oops.
But I don't want to take too much of your time. I think you're great. I enjoy the beat downs. I'm not a Christian, so.
Okay. Well, I mean, appreciate the kind words. Send this to all your Christian friends, okay?
Yeah, I'm a Jewish kid from the suburbs, and I think it's all a big lie. And
Yeah.
I mean lie.
I'm with you.
All right. Hey, keep doing what you're doing. I enjoy, and thanks for letting me get through.
Absolutely. Good to hear from you.
Be good. Peace.
All right. Big W's for Ronnie. Now listen, the YouTube stream is kicking now. We've got over 200 people in here. It'll grow a little bit. The people here on TikTok, did any of you guys find my TikTok on the For You page or in the live feed, or did you just go to my page because you know that I'm live at this time every Wednesday? Because if TikTok didn't send my thing out to anybody at all, it came on the live feed. Good. Okay. Yeah, you just knew. Yeah, typically. I want to make sure it's actually putting me on the live feed. Last couple times, it wasn't even putting me on people's live feeds, even though they follow me. So, it is what it is. Good. Okay, I'm actually showing me on people's live feeds now. All right. Was everyone able to hear the guest, Ronnie? That's right. Listen, it's time to be festive. You know what time of year it is? It's literally December, Someone says they need to put on glasses to find the Facebook link. I must have forgot to put the Facebook link in the comments. I apologize, but I don't think anyone's missing anything. If you're watching it on YouTube, whenever you're watching it on TikTok, you're going to see literally the same thing that you're going to see on Facebook, but maybe with better resolution. I don't know. But Beats by Vigil, thank you so much for the $9.99 super chat. I really appreciate that. Beats, Big W, Beats. I love the little dancing dude too. So the only thing missing now is to get a guest in here. I see one guest waiting to come through. He's a fellow atheist. We'll get him on though since we don't have anyone. How you doing? Good to see you, John.
How's my sound?
I think we're good. Yeah.
Okay, cool. I had a question about the Bible, about the versions, if you could talk about what is the differences in the versions.
Well, I mean, the differences are more minor than people realize, but they're worth talking about, right? So, for example, if you get an NLT, that's the New Living Translation, that's a dynamic equivalence, and they're just saying, like, we're trying to transmit the idea behind the passage. They're not translating it word for word. They're just taking the idea and trying to reconfigure it in English in a way that makes the most sense. So it's a little bit interpretive because you're depending on the translator to properly interpret what the passage means when they convey it. But then you've got more, we would say, like word for word translations. And I'll give you a good example. The New King James attempts to be a word for word translation. They do the best they can. The NASB has always tried to do the same as well. The NRSV does it, but depending on which book of the NRSV you're reading, some of the translators are more literal than others. It just depends on which portion, because most of these Bibles, I don't know if people realize this, most of the Bibles, they're translated by big old teams of scholars. So, for example, when I was in Bible college, my professor for Old Testament translated and did the commentary for the book of Deuteronomy in the NLT. And then my professor at seminary did Leviticus in one of the more recent translations, and another one of my professors ended up doing one of the Gospels. But so that when you talk about a single translation, they do have like guiding principles that they want their translators to follow, which are really great. But every single book that's translated now is actually translated by a different scholar. And so there's a little bit of like when you're reading it, you're like, oh yeah, well, it's kind of reading this way because, because David Baker tends to have a particular vocabulary set, right? So, but are there good and bad translations? Yeah. I think the NRSV is a really good translation. The NASB is a really good translation. I also like the New King James Version and even the ESV, although the ESV gets a little carried away with trying to find ways to make the Old Testament point towards Jesus more than it really does. But that's an ESV thing. They're getting better at it. So those are all really good translations. The King James was okay for 1611. I have no problems with 1611 King James for 1611, but it's not a good translation for 2024. We know way more about Hebrew and Greek than they knew back then, and we've got way more manuscripts than they ever dreamed of having to translate from. The King James was a great translation for its day. It's not good anymore. I would recommend the New King James if you like that tradition. And then you've got some other translations that should be thrown in the trash and never read, period. Like the Message. Never read the Message. It's not worth reading. Don't pick up the GNT, the Good News translation. Throw that right in the fire bin. You don't need that. Turn that into your next Yule log. You'll never benefit from reading that once. If you want like a really, really easy to read Bible, like the easiest to read Bible ever, I would get the ICB. The ICB is the International Children's Bible. It's a pretty faithful translation, but obviously they dumb it down really hard for children. But as it turns out, for a lot of Christians, you need that much dumbing down. So sorry for the long-winded answer there.
That's good. Have you ever looked at the Jeffersonian Bible? For people who don't know, Thomas Jefferson, one of the early Americans, founding fathers, he decided to do a very minimal version of the Bible. Did you ever look at that?
Yeah, when I was in seminary, a lot of us looked at it because there was a exhibit. I forget which museum it was, but there was an exhibit not far by that was showing it off. So a lot of us went through and had a discussion about it in class, like why they decided to take some books out, or why Jefferson decided to take some books out. But Jefferson was a deist, right? I mean, he was only tangentially, maybe possibly Christian. So for someone who's just a deist, like, there's nothing wrong with looking at the Bible and saying, you know what, some of these books don't make sense. Some of these books shouldn't even be in here. And he just ripped the stuff out that didn't make sense. And I guess you could say he was deconstructing in the early days of deconstructing, you know? Thank you so much for the $9.99 super chat, Carla J. I really appreciate that. Carla says, first time catching you live. Yay, love what you do and how you do it. Keep fighting the good fight in solidarity. We're going to keep fighting the fight, Carla. I really appreciate the super chat, though. It's a big help to the channel. It really is. So we're still missing Christians. We don't have any Christians in here yet, guys. So we gotta like and share the stream and get some fresh meat. If you're a Christian and you're watching this right now from YouTube or Facebook or Twitter, there is a link in the description of the video that will allow you to join just like John is joined. So John clicked on a link and put it into his browser, and now he's here. You don't have to sign up for anything. You don't have to be on TikTok to join, although if you're on TikTok, you can join. You just got to click the link. And Rainbow Reverend Chad, thank you so much for the subscription on TikTok. I appreciate that.
So, Justin, I got another question about the Bible. Since all these things that are in it that are, the first word that comes to mind is embarrassing. Can you imagine well into the future if Christianity does continue in the U.S. for centuries more? Can you imagine somebody decide to put out a version of the Bible with all that stuff removed? So then it doesn't have any of that stuff, slavery and all of that.
Yeah, I thought about that before because, well, you know, like some of the teachings of the Catholic Church in the medieval period, like they would not be tolerated today. Like, so there are some teachings that the Catholic Church kind of got away, like they did away with it to keep up with modernity. And I suspect Christianity will do the same thing. They're probably going to get rid of some of this stuff, just like they. Remember in the 80s how everybody was upset over people getting divorced? And now it's like, whatever. It's just another day. Like even your pastor's got a divorce. We're going to see the same thing with Christianity. The hot button issues today won't be a hot button issues, say like 100 years from now. But will they go the extra mile and start making Jefferson Bibles? I don't know. It's hard because in order to do that, like you have to get to a point where you're willing to admit that the Bible's fallible, right? And I think for a lot of Protestant Christians, the source of their faith is the infallibility of the scriptures. Once you undermine the fallibility of the scriptures, a lot of them are like, well, it just seems like a regular old book to me, right? The Catholics would, though. The Catholics would, or some of the Orthodox might consider downplaying some of the books and just saying, well, the church authority says that these are no longer relevant,
When you mentioned just now Catholic, I was thinking, I never said that the first time we talked. I was raised Catholic too. Went to Catholic school 12 years, all 12, never went to college. But the question related to that is, and you were raised in Catholicism too, right? I remember correctly.
Yeah, I had 12 years at Catholic school.
And do you agree? It seems there's a lot more of us former Catholics became atheists, right? Does it seem a lot more than Protestants for some reason that I don't know why exactly?
Yeah, there was a comedian once that mentioned that. I think it was Mike Birbiglia. And he said, you can always tell who grew up Catholic because they're atheists now. And it's kind of true. Like Catholicism is one of those things where it doesn't actually, there's a lot of stuff you do in Catholicism that doesn't make sense anymore in the modern age. So a lot of people just like they grow up and then they just get rid of it. They're like, I don't think I need this anymore. Because they're not taught to read the Bible, right? They're taught to go to church and do these rituals and, perform these special rites of passage. But once those rituals and rites of passage, once they're no longer culturally relevant, they don't have much left, which is why I think Protestants tend to stick with it longer, because the rites and the rituals can actually change with the religion, if that makes sense.
Another thing I just thought of now is, I don't know if you're familiar with Julia Sweeney. She's Irish American.
I don't think I know that name.
Like me, and she was, you know her?
Mm-mm.
She did a couple of, she actually did it as a live show, like it was here in New York, and she did in other cities, where one was called, she did two separate ones. One was called God Said Ha, like laughed at you, and the other one was called, but it was really successful. Like a lot of people, not only atheists, went to see it. So it's about being raised Catholic, or that's a lot of the story, and then become an atheist. So the name's Julia Sweeney. Just want to recommend that. I think you can get it for free now. I always worry about sounding like I'm on here trying to plug stuff, like on the download. That's what I'm really here for. But now you can get all that free, I think, now. And, the thing she pointed out, though, even though she's definitely discarded the theism completely, she still likes to think about Catholicism as a culture. Like, it's still nice to go into the very beautiful cathedrals, right? They're amazing buildings.
Yep.
So without any of the theism, like, Richard Dawkins was asked that, like, he likes a lot of that classical music.
Yeah.
That a lot of it is directly a tribute to God, right? So people would ask him, how could you like that music? Well, it doesn't have lyrics, right? And it's amazing music, right? It's very beautiful, powerful music. So that's an interesting point, right? How the people still, or even if they never had it, they can still like it. The cultural aspects, the buildings, the music, the paintings, right? A lot of them. So I don't know if I had an exact question on that, but I guess the question is, what do you just think about that? People holding on to it, just the cultural part.
Yeah, I'd be all for that. There's actually a pretty big movement of ex-Christians that they'll call themselves secular or cultural Christians, in which they don't believe in the mythology anymore, but they like the practice, or they might like the moral teachings of Jesus. And so they'll say, like, I don't really believe any of this is true, but I like the Christian culture that we've built. And so they stay in it, because of that. And certainly that happens. I don't think there's anything wrong with that either. If you're like, listen, I grew up with this particular culture and it speaks to me and it helps me to be a better person. Who am I to say that, you shouldn't do that? You know what I mean? Aaron, thank you so much for the super chat. Aaron says, $10 super chat, big W. I appreciate that. Says, let's replace Christmas with Doug's Day of the Ugly Sweater. I'm all for it. Let's for sure replace Christmas with what would we call it? Doug's Day. There's got to be a good name for this, guys.
Well, yeah, Justin, how Christmas, it's all based on previous cultural things that were not religious. And I forget it actually had a name. I guess it was Roman, but it had no religious. And so a lot of Christianity, because originally it was from an end of the year festival in Roman culture.
Right.
So they turned it into Christmas, and that's how they decided Jesus's birth was December 25th and all that. It was all derived from so I don't know if you'd ever want to talk about that, if that'd be an interesting topic to touch on at any time this time of the year.
Maybe. I feel like it's one of those topics that a lot of people talk about. So I try not to cover topics that everyone else is talking about, but it is worth talking about, how the Christmas celebration came to be, because like the Christmas celebration in the early church, nothing like what we're doing today. Like they're not related. Maybe I'll do a video on that, just explaining some of the differences. Same with Easter. The Easter celebration in the early church, it was more like Passover than it was like Easter. It's nothing like what it looks like today. But I don't know. Religious practices, they change over time, and like we make them what they are. Because if we don't, people don't do it. Like, so if you're part of a religion and you're like, hey, there's this festival or this celebration that is part of our religion, and here's how you celebrate it, and it doesn't speak to you, it's not meaningful to you, you don't like it, well, eventually it's going to die out. The only other option is that you modify it so that it remains relevant. And I think that's what's happened with a lot of the Christian celebrations. Rather than dying out, they've been changed or modified to keep them relevant. Thank you so much, Jesus Slide, Read the Bible, for the $5 super chat. Jesus Slide says, Saturnalia is the true reason for the season. Bring it back. I agree. Saturnalia is the true reason for the season. I think there are groups online that you can find still celebrating Saturnalia. Not a lot of them, but you can find them.
I'm thinking now at this point, you still haven't got anybody else. Finally, we haven't got a Christian yet. I was wondering, what could we talk about that might motivate some people, right?
Yeah,
but I'm not really getting anything at the moment. If we would move into that type of conversation, that would motivate a Christian to come on. That's what I'm thinking we should do, maybe.
We can certainly do that. We could also change the background too. We can go to a background that shocks somebody. Also, usually you just got to get a guest, one or two started, and then people start getting excited to follow in line. But the TikTok stream didn't really send out. It's pretty rare that the YouTube stream has more people in it than the TikTok stream. It might be a sign that I need to keep using the backup account. The main account, just TikTok's ignoring. It's not sending it to the For You page. My backup account, the last couple times I went live, I went with my backup account after my main account testing went through. Jerry, thank you so much for the Galaxy. I appreciate that. Big W, Jerry. And my backup account is fine. TikTok still likes my backup account, but it's not sending my main account right now because it's, because TikTok's it's trash. TikTok's a trash platform right now. It used to be better than it is right now. Right now, it's not doing so hot.
I've never looked at TikTok, but I know something about it, that it's a Chinese company and owned. But are there a lot of religious people and atheists on there? Since I've never looked at it at all.
Yeah, it's a lot of debating on TikTok. And so you get a lot of atheists and apologists debating on TikTok, and a lot of the big debaters on YouTube are starting to get on TikTok now too. So most of the people that you see on YouTube, other than, I don't think Matt Delahunty's doing much, but Godless Engineer and J Mike, and I don't know if any of the other big names are on there from the Atheist Experience, but I've seen also Forrest Valkai's on TikTok as well. But he's not debating all that much. He's just making videos. But yeah, people are realizing that the technology is pretty good. Like their ability to allow you to interact with each other on a debate platform is really good technology. The problem that they're having right now is people are getting fed up with TikTok because everything is managed by AI software. So like you say the wrong thing and your live gets banned, and then you can't go live for a week, 2 weeks, right? And then you get back, you finally get your account back, and you're in TikTok jail for like the next month. They won't let anyone see your stuff. So now you got to have like 3 and 4 accounts for when your other accounts are getting banned, so you can go on your other accounts. It's pure nonsense. And I've seen quite a few creators get big on TikTok and they're like, this is horseshit. And then they just left and now they're only doing like YouTube. That's what happened to Christy Burke. Christy Burke used to be really big here on TikTok. She is only on YouTube now. Same is true for allegedly Ian. He quit TikTok like 2 weeks ago. He's done with it. He's just going to do YouTube. So I get it. You know, when the platform has like large systemic issues that won't be addressed, what do you do? Just put up with it forever, or do you move to a platform that will actually behave appropriately? But I think what I'll do, John, is I'm just going to restart the TikTok stream. I'll leave everything else open. I'm going to restart the TikTok stream with my backup account, because the backup account seemed to be working fine last couple days. So, you know, let's do what we can. We'll get somebody.
Are you doing that now, or
yeah,
we need to end this? Do that?
No, I can actually, over on TikTok, guys. I'm going to restart it with my backup. All right, but no, it's not going to affect the main stream. It's only going to affect the TikTok stream. Not a big deal. While we're doing that,
the big advantage with TikTok is that it really has a huge number of people on it, right? That's like the great thing about it. There's a huge number of people on it.
Yeah,
more than anything else, right?
It's huge. It is huge. And the biggest benefit to TikTok that people have been going there for is because TikTok for the longest time has been, they had an algorithm policy where they would, hold on, I got to type something. I can't type and talk. Where they would push out your content to a percentage of people that don't follow you, right? So for every video that you make or for every live that you stream, you know that a percentage of the people viewing it are people that have never seen you before. And so it got labeled early on as being very much pro-growth. It's very easy to grow your following on TikTok because they will show it to people that won't normally see you. It's not an echo chamber. And for a lot of people, that's the biggest advantage, is because it's not an echo chamber and you can get eyeballs on you. But they changed their algorithm recently, and they're not pushing new people to people's lives. A lot of people that are debating are having trouble getting people on their live to actually debate because it's only showing to their followers. Or like in my case, I was even with the algorithm change, I was still getting guests. But after my main account got banned, they stopped pushing it out to anybody at all that weren't my followers. So anyways, I'm loading my backup account. Give me a second. My backup account is going live here in just a second. My backup account, because my backup account never got banned, is fine. It'll push my backup account to the audience that's not following me, and we'll get some people in here in a minute, I'm sure. While we're doing that, I got a super chat from Jesus Lied. Read the Bible again. Let me find this thing. There we go. Jesus Lied says, "Sorry, no Christians today. Only people standing up for Christianity are those that benefit financially. Everyone else knows it's a false religion and a backing down. They are backing down." Yeah. Thank you so much, Jesus Slide, for the $10 super chat. I really appreciate that. And you're right. I think I do get it. It's intimidating, to get on somebody else's live stream, especially someone you might not know, and like dialogue with them and have a discussion with them. I get why that might be nerve-wracking for some. So, I understand. But that being said, normally by this time, even on the YouTube stream, by this time we would have had some people requesting up. So what that means is we've got 300 heathens on YouTube watching, and apparently no Christians, at least not Christians with the Holy Spirit. And we just got the TikTok stream open again. If you're watching this on YouTube, if you're watching this on Facebook, if you're watching this on Twitter, also known as X, there is a link in the description of the video. You can jump right in. That's right, Autumn. I might need a more controversial background. This one actually played very well when I used it earlier on Sunday. Thank you, Astronova, for the crown. I appreciate that. It did pretty well, and a lot of people liked it because it was a little bit of a less confrontational type of setup. And you need a break sometimes from controversy. And so this was a lot of fun. I had a good time with it. I think everyone else had a good time with it. But to be fair, like, sometimes if you can't get guests in, what do? The only choice you have is to throw up a topic that, gets people worked up, like saying something like the Bible condones slavery or Jesus didn't fulfill any prophecies, different things like that, right? Or I love the Jesus is a liar and a fraud background. I need to animate that, though, for a little bit of excitement.
So, Justin, back to about TikTok. So, since it is so huge, right, you were saying then they have to use AI to monitor the language and that. So, do you think sometimes you do use profanity, right? Could that be the problem? Do they have a serious outlook on profanity?
A little bit. There are certain words that you can't use. You can use like the F-bomb. You can use like ass, different things like that. But anything that could be considered like a slur, you definitely can't use that. You also don't want to use words that could connotate any type of X-rated category. So even if there's words that aren't really bad words, but they're tangentially related to adult topics, you want to stay away from those as well, because your live will get hit with an explicit warning real fast. And then if you get hit with the explicit warning, it's only a matter of minutes before they ban your account again. Yeah, and that's a good point, Parker. You also got to be careful that you don't have any illicit substances. You can't smoke cigarettes on the stream. You certainly can't do that. So there's a lot of rules. But we got one guest coming through on TikTok on the backup account. We'll see if they can connect here. They're having a little bit of trouble connecting, but it looks like they made it in.
Hello.
Hey, how you doing, Flex?
Look what we have here. Another day where an atheist talks about something he doesn't even believe in. Why do you guys do this? What's the point of this?
Because you believe in it, and I live in a country that's full of people that believe in it. And also, thank you, Nick, for the super chat. I appreciate that. Nick says, became an atheist about 2 years ago. Love your show. I appreciate that, Nick. Thank you so much for the super chat. I'm glad you're enjoying it. All right, so did you want to participate in the game show, or did you come to complain that I exist?
Well, it's not that you exist. I don't have a problem with you existing.
Great, so let's get started. So the way this works is, because I'm told that I'm unfair because I have a script, and so I've randomized a whole basket full of Bible verses. And we're just going to pick them at random, and I'm going to let you explain it to me because you have the Holy Spirit and I don't have the Holy Spirit, right?
Well, I have the Holy Spirit and you are an atheist.
Great. So then you can use your Holy Spirit power to interpret these passages for everybody. Because remember, I'm not allowed to. I don't have the Holy Spirit.
Wait, do you genuinely think that's our argument for as to how you...
It's quite literally the argument that I've heard 4,000 times on here. All right, so the first verse is Exodus 4:11. You want to read it with me?
Exodus 4:11.
I'll put it on the screen so you can see it. You don't have to have your Bible. I mean, most Christians don't bring their Bible anyways. I already got Exodus pulled up. I just got to put in the right verse. Then we'll get it on the screen. There we go. Then the Lord said to him, to Moses, obviously. Moses is complaining about not talking so good, by the way. That's the context. Then the Lord said to him, who gives speech to mortals and who makes them mute or deaf, seeing or blind? Is it not I, the Lord? What's God saying here?
Yeah, I mean, he he basically can actualize anything, pretty much.
Well, I never said he couldn't. I mean, that's pretty obvious if you believe in an all-powerful God, right?
Yeah, basically, that's basically what they're saying. He basically he can actualize any possible world. That's
Did it say that? We'll try this again. I'll put it back on the screen for you.
You asked me what it meant.
All right, so no, I asked you to interpret the words, and then you said something. You said that it said something that it didn't say. Also, J Cal, thank you so much for the super chat, J Cal. J Cal says, "Be ready for some burnage." Big W, thank you for the $2 super chat. We're gonna try to cook. Okay, so it says that the Lord makes people mute and deaf and seeing or blind, right?
Yeah, it says that.
Okay, so then that means God makes some people to be mute or deaf or blind, right?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so my mother is blind because God made her that way?
Yes, God actualized that.
Okay. Do you think that it's a good thing or a bad thing to be physically disabled?
Well, I mean, it's not necessary. I would say to be physically disabled, I would say it's probably not a good thing.
The preferable thing is to not be disabled?
Well, to be honest, I'm going to say like there's different states of good. Like if I was born without an eye, I would say I'm still good. I'm not bad.
Yeah, but would you rather have two eyes?
Sure.
Okay, so one state is more preferable than the other.
Sure. I don't disagree with that.
Okay, so God purposely creates people in an undesirable state?
Wait, just because one state is more... No, that's not my argument.
Oh, so you think that it's desirable to be blind?
I mean...
Have you ever met a blind person that said they're glad they're blind?
I don't think I'm... Well, no, but I met blind people who were glad to be alive.
Have you ever met a blind person that was glad to be blind, though?
Well, I mean, I never heard those words come out of a blind person's mouth.
Yeah, me neither. Do you think there's a reason why?
But to be honest, I wish I was blind so I didn't see your face.
Oh, that's adorable. You can't actually hang with the argument, so you got to run to ad homs. That was fast. Usually it takes it takes like 5 or 6 minutes for the guest to crash out. You're crashing out within 5 minutes.
Okay, I'm sorry. My bad.
There's that Christian behavior. Well, is that the type of behavior that Christ said you should exhibit?
Hold on. I'm sorry, Justin. My bad for.
Is that the type of behavior that Christ said you should exhibit?
No. Look, Justin. Look, I want to say this.
Well, the answer was no. You finally gave me a correct answer. Thank you. Okay, so you want to do another Bible passage, or do you want to do more on this one?
Yeah, but I just want to address my logical fallacy real quick. So, like, I threw it at home. So let me make like my ad hom a logical argument.
No, thanks.
The first argument, the argument is.
I'll pass.
Your face. I don't want to see it. Premise 1, because you're not adorable.
Premise number 1, you chose to be here, which means you're responsible for what happens. Oh, what just happened? My browser ran out of memory? Stop that. Oh, well.
The live doesn't work.
Dang, Opera. All right, so the next Bible verse we'll grab right out. There we go. Fantastic. See what we got here. We've got Deuteronomy 21, 10 through 14. Fantastic. Deuteronomy 21, 10 through 14. I'll put it on the screen. So it's a couple verses, but we'll read it out here. Give me 1 second to restart my comments. Sorry about that. My comment highlighting tool, rather, is the best way to say it. There we go. There we go. I might have to switch to a better browser that doesn't max out on the memory. All right, so let's read this. I'll put it on the screen. It says, when you go out to war against your enemies, and the Lord your God hands them over to you, and you take them captive, suppose you see among the captives a beautiful woman whom you desire and want to marry. So you bring her home to your house, and she shall shave her head and pare her nails, discard her captive's garb, and remain in your house a full month, mourning for her father and mother. After that you may go into her and be her husband, and she shall be your wife. But if you are not satisfied with her, you shall let her go free, and certainly not sell her for money. You must not treat her as a slave, since you have dishonored her. So before we get into this one, big W for, hold on, let me, I got to get my chat highlight reconfigured again now that I told it to go do something different. All right, there we go. Now we're good. It should be working. Thank you so much, Jesus Lied, for the $2 super chat. Jesus Lied says that behavior is not Holy Spirit at all. I agree. The guest is not exhibiting Holy Spirit behavior. And J-Sex, thank you so much for becoming a member of the Kraken Crew Elite. Now, we read Deuteronomy 21, and it says that you can take captive wives. Am I reading that correctly?
Those are the words on the page.
Sure. And do you think that it's a good thing that people can take captives in war and make them your war brides?
In my opinion, based off of my preference, based off of my experience, no, I don't believe that's a good thing to do.
Oh, finally we agree on something. Lone thank you so much for becoming a member of the Kraken Crew. I appreciate that. Okay, so you don't think that taking war brides is a good idea then?
No, but maybe they had a different thought pattern back in the day.
Well, clearly they did. Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So funny about that.
Well, who gave the laws?
Who gave the laws? Moses.
Yeah, and whose laws were they?
Moses.
God's. They were God's law. Moses says that he's giving you God's commands, right? So God was the one who gave this command. So is God just no better than the people living at that time?
Where does it say that? Where does it say God gave that command? Go ahead.
It says at the beginning of Deuteronomy in like 8 different places that these are the commands that the Lord is giving you. Deuteronomy 4:1, Deuteronomy 6. I can bring it up for you.
Can you?
All right. It says, you must neither add anything to what I command you, nor take anything away from it, but keep the commandments of the Lord your God, which I am charging you. So Moses is saying that I am charging you with the commands of the Lord your God.
Okay.
So
what?
So what? So the command in Deuteronomy 21 came from God.
Well, I mean, sure. I guess, like, yeah.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
What now? What now?
Okay, so listen, I'm just asking you whether or not you think the command was good. You said the command was bad. And so now we're left with a pretty easy conclusion, which is that it was a bad command given by God.
No, based off of my opinion, I think that's not a good idea, but I don't think that I don't think
You don't think what?
I think that God's laws are gonna be good. Does that mean that, like, because first off, we don't even, as Christians don't even follow the Old Testament, but I think God's laws are gonna be good.
So you think this is bad, but God's laws are good?
Me personally, I wouldn't do that.
Why?
Because I don't live in that time period where I have to do that.
Is God not the moral standard?
Well, God is a moral standard, but then he can give laws that only apply in a certain time.
No, the laws of Deuteronomy and Exodus and Leviticus apply forever. He says to follow the law all the days that you live on the face of the earth. Also, Jesus lied. Thank you so much for the super chat. Says, this guy's insulting proves he's without the Holy Spirit. Be careful, lots of posers. Luckily, we can identify them by their works. Big W. Yeah, I appreciate that. I got to figure out a better way to display some of these comments so the green screen doesn't block out the background on that. But thank you so much for the super chat.
I don't even know why he's saying that. He doesn't even believe in God. He's an atheist like you. So I don't know
It's
why he's
an
saying
internal critique. He's making fun of you. So we've got a pretty easy conclusion here. There's a commandment from God that is eternal. And God says in Deuteronomy that if you obey my commands, you'll be doing what is good and right in the sight of the Lord your God. But you're saying that we shouldn't follow these commands.
Okay.
So which commands should we follow and how do we know?
The 10 Commandments, and we know by the church.
Why the 10 Commandments?
Because the church says so.
Where did the church say so?
Have you read the Catholic Catechism?
Yep. I was actually catechized as a youth. I had 12 years of Catholic schooling.
Oh my goodness. This guy went to Catholic school. So therefore he knows everything about Catholicism. This is so
I never said I know everything about Catholicism. That's a straw man. Now you're just coping. So the fact of the matter is you actually don't know what's in the catechism. You have no idea what's in it. So
I can show you where.
Show me why we should give special treatment to the 10 Commandments and not the rest of them.
Because we follow what the church says. We follow the magisterium of the church.
Okay, show me in the magisterium where it says you only have to follow these 10. Because God said to follow them forever.
No, he was talking.
Also, the last commandment says that you shouldn't covet your neighbor's slaves. You think we should be allowed to own slaves as long as we don't covet them?
You should not be able to covet
Your neighbor's slaves. I know. So the other laws don't. The other laws we don't have to worry about. But at least the 10 Commandments lets you know that you can own slaves. Also, Aaron, thank you so much for gifting 5 memberships on YouTube. Big W, Aaron. I didn't even know you can do that. I really appreciate that, Aaron. He gifted 5 Deconstruction Zone memberships to some lucky guests. Yeah, so
listen.
So when God said to follow the laws forever, he didn't mean it?
He said follow. He didn't say forever. He said follow them all the days you're on the earth, and he was talking to the Israelites at the time. So
okay, so is it okay if the Israelites do it then?
He was, bro. Those people are dead. They're gone.
No, they're not. The Israelites are alive today. Do you know who the Jewish people are?
Who are they?
The Jewish people. They exist right now on the face of the earth. In fact, before tonight's over, we'll probably have a couple of them through this live.
I don't believe. I believe that. Look, listen, right?
Are you telling me you don't believe Jewish people exist?
I believe there's people that call themselves Jews.
You don't believe Jewish people exist? Where do you think they went?
No, I know. I don't. I believe that there are people who are ethnically Jew.
Okay,
right?
So Jewish people do exist.
Yeah.
Okay,
sure.
and do the covenant laws apply to the Jews?
The covenant law? Which part of it?
All of the laws given through Moses are the covenant laws. Do they apply to the Jews?
No. How could they possibly?
Why wouldn't they? God said to follow them forever.
They don't even have a temple anymore. They can't even practice their religion.
Their ability to practice some of them is irrelevant. God said to do it forever.
It's completely relevant because it shows if they can't even practice their religion.
They can. They can practice. They can practice 99% of it. You know they were giving offerings and sacrifices before the temple was built, right?
But almost half of the laws were referring to laws on how to approach the temple.
No, they weren't.
What are you talking about? No,
half the laws of Leviticus are sacrificial laws, and they existed outside of the temple. They were in the tabernacle. They were also done at Shiloh. They were also done at Gibeah, and they were done at a dozen other places if you bothered to read your Old Testament. It wasn't until the time of Solomon that there was even a temple, and they were giving sacrifices from Moses to Solomon. They spent 500 years giving sacrifices with no temple. So the temple system is not even relevant.
Well, to be honest, I have to go.
I'm sure you do.
Yep, I have to go. I have important things to do.
All right, we'll pray for you, okay? He had to run. I guess the Holy Spirit caught his tongue. All right, guys. We got the backup page going here on TikTok. Hopefully we can get somebody. I don't have anybody in the YouTube stream queue or in the TikTok queue. So we got to like and share this thing to all the Christians you know. Send it to all your favorite apologists. Let them know that we're live. While we're doing that, I've got to run and grab my Bible from the other room. I apologize. I left it in the other room. And it's much easier to find what I'm looking for in my Bible because I've got everything circled like the way I want it and whatnot. So sometimes when I'm looking for passages, the ones that I don't know off the top of my head, it's easier to flip open the Bible. But Alexander, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Alexander says, love your show, brother. Keep putting them in their place. Big W, Alexander. I really appreciate the $5 super chat. We're going to be right back, guys, and I'm going to grab my Bible and we'll do some Bible thumping on these poorly read Christians. Now, I had someone ask recently, Justin, what kind of Bible are you using? You might not recognize this cover. This is a custom cover that I had to make. I literally had to take pieces of leather and glue it on my Bible because unlike Christians, I read my Bible. And my Bible binding was falling apart and so were the covers. So I'm reading the NRSV updated edition. Nope, sorry, this one's not the updated, but I got the updated. This is the NRSV New Oxford Annotated Bible. This is the third augmented edition, and it's a fantastic volume. If you can get a copy, get yourself a copy. That being said, where are the Christians? Where are they at? We've got 323 people on the YouTube stream. Not one of them with the Holy Spirit, apparently. The TikTok stream is open. The numbers are a little bit low, but it is open. Not a single Christian. Maybe it's the topic. Maybe this is not a banging topic. Does that mean, should we switch to a different topic? Did I cook all of them, Gigawatts? Are they all cooked? You know, the funny thing about that last guest, I talked to him just a couple days ago, actually. I forget what the topic was when I talked to him, but it didn't go well for him then. I don't know why he actually came back. I can only assume he was already following me. I bet the guy is actually following me. He hates me so much that he's following my backup account. It is surprising the amount of people that come through the stream, and they're literally, quite literally, just so filled with hate for me that just for the fact that I merely exist. I'm not going door to door. I'm not going to their live platforms and convincing them to believe what I believe. I'm not mailing them letters or sending missionaries to go talk with them. It's literally just me at my computer opening up a debate platform, and people are upset that I'm here doing something in my own damn house. It's crazy that people get so upset. But we're gonna do what we do. Listen, let's do a taking of a poll. Let's put a 1 in the comments if we should stick with this topic, or 2 in the comments if we should just abandon it and move on to something else, something more tried and true, like God, God endorses slavery, or, something of that nature. We can do God is imaginary. We can do that. Johnny, thank you so much for the $6.66. I did see that just now. Big W, Johnny. I appreciate that. Johnny must be with us here. He's usually with us on every live. One of our best supporters. We appreciate that, Johnny. Also, George, thank you for the $5 super chat. George says, seriously discovered DZ. Very important, very educational. Thank you so much. Don't stop ever. And I won't be stopping ever. That's not going to happen. Thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Sorry, the background of the super chat got green screened out. I just started using this system today, this chat pop-up system. So there's a couple of bugs I have to work out. Every color shows up except for the green because my green screen behind it's too similar. There must be a setting to get rid of particular colors on that chat thing. I'll work on that. It's customizable. You just got to know a little bit of CSS and HTML, and I've got at least a fifth grader's knowledge of CSS and HTML, so we'll get it taken care of. Blood type, scarlet and gray, big W, OHIO. Welcome in, blood type. Thank you for becoming a member of the Kraken crew. So I think what we're going to do, it looked like everyone voted to change topics. I suspect, I didn't see any ones in here. Everybody says change the topic. This must not be the topic. That's fine. Sometimes you try something and you lose. You know what I mean? So I'll change the topic over, and we'll do something maybe a little more spicy. Is that okay? We'll do something spicy. Should we do? Let's see. We got a lot of good options. Maybe throw some comments in. What topic do you think we'd like to do? Should we do the slavery topic? Should we do the prophecies topic? We haven't done prophecies in a minute. We could also do the open topic, which is, God is imaginary. That seems to play pretty well because there's a lot of people, even people come through that are Muslim or Hindu that want to talk. A lot of people are saying, we haven't done Trinity in forever. Everyone's saying prophecies. Listen, the crowd has spoken. We're going to do the prophecies. You know what? It's been a while. We should do the abortion topic again. I'll make sure to do it on my main account so they can ban my main account again, not my backup account. We'll see. All right, let me get the background set up here, guys. Give me 1 second. We'll take care of it. All right, I'm gonna get the background set up for the prophecies topic. We've got actually multiple backgrounds for that topic, so give me a second to see what I've got saved in here. Let's see. Do I still have it? Do I still have one? I'm sure I do. I've got Jesus was not the Messiah. Prove me wrong. I used to have one that said Jesus fulfilled 0 prophecies. Oh, this is an old background. Oh my goodness. This is an antique. We can still use it. I might have to get, let's see. What about this one? I might have to go online and download the latest edition because the one I have on this computer is really, really old. But we can throw it up for now. Let me throw it up. Guys, this is the first background I ever made. When I first got on TikTok and I first started doing live streams, this was basically one of the first backgrounds I ever made. And we're going to throw it up. And because I didn't have any green screen, I didn't know how to work any of the software, I had to make it a PNG. And then eventually I figured out how to make it, and then I just made the background black. All right, so let's see. Let me get the video off. There we go. Jesus did not fulfill a single messianic prophecy, and I know it's nostalgic, isn't it? The only thing here is if there's a super chat that shows up with a green background, the super chat might not appear on screen. So it's like 1 out of every 15 super chats. I can probably fix it while we're waiting for somebody, though. Give me a second. I'm going to get the collaboration cam open again. Sorry, over on Streamlabs as well. Let's see, collab cam. There we go. We don't have anyone in the box on TikTok or on YouTube, so I'll take this moment then to see if I can change the background color on some of these comments and super chats so my green screen doesn't filter them out. But while we're doing that, guys, listen, if you're a Christian and you're watching on Facebook, or perhaps you're watching on YouTube, you're saying make the super chat bigger, Iron Chariots? I should make the super chat bigger. Can everyone read this on the screen, or does that need to be bigger? Let me know if that needs to be bigger. I can make it bigger if we have to. We'll do what we can. We'll do what we can. This is our first time using the system. Some people saying they can read it. Okay, we'll work on that. All right, we've got a guest coming through. Welcome in a horse in the back.
Hi, how are you?
Good, how are you doing?
Good.
So, we only have a few questions for onboarding. Are you at least 18?
Yes.
Awesome. And are you a believer?
Yes.
Fantastic. And my claim tonight, at least for the moment, is that Jesus did not fulfill a single messianic prophecy. My guess is you probably don't agree with that?
I mean, what I've heard is it's been over 300, so for you to say it's 0, I'm interested to see why you say that.
Because I've had a long-standing bet on here that not a single Christian can show me one messianic prophecy that he actually fulfilled. And I've read every single one of them, which is why I know that he didn't fulfill any of them. But if you know of one, I'd love to hear it. What is the prophecy that you think that he did fulfill?
Oops, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm,
Oop.
mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm going to be honest. I can't say a single one. I'm kind of a newer Christian, and you probably have read the Bible much more than me, but in the Old Testament, when they're talking about a virgin giving birth to the Messiah, right? That's a prophecy or no?
Yeah, that's a good one, actually. You want to read it with me?
Yeah.
Yeah, that comes from Isaiah chapter 7, and I'll put it on the screen. You don't have to go and run and grab your Bible. We can all read it together. All right. Is the text big enough to read?
Yep.
Sure. So the chapter starts out, it says, in the days of Ahaz, son of Jotham, son of Uzziah, king of Judah, King Rezin of Aram, and King Pekah, son of Remaliah of Israel, went up to attack Jerusalem, but they couldn't conquer it. So the outset of the chapter says that the king of Judah, who's named Ahaz, his kingdom's being attacked. And he's being attacked by his own brethren kingdom from the north, who made an alliance with the Arameans, which is a kingdom adjacent to the most northernmost tribe up near Dan and Naphtali. And it says, when the house of David heard that Aram had allied itself with Ephraim, the heart of Ahaz and the heart of his people shook as the trees of the forest shake before the wind. So pretty easy setting. The king is afraid that his kingdom is going to fall. So God sends the prophet to reassure him that it's all going to be okay. And he sends them 3 times, actually. The second time that he sends them is when we get the prophecy about the supposed birth. And it says, again, the Lord spoke to Ahaz, saying, ask a sign of the Lord your God, and let it be as deep as Sheol or as high as heaven. But Ahaz said, I will not ask, and I will not put the Lord to the test. And then Isaiah said, hear then, O house of David, is it too little for you to weary mortals, that you weary my God also? Therefore, the Lord himself will give you a sign. Look, the young woman is with child, and shall bear a son, and shall name him Emmanuel. He shall eat curds and honey by the time he knows how to refuse the evil and choose the good. For before the child knows how to refuse the evil and choose the good, the land before whose 2 kings you are in dread will be deserted. So the basic reading of this prophecy is that it's a prophecy to King Ahaz, who's living in the middle of the 700s BCE. And he says there's a child who's already been conceived. He's about to be born. And before that child is old enough to know right from wrong, the 2 kings that are attacking you, their lands are going to be deserted. Did I miss anything?
No, I'm following.
Right. Now, the problem is when we get to the book of Matthew, Matthew has a different interpretation. Matthew says that this is actually about a child born to a virgin, but nothing in this passage says anything about a virgin, much less a Messiah. Right? Did you see anything in here about a Messiah?
No, I didn't.
Yeah, I didn't see one either, right? So the plain reading of the text just is a generic woman. We don't even know who she is, who has a child. We're not really sure who he is. He's probably not even important to the story. The only thing that's important is that the king knows who the child is, and the king knows that before that child is about age 12 or 13, that his kingdom will be saved by the Assyrians. And that comes to pass, actually. If you read 2 Kings and the book of Chronicles, the Assyrians do come down and wipe out the enemies of Judah, just as the prophet predicted.
But could you say maybe that there's other verses that are referring to a Messiah, but the one that you just showed is not?
Yeah, there are verses that directly, speak of the Messiah or the branch of David, the one that's going to come as king. So
yeah, and that's what I was going to say is the lineage.
Yeah. So there's a couple passages that are relevant to that the New Testament talks about. And then there are some that they ignore as well. But the one that the New Testament talks about is in Micah 5. And this is about a king being born in Bethlehem. It says, "But you, O Bethlehem of Ephrathah, who are of the little clans of Judah, from you shall come forth for me one who is to rule in Israel, whose origins are whose origin is from of old, from ancient days." And so we got a little bit of a problem here in that Jesus was never actually a king that ruled in Israel, right?
Yeah.
Right. Now, if Jesus was a king that ruled in Israel, then we could say, you know what? Maybe he fulfilled something, right?
Sorry, what verse is this? Or what chapter? Or sorry, what book is this?
It's Micah chapter 5, verse 2.
Okay. And that's the Old Testament, correct?
Yeah.
Isn't that the whole thing is when Jesus came is that the Jews believed that there was a physical kingdom and that he was going to be the king of Israel? Could that be, what they were going off of? And then he kept teaching, he kept saying it's not, the kingdom of God is not of this world.
Well, yeah, that's what he said, but the prophecies don't say that. The prophecies say that he's going to be an actual king, right? So
what you just read, that's considered a prophecy that he's supposedly fulfilled.
Matthew says that he fulfilled it, even though he clearly didn't, because he was never a king, right? So, if he was an actual king, I could at least say that he maybe fulfilled this prophecy, but he was never a king.
Could it be more of not a literal king of Israel? He's saying that it's the king of the Israelites, but it's not like a physical king. It's bigger than that.
Like what? Like a spiritual king?
Yeah.
What is a spiritual king?
Well, referring to heaven.
Okay. How do you know that I'm not the spiritual king?
Well, you haven't proven it yet.
How would you prove it?
I don't know. I mean, it's hard to. I guess I'm contradicting myself here. I was joking when I said that, but how do you prove something this is all very spiritual matters. How do you prove spiritual matters? You can't prove it the way, it's going to rain today and you can look at the clouds and say, okay, it's going to rain 2 inches. Where there's something physical proof to it. How do you prove something spiritual that you can't physically see, touch, or test?
I think that's the whole point of saying that Jesus was a spiritual king, because you can't test it. You can't falsify it. The Old Testament at every turn says that he's going to be a physical king who rules and reigns in Israel, and then he never does it. And then the Christians are like, well, he was a spiritual king. Well, sure. That's exactly what I would say if my Messiah didn't fulfill any messianic prophecies. I was like, oh, he did it spiritually, but I'm on equal footing as Jesus is. If all you have to do is fulfill something spiritually, I've spiritually fulfilled every prophecy.
But maybe, and I mean, I'm just guessing here. What if all these prophecies that in the Old Testament they're claiming that he fulfilled, he didn't fulfill those because they are ones that are talking about he's a physical king of Israel. But then you hear him say all the time that his kingdom is not of this world. So maybe it's not really fair to say those are prophecies, quote unquote, that were fulfilled. But he's literally saying that's not true, though. So maybe you are right on that, is that he did not fulfill those.
Yeah, I don't think he fulfilled them for sure. But
maybe what if he's saying that same thing though? Is that he didn't fulfill them because they're referring to a physical king?
well, the New Testament says that he fulfilled them, which is the problem, right? So Matthew says that the king, Jesus, was going to be born in Bethlehem because the prophecy said that he was going to be born in Bethlehem, but the prophecy says that he is going to be a king. And we've got the same problem with Zechariah chapter 9. I'll put it on the screen real quick. While we're doing that, Dex, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Dexter says, if Jesus was born of a virgin, he can't be from the line of David. And that is true. We've got a little bit of an issue because Micah chapter 5 does suggest that whoever this person is, they're going to be from the line of David. That's why they're born in the city that David was from. So on and so forth. But Jesus didn't have a father. And Mary, as far as we can tell, was of a different tribe from David. There's no reason to believe that she was a different tribe than her sister. Her sister was from, I forget which tribe she was from, but she wasn't from Judah. But Big W, Dex, that's a great thing to point out. I appreciate that. And now I can't get your comment out. There we go. So Zechariah 9... is, according to the New Testament, it was fulfilled in chapter 21 of Matthew when he rode the double donkey into Jerusalem. But listen to what it says. It says, "Rejoice greatly, O daughter Zion. Shout aloud, O daughter Jerusalem. See, your king comes to you. Triumphant and victorious is he, humble and riding on a donkey, on a colt, the foal of a donkey. He will cut off the chariot from Ephraim, and the war horse from Jerusalem, and the battle bow shall be cut off, and he shall command peace to the nations." So, to me, this is a little bit problematic because he didn't do any of that. He didn't cut off all war from Jerusalem and the rest of Israel, you know?
Could that be referring to both the first coming and the second coming?
Sure.
Saying that he will bring peace to all nations?
Sure, but I could say the same thing if I didn't fulfill any messianic prophecies. I could say the same thing too. Well, I'll do it next time I come back, right? But
well, I mean, yeah, I guess you could keep saying that until you do fulfill it.
Right.
But there's no timeline. That even in that verse, there's not giving a timeline of when those things will happen.
Sure, but if he didn't do it, then that means it's not fulfilled.
Is it not fulfilled, or is it just not fulfilled yet?
That's literally the same thing. There's something that's not fulfilled is something that's not fulfilled yet.
So you're saying that it could be fulfilled?
Well, every single prophecy ever given is a prophecy that's not fulfilled yet.
Are you saying just the messianic prophecies haven't been fulfilled?
None of them have been.
Are you saying all of the prophecies?
Oh, no, there's a couple prophecies from the Old Testament that were fulfilled, although they seem to be written after the actual events. These we know for sure were written before Jesus. So the only question we need to ask ourselves is whether or not Jesus actually fulfilled them. But I see no reason to believe that he did. You know? Because, I mean, he was never a king. He didn't cut off all war. And the passage quite literally says that he's going to be a victorious king that cuts off all war from his nation, you know?
I just think that maybe that could potentially be referring to the second coming.
Sure, you can say that, but that means he didn't fulfill it yet.
Yeah. So then, yeah, I guess that I guess it goes with what you're saying is that he hasn't fulfilled it. And, you know, what about the lineage? When you were talking about how he can't be from David because she was a virgin, why then does it say that?
Oh, yeah. So there's this idea that the Messiah needs to be from the line of David, which means he would be from Judah. Judah is the tribe that David was a member of. but the problem that we have, let's look at the genealogies. If we go to the genealogies in both Matthew and Luke, we've got a little bit of an issue. I'll put it on the screen for us. So they trace Jesus' genealogy all the way back to King David in the Gospels, and even further back. The problem is, it says David was the father of Solomon by the wife of Uriah, and Solomon the father of Rehoboam, so on and so forth, right? But when you get down, they start at Jesus. When you get down to the end of the line, it says Abraham. Oops, sorry, we want to go this way. There we go. Now the birth of Jesus the Messiah took place in this way. Oh, which way did we go? There we go. We want 15 and 16. So it says in 16, Jacob, the father of Joseph, the husband of Mary, who bore Jesus. That's the last person in the lineage, was Joseph, right? So, but Joseph wasn't the father of Jesus. Joseph was just the husband of Mary. So, if anything, you would just say, like, at best, he was adopted. But that's not really what you would expect for the Messiah. And if all he had to do was adopt somebody to make them the king, I think more people would have done it.
I don't know. I'm just looking this up, and it's saying that Mary is a descendant of King David.
Can you show me where that's in the Bible?
I can try to.
Because her sister is not a descendant of King David, which means they can't be full sisters. But the Bible,
sister, you said?
Yeah. Luke chapter 1 mentions it.
Verse 31. Where did it just go? Luke 3:31.
Yeah, Luke 3:31.
And I'm not saying that's for a fact. I'm just saying what this is saying.
Right, yeah.
Luke
So
3:31.
yeah. The genealogy of Luke has the same problem. It goes to Joseph. So let me grab the fuller chapter so we can see it. That's the baptism of Jesus. Let's see. Luke chapter 3 does indeed have the genealogy. Did I type in the wrong chapter?
3:31.
Yeah, I'm in 3. Okay. Let me go all the way down. There we go. We got the genealogies here. And it gives in 31, the son of Melech, son of Menah, son of Mattatha, son of Nathan, son of David. So, first of all, the line's not supposed to go through Nathan. It's supposed to go through Solomon. You can find that in the book of Chronicles. Nathan was never, he never had a kingdom, and he was never going, none of his offspring could ever take the throne. But let's go to the beginning. 23, it says, Jesus was about 30 years old when he began his work. He was the son, as was thought, of Joseph of Heli, son of Mathat, son of Levi. So Mary's not mentioned at all.
So I remember seeing one thing. It was in the Gospels, and I wish I could remember what exactly it was referring to, but it was two different authors that wrote both books. One was like a Greek ancestry, one was a Hebrew ancestry, and the way that they set up the lineage, it's different based on the culture. So looking at those different lineages, people were saying that, well, there's inconsistencies between the two. Do you know what I'm referring to?
No.
Well, there's just the cultural differences in listing the lineages. It isn't the same thing. So, like, people would say, son of so-and-so. And instead of listing the female in that lineage, they jump to the female's father. So then they say, well, then they're skipping lineage, but that's just the culture. Do you think possibly looking at that lineage in what you just read, that it could be just the cultural difference of listing it?
Well, lineage in the biblical times was always patrilineal. It always went through the father. But that being the case, Mary's not listed anyways. Like it doesn't matter at all if Mary was descendant from David. Also, Alexander, thank you for the $6.66 super chat. Alexander says Christianity is so ludicrous. It literally means Antichrist. I don't know if we agree on that one. I don't think it means Antichrist, but I agree. It's a silly thing. So the only person that the lineage lands on in Matthew and Luke, both of them are Joseph, right? So I don't see where Mary comes in at all.
Wait, so you just said though that the lineage was listed as on the father's side. Then why would Mary be listed?
Exactly, she's not.
But if that's how they list the lineage, then why would she be listed? Why would that be like a point as saying like, oh well, she's not listed, but in that culture they don't list her, period.
I know. I'm agreeing with you. They don't list her. She's not in either of these genealogies. The only person in these genealogies is Joseph, but Joseph wasn't the father of Jesus.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I mean, I do see that too. That is confusing.
Right.
Can I just ask, this is a little bit deviating from your prompt, but how do you know the Bible so much? Were you like a pastor? Like what did you do?
Yeah, I was in ministry for over a decade. I've got a bachelor's degree and a master's degree in biblical studies, and it was studying the Bible that led me to the conclusion that it's just not trustworthy or true.
What made you come to that conclusion?
Well, a couple reasons. For example, I think the last straw that broke the camel's back was this one, which is Jesus didn't fulfill any prophecies, not even one, not even close to one. And then there's lots of contradictions in the book. It's full of theological contradictions. It's full of scientific errors. It says that the earth is flat. There's like magic rituals in here. The morals of this God are horrendous. Like God routinely executes innocent people for crimes they never committed. So to me, like when I read the book, like it just seems like it's invented by mankind, not the other way around, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, no, I could see that. It is sometimes hard to read, and it's hard to interpret why things are the way they are listed in it.
Well, I don't think it's hard to interpret or read. I just think the morals exhibited by the God are really bad.
It's hard to agree with.
I agree with you. Yeah, it is hard to agree with. Keith, thank you for the $4.99 super chat. Keith says, Jesus was a descendant of a woman who got laid out of wedlock and did not want to be stoned. And that's it. That's what happened. Thank you so much, Keith. And for some reason, it keeps showing all these super chats with the green background. I got to get this software rigged up so it stops doing that. Sorry that the super chats are hard to read, or some of them are hard to read right now. So, like, for example, like, you don't think that we should be stoning women to death if they don't bleed on their wedding night, right?
If they don't what?
If they don't bleed on their wedding night?
Yeah, no.
I know, it's terrible, right? Unfortunately, that's precisely what happens. Like, God is perfectly okay with having, women stoned for just simply not bleeding. That's in Deuteronomy.
So going off of like Leviticus and like the slavery laws, and there's the major point against it is, well, God was just offering regulation to a culture that was participating in slavery and was very oppressive. What would you say to that? Do you think that's him giving regulation, or do you think that's him saying this is right? You can do this.
Yeah, well, that's actually a really good question. Also, thank you so much, Cameron, for the $2 super chat. I do need an espresso, and if it wasn't so late at night, I would have one right now with me. So the slave laws, people say he regulated slavery, but did he regulate anything else? Did he regulate adultery? Did he regulate eating pork? Like, there's lots of things that theoretically he could have regulated, but when he doesn't want you to do something, he just tells you not to do it. When he says that you can own slaves, why would I just not take him at his word that he's okay with you owning slaves?
Well, I guess in referring to adultery and talking about marriage, he regulates that I gave you the gift of marriage, but because people do cheat, because people do, forsake the covenant that the marriage is, then he regulates that. Say, well, if you commit adultery, then you can divorce. Wouldn't you say that's kind of what? I mean, cheating in a marriage is much different than slavery, but you get the point I'm trying to make.
Yeah, but what I'm suggesting is that God says you can own slaves. He says, and here's how you do it, right? So I don't.
Can I see that? Because I haven't read Leviticus.
Yeah.
I was just curious if you have the actual verse.
Yeah, I'll put it on the screen for you. There's a couple passages that are relevant to this, but let's do Leviticus 25, 44 through 46. We'll start in 39 actually, because it's pretty relevant, and we've got lots of time. There's nobody in the guest queue clamoring to get in at the minute. So let me get it on the screen for us. It says, if any who are dependent on you become so impoverished that they sell themselves to you, you shall not make them serve as slaves. They shall remain with you as hired or bound laborers. They shall serve with you until the year of Jubilee. Then they and their children with them shall go out from your authority, and they shall go back to their own family and return to their ancestral property, for they are my servants, whom I brought out of the land of Egypt. And they shall not be sold as slaves are sold. So right off the bat, like if you're a Hebrew and you become so poor that you can't support yourself, God says that you should support them like you would a hired worker. You'll pay them, right? So this is an option. They have the option of paying people, right?
Right.
All right. The problem is if you're not a Hebrew, God says all bets are off. So in 43, it says, you shall not rule over them with harshness, but you shall fear your God. As for the male and female slaves who you may have, it is from the nations around you that you may acquire male and female slaves. You may also acquire them from among the aliens residing with you, and from their families who are with you, who have been born in your land. They may be your property. You may keep them as a possession for your children after you, for them to inherit as property. These you may treat as slaves. But as for your fellow Israelites, no one shall rule over the other with harshness. So God does make a distinction. It's like if you're Hebrew and you become so impoverished, listen, by all means, don't turn your own brothers into slaves. But those foreigners, you can make the foreigners slaves, right?
And who are these foreigners?
Anybody that's not a Hebrew. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and that's especially those first 5 books, they are rough.
Yeah, they really are.
So maybe this is one thing that that people say a lot about is Hebrews 6:4, saying that people who have been enlightened once they've shared the Holy Spirit, they can't turn from it. So would you say that people that do turn from it or that deny God, they've never really been in the presence of God, and they've never really known Him?
Well, I think Hebrews actually does the opposite for your argument. I'll pull it up here in just a second, but I want to read a super chat for you. Super chat says, kudos caller for your honesty. Don't let them take it from you. And guys, I think I figured out while we were talking how to get the green screen blocked out without blocking out the bluish greenish background. I just had to adjust a few settings. Thank you so much for the super chat, Jesus. I appreciate that. Big W. Okay, so Hebrews 6:4 is actually a passage that I believe contradicts the passage from 1 John about whether or not you can actually lose your salvation, because I'm told for a lot of people that, well, I was never a real Christian. Yeah, so I spent, over a decade of my life going to school and foregoing well-paying jobs, and I wrapped my entire life around it, but I didn't mean it right. But nevertheless, what you need to combat that is what you brought up, which is Hebrews 6:3-6. We'll start in 4. For it is impossible to restore again to repentance those who have once been enlightened and have tasted the heavenly gift and have shared in the Holy Spirit and have tasted the good word of God and the powers of the age to come, and then have fallen away, since they are crucifying again the Son of God to their own harm and are holding them up to contempt. So according to Hebrews 6, you can literally be saved. You can literally be part of the elect, and then you can walk away. Now, I get that this might seem contradictory to a couple other Bible passages, but I don't actually think they're all that contradictory when you dig into the other Bible passages that people want to cling to say that the once saved, always saved doctrine is like the gospel truth. Are you a once saved, always saved or not?
Well, I mean, I think if you believe in Jesus, he died for you, you're saved. If you then step back from that and say, no, I disagree with that, I don't believe anymore, then yeah, you're not saved. You're not taking the gift that he gave you.
No, I agree. I'm not saved. I mean, I was, but I'm not anymore.
You. I
right?
wasn't meaning you. I was not meaning.
No, I agree. No, I think we're on the same page. Let me ask you a question though, right? What are we being saved from?
What were we? What?
What are we being saved from?
Well, first, I'll answer that too. I just want to go back to what you were talking about with the Hebrews 6:4. Is I feel like I'm kind of interpreting it a little bit differently. I'm taking it as if you experience God, if you experience his presence, you do receive the Holy Spirit and you genuinely know that, where that's different than, and I'm not trying to come after you, but I see this all the time where people say, oh, I'm deconstructing my faith. Mm-hmm. And then you say, well, what did your faith look like? Oh, well, I read the Bible all the time. I went to church every Sunday. But it's like, but did you experience God? Did you have a relationship with God?
Yeah, they did.
And that's where what I'm interpreting that is, if you really truly do have that, how could you just leave that?
Because it turned out to be false. The same way when you were a kid, you might have been really persuaded that Santa Claus is real. But eventually the facts on the ground changes your mind, right? So, and before we dig into this topic, I just want to let you know, like, from the perspective of people that are deconstructing or have left, like, it's incredibly rude to suggest that they were fake Christians. You're basically just calling them liars to their face. So
I'm not. I'm not doing that.
I know you're not doing it on purpose. You're a delightful young lady. What I'm saying though is functionally, you are calling them a liar to their face. That's what you're doing. So I just want to let you know for future conversations, that's not a good conversation starter. You should never tell someone that they were never saved because you're calling them a liar. And then when you start to examine them, like, oh, well, maybe they looked like they were saved, but they were actually fake Christians. It's all very pedantic. It's very insulting. I mean, you're welcome to do it. I'm just letting you know that you're going to chase all your friends away.
No, and I maybe I worded it in the wrong way. I'm just saying that I don't think being people say what's a good Christian, and they say, well, I read the Bible. Well, I go to church. Oh, I donate or I volunteer, but that's not really. I mean, being a Christian is believing in Jesus. I know, Romans 10:9 and 10.
Yeah, Romans 10:9 and 10. If you confess with your mouth and believe in your heart that Jesus Christ is Lord and God raised him from the dead, so on and so forth, right? I know what we all know, and those of us that are on TikTok and YouTube and we're doing these live streams right now, we believe that with everything we had. But as it turns out, when the facts on the ground, when you learn more information, when the facts on the ground don't agree with that, eventually you're either going to fall away or you're not. Like, and for me, I fell away because the information that I was obtaining made this religion impossible. The Bible cannot be true and Jesus be the Messiah because the Bible contradicts itself and Jesus didn't fulfill anything. And it's full of horrendous morality. Like Christians run so far away from the laws of Moses, but God said to follow these laws forever. So the idea that the laws were somehow temporary isn't a really good argument because the Bible disagrees with that. And Jesus does too. Jesus says that it will be easier for heaven and earth to pass away than for one stroke of the law to pass away. And then he says in Matthew chapter 5, he says that until heaven and earth pass away, not one letter, not one stroke of the law will pass away until all is accomplished. Then he says, and whoever does them and teaches others to do them will be called great in the kingdom of heaven. And whoever teaches others to not do them will be called least in the kingdom of heaven. So like if you take Jesus seriously and you take the Old Testament seriously, I think it's impossible to get to a position where the law is now temporary. But if that's the case, you got to throw Paul out. You got to take the book of Acts and throw that out as well.
Why?
Because it contradicts Acts chapter 15 and Acts chapter 10. Peter is given a vision. Paul is given word from God. And the two of them end up agreeing during a council in Jerusalem that the Gentiles shouldn't have to follow the law and that the law was temporary. And he says in his his letter to the Galatians in chapter 3, he says that the law was temporary. It was a temporary schoolmaster only until Jesus came. But that betrays the very words of Jesus.
But did Jesus not also say that he came to fulfill the law?
Yeah, but fulfill doesn't mean abolish.
So you're saying that Paul said he did away with the law, and you're saying, and then Jesus is saying that he just fulfilled it, but it's still there. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. In fact, we'll read it. I'll put it on the screen for you. You don't have to take my word for it. Says in Matthew 5, this is Jesus talking. It says, "Do not think that I have come to abolish the law or the prophets. I have come not to abolish, but to fulfill. For truly I tell you, until heaven and earth pass away, not one letter, not one stroke of a letter will pass away from the law until all is accomplished. Therefore, whoever breaks one of the least of these commandments and teaches others to do the same will be called least in the kingdom of heaven. But whoever does them and teaches them would be called great in the kingdom of heaven." So, we have to believe if Jesus is to be taken seriously as the most important voice of the New Testament, we have to believe that the law is still in effect.
But even like in today, like in just like human society, there's laws. Is that wrong that there's laws that we have to abide by?
No, laws are great. I love laws. What I don't like are the laws of Moses. But before we tackle the laws of Moses again, let me read the super chat because it's kind of relevant to the topic that we were talking about. Ben says, what about billions of people born before Jesus or autistic people who are incapable of higher thought? Why are they doomed to hell? And this is a really great thought, Ben. I brought this up during my last live because I've actually got a son who's autistic. He's completely nonverbal. He cannot verbally communicate ever. The concept of Jesus will never enter his head unless he develops speech, somewhere down the line, right? So we would say then by our own human intuition, we would say, well, obviously God wouldn't send an autistic person to hell, right? Is that where your position is?
It's not more of a logical standpoint that, well, of course he's not going to do that because he's whatever. He wouldn't do that because there's no people that are in that state, people who have never heard the word of God. Why would they go to hell? They're not. They're not choosing to go to hell. They're not choosing to deny God, and because of that, they're not going to go to hell.
Well, I don't think anyone's denying God. Like you either believe or you don't believe. It's not a matter of denying.
Well,
denial.
Okay, believe or don't believe.
Yeah, denial assumes that you believe it, but you're just denying it, right? But like atheists don't believe it.
Some people do that. Some people do that.
I don't know of anyone who ever has. But
you think there's no single person who knows God and says, "I don't want to do that."
I'm just saying I've never met him. But that's we can talk about that next. I want to talk about the loopholes, right? So if we say, like, listen, God can let an autistic person into heaven, but why? And you might say, well, the Native Americans too, they're in heaven. But why? Why are they in heaven? Are they not sinful too?
There was something I was just thinking of with. Well, never mind. I think it was in the Old Testament, but I guess going back to my point is they didn't have the option to hear the word of God and accept it or whatever, not believe in it. So by the grace of God, yeah, he's going to welcome them into heaven and forgive them.
Right.
But yeah, they are sinful. I mean,
so
the whole premise is that we're all sinful.
But why can't he do that for everyone then?
Well, why would you? I mean, it's the whole thing saying like, if you were denying God and you say, well, I don't want to live my life in relationship with you. I don't want to live my life believing in you. Why would you want to spend eternity with him?
Did the Native Americans have a relationship with this God?
They very well might have never even known about him.
That's what I'm saying. So, yeah, I mean, if God can let you into heaven just by forgiving you because he's merciful, then why can't he do that for everybody?
Well, that's even in the Old Testament too, where he does want to do that.
Yeah, actually, this is another good point. In the Old Testament, there's no such thing as because you've sinned once, you're going to burn in hell for eternity. That's not something that you see until you get to the New Testament. The New Testament really takes the ball and runs away with that thing, which is the topic I was kind of trying to get to, and we were sort of slowly meandering towards it, which is why does hell exist in the first place? Why is God sending even one person to hell?
Well, what about the first, one of the first couple of verses in Genesis saying that among the, I don't know the actual verse, but basically saying there is darkness all around the earth. Mm-hmm. What if that's just the default? You can either get away from that darkness by salvation, or you go to the default, which is what it was at the start of creation.
Yeah, Ben, thank you for the $2 super chat. Ben says, so they get a free ride into heaven? Yeah, that
is a free ride into heaven.
Yeah, that's what we're saying. But okay, but what you're suggesting though is that there's only one possible alternative to heaven, right?
Yeah.
Why?
I guess I don't know. Why is there?
Yeah, because God's infinite. He could have made 100 other realities. He could have made 100 other places for people to go if they weren't going to go to heaven. Like, there's no need to create a place of infinite torture to send them to.
But, I mean, I don't have, let me look up the actual verse, but it's the first chapter in Genesis.
Yeah, go ahead. I'll make an announcement while you're grabbing the verse. Okay. If you're watching this on YouTube or on Facebook or on the app formerly known as Twitter, or on Twitch, there is a link in the description to join the discussion. You don't have to be on TikTok to join the discussion. Our current guest is on TikTok. She's joining us through TikTok, but you don't have to be on TikTok to join the discussion. Anybody's welcome to join. You don't have to sign up for anything. And right now, you'll be next in line. So if you're in the house and you're a Christian and you think that I'm wrong, jump in the box and prove me wrong. Listen, you've proved me wrong here tonight, and we'll have something to talk about. All right, what verse do you want to read?
First of all, I can let you go too. I've been talking for a while.
No, you're delightful to talk to.
Okay. So Genesis 1:2, it's now the earth was formless and empty, darkness was over the surface of the deep, and the Spirit of God was hovering over the waters. Mm-hmm. So reading that, it's formless, it's empty, and there's darkness. And everything in the New Testament is talking about how Jesus is the light in the darkness. You choose that light to be with him away from that darkness, and it's not just darkness where it's just you're sitting in a dark room. It's pretty clear, too, in the Bible that darkness is not a pleasant place to be, and it's referring that to hell as well.
Right.
So that's my point, is that what if hell is the default?
Right, but who makes the default? Who decided that there was a default?
I mean, yeah.
Right? So, like, I know the Christian apologists, that they're like, well, God can't let them into heaven. He has to send them to hell. Like, well, no, he didn't have to. He didn't even have to create hell. No one made him do it. Like, that was a decision.
Is he sending them, or is that just where they just naturally go?
Well, who decided that they would naturally go there?
Yeah, I suppose.
Right? Like, everything was set up by God. Like, nobody did it for him. Nobody tied his hands together and made him do anything. Everything was God's decision, from the way we breathe to the way our eyeballs work to everything,
Yeah. I do have one last question, because I know you... Oh, do you have someone?
No, I think my buddy Bert wanted to come in and comment, because Genesis came up. He's a Jewish rabbi, and I think he wanted to comment on Genesis. Big W for Bert. I don't know if he came back. But go ahead. What's your next question?
So this is more of a personal one, and feel free to not answer if it's too personal. But, when people talk about feeling the presence of God and people experience it in different ways. Have you ever personally felt that?
Yeah, when I was a Christian, I had experiences that led me to believe that I did. You know what I mean? But once you no longer believe in the faith, it's really easy to look back on those events and interpret them through like very natural lenses.
And like, how would you describe them? And again, if that's too personal, that's fine.
Well, I mean, descriptions are typically boiled down to, like a way that something made you feel, or you witnessed something that you might have interpreted as spiritual, but now that you're on the other side of it, you're like, I think that person was having a mental lapse, like people that are demon possessed.
Yeah.
Like if you're in the faith and you see someone who claims to be demon possessed and they're behaving in a particular way, it's very easy to look at them like, oh my God, this guy's got a demon, right? But once you're outside of the faith, you look at it and you're like, oh, that guy needs to see a therapist. He's got mental issues, right?
Right.
So to me, it's just it's a matter of perspective. But like, even if let's imagine that I did ever witness someone who was demon possessed, right? It still actually wouldn't mean that Christianity is true. The best that you could draw from that are that demons exist. That's it. Like you still wouldn't draw the conclusion that Christianity is real, because demons existed in every religion and almost every culture.
So what are you like just fully atheist, or do you believe that there's any spiritual truth to anything?
Well, I'm a stone cold atheist, but I know a lot of people who deconverted from Christianity and they still believe in, some type of a creator, some sort of a God figure. And that's certainly, is plausible. There is a path forward to believe in a higher power. I just don't think it could be the God of the Bible. Thank you, Claire, for the crown. And Astronova, thank you for the crown as well. So like the Bible is, to me, is just hopelessly gone. If there's a God, it's certainly not the God of the Bible.
So, it's interesting because like atheists, I think it's like 7% of the population. It's a combined agnostic and atheist. So it's actually even less than 7% to be completely atheist. Say there's nothing further than life.
Yeah, 4%. That's it.
4%. I feel like that actually takes more faith to believe or to be an atheist than it does to be in religion, because from like an atheist perspective, you look at the world and you look at how everything is so perfectly aligned for life, both in our environment and our bodies and our emotions and stuff. What do you think? How did that come from it?
Yeah, sure. Dr. Joe, thank you so much for all the fest crowns. Good to see you in the house. Guys, make sure you're following Dr. Joe. She's amazing. She's not a medical doctor. She's a therapist with a PhD. I highly recommend you getting in touch with her if you need to talk to somebody. So to me, like when I look at the universe, right, I see chaos. Like the majority of the universe is in fact chaos. And even when I look at the earth, like if God or some type of a God, if they created the earth and this is like finely tuned, I think it was pretty bad work. I mean, we need the sun to provide vital nutrients, but the sun will give you cancer. We need water to drink or we'll die of dehydration, but 97% of the water on the planet is undrinkable. We get childhood diseases having done nothing. You're just born with a disease, right? And like for a long period in history, roughly upwards of 40% of all children at certain points of time were likely to die within their first year, and up to like 3 or 4% of all female deaths were or maternal deaths. I'm not saying this very well. At one point, the maternal death rate was as high as 4% in the world, which means 4% of the births, women giving births, were executed giving birth, right? So to me, it certainly doesn't sound like anything's fine-tuned. And then we've got to deal with the natural disasters too. Why are there earthquakes and tornadoes and tsunamis?
Well, I think that's answered also in Genesis, is that every time he creates something, it ends with, and he saw that it was good. He created the waters. He saw that it was good. And then it wasn't until Eve ate the apple that is when the world became a fallen place and things like this did happen.
Yeah.
He didn't create harm for people intentionally. That's just the state of the world that we're in.
But who decided what the consequences of the fall would be?
Well, he told her.
He didn't tell her that there would be natural disasters.
He said, surely you'll die.
Yeah. And she did. That has nothing to do with natural disasters.
Well, people die from natural disaster. Could it not be more
Did-
of a broader sense?
Did Eve die from a natural disaster?
Eve didn't die. When did Eve die?
She was taken like Enoch, huh?
Well, I mean, there's no. I mean, it says when Adam breathed his last, but it doesn't say anything about Eve dying.
Right. No, you're right. Yeah. But the point that I'm trying to get at here, Horace, is that the consequence of the fall is a decision that God made. God was the one that decided once Adam and Eve sinned that he was going to do something. He was going to make natural disasters a thing. No one made him do that.
Also, isn't that kind of strange to blame natural disasters on people? That our actions created natural disasters?
Yeah.
No, I'm not saying that. That
Well,
wouldn't make sense.
If my child went to school and stole somebody's lunch, and then he came home and I whacked him with a baseball bat, would you say like, well, I mean, it's your fault. You shouldn't have taken someone's lunch at school? Or would you be like, what the hell are you doing hitting your kid with a baseball bat?
Yeah, I would ask why you're hitting your kid with the baseball bat, because I would say that's not very great, that you're not giving your kid much grace.
Yeah, because it's irrelevant that my kid did something bad. I was the one that decided on that consequence. Now, the consequence of the fall is even worse. God said, because you two committed a sin, I'm now going to create natural disasters that will randomly execute, many thousands of people every year. That seems like the biggest overreaction in all of history, especially because they didn't even know right from wrong yet.
So it seems more though, because I asked you, I said, how you look at the world, you look at us as human beings. How can you not see that there's a creator behind that? And you said, well, there's all this bad in the world. Well, then where is the good coming from? Because that seems more like you're denying the existence than you are saying, well, this is just what happened.
Well, I think the good comes from us. I think human beings are creating the good.
We have an evolutionary need to be good to each other. There's an incentive to be good to each other.
Right.
But that just feels like you're kind of cutting it off at like the middle. It's like what was before that? What gave us that incentive and desire to be good and loving to people?
Evolution.
What caused evolution?
Well, evolution isn't a cause, it's a process, right? So the mechanism behind evolution is basically the evolutionary traits that are beneficial that allow a species to survive will be reproduced in their offspring, right? And so we developed an evolutionary instinct to work together, right? And because we were able to survive better when we worked together, we obviously evolved traits that allow us to work together in a way that's beneficial. So animals have it too. There's lots of animals that exhibit empathy and like they have even moral outrage. Like we've done a lot of tests with monkeys and other animals where we provide a system of punishments and reward, and then we make an imbalance so that the other animals can see the imbalance, and they will even they'll act out when they see that justice is not being served.
And actually, GT, who's a great creator on this app as well, demonstrates that even bacteria have an ability for altruism.
That even what?
Bacteria have an ability for altruism.
Really?
Yes.
Yeah, GT is great.
GT is great. Yeah, I think like to me, it's far more profound that that life evolved out of this system, and in particular niches and environments, and have this ability to adapt. That life is adaptive. It's fragile, but it's also resilient. And to me, that process is way more profound than a book that was written for and by a particular people, 2,500 to 3,000 years ago.
Right.
But could evolution and science exist at the same time as God? Or are they mutually exclusive in your guys' mind?
I would say, oh, sorry.
Sorry,
Sorry,
go ahead.
I'm so sorry. Yeah.
I was just
Well,
going to
I'm a
say it depends on which God.
Sorry.
Yeah. Jezebel, baby daddy, thank you so much for the galaxy. I appreciate that. Go ahead, Bert. I want to hear what you have to say.
Well, I'm a process theologian. That's
Oh, damn. Okay. So,
and so my
a student of Whitehead?
a little bit, but more Bradley Artson. He's
Okay.
like the Jewish process theologian.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that any theology needs to be descriptive of the natural world, not prescriptive. And it has to be applicable to the broadest amount of people, and I would even say living beings, because if it is prescriptive, if I'm imposing my own worldview, and I have to, make this apologist approach, it very quickly becomes unattractive to anybody with critical thought or outside of that, existing thought enterprise. So, I try to be as thoughtful as possible, and I put my ideas out there because I want the criticism. I want to make sure that whatever I'm saying is holds up to scrutiny.
Right. I would say, so in Bert's example, you can have evolution and theism coexist. And I agree, there's different conceptions of God that can coexist with evolution. And for example, there's an organization called BioLogos. They attempt to do this, but they're of the Christian persuasion. But that being said, if you take the Bible to be literal, like everything in the Bible is true, then I don't think it can coexist with science, because science contradicts it quite a bit. And Yolanda, thank you for the 666 over Venmo. Yolanda says, my kindergarten nephew can teach. Oh, Yolanda, that's dirty. My kindergarten nephew can teach this guest a thing or two. I think the guest is being very kind, actually, Yolanda. I love you. Thank you for the 666.
Very nice, Yolanda.
Listen,
Nice.
we're mean atheists. But no, you're actually being very delightful. So and we really appreciate that. A lot of people get on here and they want to yell and shout and call us names.
I know. I've seen some of your videos.
It's pretty common.
Yeah.
Oh, well. Hey, Nicole is in the guest box, but I don't know if Nicole is a believer or not. Nicole, can you tell us in the comments if you're a believer or not? We had another guest on the YouTube stream, but they dropped out, so I don't know if they're going to come back or not. So as it turns out, you're the only one with any amount of guts here tonight, which is wild. Usually we've got a line of people clamoring to get in, and I suppose it's Wednesday. Is it Wednesday?
It is.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe they're all at Bible study.
Pop up for one. Oh, sorry.
Oh, go ahead, bud.
Just that I noticed something the other night that in verse 2, and the reason I popped up was Genesis 1:2. The verb that begins the verse is v'hayta haaretz, and the earth was. In other words, it is not creation ex nihilo. There are these fundamental building blocks that exist in the author's mind that precede the. In other words, there is something that existed beforehand, and the rabbis even talk about this, that the earth, that it was all created and destroyed multiple times before this one.
Right.
And I think it's to me that implies some process that is unfolding, and it means that this earth will be destroyed at some point too. I just think that is so liberating in so many ways.
It's also true of the ancient Near Eastern mythology. If you read the ancient Near Eastern texts, there seems to be this idea of at least a primordial chaos that existed into eternity past, and then everything was created out of that.
I think there should be a vegan restaurant called Tofu Bavohu.
I'd eat there every day.
Yeah.
All right. So, anyways, Horace, I'm going to move on to the next guest, but you've been so delightful. Thank you so much for being here with us.
It was nice talking to you. I hope to join another time.
Absolutely. I hope you have a great one. You
too. Have a good night.
Cheers. I always hate to move on from guests that are so kind and polite, because it's so hard to get. All right, we've got Peter coming through on the YouTube stream. I'm going to get Peter on the screen here. Although his camera's all black. Bert, you might not be able to hear Peter because he's on the YouTube stream, but you're welcome to chill with us, man.
Cool.
For those who don't know, Bert is a trained Jewish rabbi. Are you actually practicing rabbinics right
Yeah.
now?
Yeah, it's funny. I was doing Crystal's Bible study earlier, and then I had to do a funeral today.
I thought so.
It was
Okay.
like it was just a chuckle fest, and then like it's totally, intense. It was very Jewish, joy to depression.
I love it. Make sure you're dropping Bert a follow. We've got Peter in the house. Welcome in, Peter.
Hey, how's it going? We talked the other night and my phone died right in the middle of our Micah 4 discussion.
Oh, sure. Yeah, that happens. Yep.
And so I apologize for that. I wasn't buggering out.
No, that happens. It totally happens. It happened to me a number of times.
But I'm plugged in now. So
I appreciate that.
So happy to get back to that real quick, though. As I was thinking over the last couple days, I wanted to get your take on Isaiah 13, I believe it is.
Oh, I love Isaiah 13. You mean when God is going to have the women ravished?
Not necessarily.
Okay.
Is it the burden against Babylon?
Yeah.
Yeah. Is your take that was, what do they call that, post-ipso? Was that written after the sack of Babylon by the Medes?
Well, that's okay. So that's a hairy topic, right? Because in Isaiah, what we have is the oldest manuscripts we have are possibly like the Great Isaiah Scroll that we found in Qumran, or maybe some of the Greek scrolls that we have from the Septuagint, but none of them are really all that old, right? The oldest one may be dated to the 3rd century BCE. So it's hard for us to know if there was ever a text that even predated the exile from Isaiah, because we don't have one, right? So when we say when scholars are giving their date on when they think like this prophecy was written, you have to understand that, I mean, it's kind of guesswork. They're saying, well, if we believe that it's true, here's when it probably would have happened, right?
Could I jump in on that for a second?
Yeah, go ahead.
If we believe it's
I
a
can't really
true
hear him, but
quote,
I'll say.
End quote.
Oh, Bert, I don't think he can hear you either.
Yeah, I can't
Okay,
hear Bert. I'm sorry.
Well,
I wish
you
I
let me
could.
know if it's worth it. But
I mean, I can try back
what I
on a
would say
different.
is
Is
that,
there?
that the
If
book
I'm
of
not on the
Deuteronomy
YouTube,
precedes the book
the
of
other
Deuteronomy as a book
Streamlabs link
precedes
or
the
whatever that
Babylonian
is.
exile.
Well,
Because-
hold on a sec. I've got two people talking to me now at the same time. I'm sorry, Bert.
sorry.
We can't go back and forth with the guests between YouTube and TikTok because you guys can't hear each other, and then it's two people talking at once and it never works out. But yes, I'm with you on Deuteronomy for sure. So the oracle given in Isaiah 13, even if we say that it was written prior to the fall of Babylon, I'm not really sure what that gets us.
Well, the Medes destroyed Babylon. That's a historical, verifiable reality, is it not?
Well, yeah, I mean, so the Medes kind of walked in to Babylon without a king. So their last king, Nabonidus, was basically AWOL, and the kingdom had kind of fallen apart because the religious festivals weren't being practiced anymore. And so the kingdom was already kind of in shambles, and the Medes kind of walked in and just took over the place. And then the Persians came through and they put everyone down. They're like, no, we're in charge here. We're going to defeat the Medes. We're going to defeat what's rest of Babylon, and we're going to send everybody home. But that being said, to me, like, these are really easy geopolitical scenarios, right? So if you're writing, let's say you're writing in the middle of the Babylonian exile, right before the exile is over, right? It's a really easy prediction to say that the Babylon's going to be punished. The problem that we have is that when it talks about the punishment that they're going to endure, a lot of it's kind of like it's like overdone. Like it says, like their towns are going to be utterly destroyed, and no one will ever inhabit them again. Well, that's just not true. There are people living there right now. Also, Tippy Tappy Tutor, thank you for the super chat. I appreciate that. Tippy Tappy says, could we see your festive jumper? This is my festive shirt.
I mean, from my understanding, that's super common apocalyptic hyperbole. I mean, the universe was destroyed multiple times, or he is being depicted as. All I have to do is read, what is it, 2 Samuel 22, 8-16, where David's describing his defeat of Saul, and he describes it in language of the universe collapsing. To know that that's not literal.
Yeah, but when it talks about the universe collapsing, it's clear that it's employing an idiom, right?
Right, which is why I'm a preterist.
Although it doesn't say universe, by the way. I don't know what translation you're reading, but there's no ancient Hebrew word for universe.
Well, correct, but the destruction of the foundation, the earth being moved to its foundations, the earth rocking to and fro like a drunkard, the skies receding like a scroll. I mean, all that's used in the Old Testament and New Testament to describe the fall of a nation all the time, which again is why I'm a preterist.
Why? Because preterism is clearly just not true. So we talked about this last time. Clearly, Micah chapter 4 didn't come true. Clearly, Isaiah chapter 11 didn't come true. Clearly, Jeremiah 33 didn't come true. We didn't even get to Jeremiah 33. You want to start there?
We did not get to Jeremiah 33. I'd love to start there.
Yeah. So Jeremiah 33 is not well studied. Everyone stops at Jeremiah 31.
Sure.
But this is a continuation of that. Give me 1 second. I got to do something real quick.
Word for it.
1 second. There we go. Flanker 420, thank you for the super chat. Flanker says, props to the guest for being honest and asking good questions. Keep it up and never stop questioning. That might be for the last guest, but I think both of these guests have been really good, though.
I'll take it as a compliment.
Yeah, I think last time we talked, we had a great conversation too.
Well, it was cut short, and I'm like I said, I'm just searching, trying to figure out. I'm compelled by the atheist proposition.
Sure. So let's read Jeremiah 33, and we're going to start in verse 14. And this is very critical because this is one of the very clear messianic prophecies, if there ever was one of the Old Testament. And it says, the days are surely coming, says the Lord, when I will fulfill the promise that I made to the house of Israel and to the house of Judah. In those days and at that time, I will cause a righteous branch to spring up for David, and he shall execute justice and righteousness in the land. In those days, Judah will be saved, and Jerusalem will live in safety. So right off the bat, whoever this king is, they're going to rescue Israel from their enemies, and they're going to live in safety. And then it says in verse 17, and this is very important, it says, for thus saith the Lord, David shall never lack a man to sit on the throne of the house of Israel, and the Levitical priests shall never lack a man in my presence to offer burnt offerings, to make grain offerings, and to make sacrifices for all time. Although some translations will say forever, mine says for all time. But it's very clear that when this figure appears, there's going to be Mosaic sacrifices in the temple. So if Hebrews is to be believed, that Jesus did away with the Levitical priesthood, then we have to throw Jeremiah out. We have to say Jeremiah got it wrong. Thank you so much, Andrew, for the confetti. Sir, go ahead. I'm listening.
That's compelling. I'm not in a position to have the book open in front of me, to give any kind of cogent rebuttal.
Right.
That's something I'll look, when I get a chance, I'll look into.
Certainly.
I guess what do we consider the identity of Israel?
Well, Israel here is clearly the nation, because it says, I'll put it back on the screen. Sorry, you can't read it because you're on the YouTube queue, but everyone else can read it. But it's clearly about the actual nation, right? So if you go to verse 10, you just go back a couple verses. It says, thus saith the Lord, in this place of which you say it is a waste without humans or animals, in the towns of Judah and the streets of Jerusalem that are desolate without inhabitants, human or animal, there shall once more be heard the voice of mirth and the voice of gladness, the voice of the bridegroom and the voice of the bride, the voices of those who sing as they bring thanks offerings to the house of the Lord. Give thanks to the Lord of hosts, for he is good. His steadfast love endures forever. For I will restore the fortunes of the land as at first, says the Lord. So he's talking about restoring the actual people, restoring the actual land as they were before.
And this was written pre-Babylonian exile or post?
This was written in the middle of the exile. So this is Jeremiah. And
Okay.
this is while this portion of Jeremiah, as far as we can tell, would have been written probably while he was in Egypt, trying to escape being deported.
And we know
So for the
this
wedding
isn't
blessings,
that he's
by the
not talking about a post-exilic pre-Messiah time, because why?
What's a post-exilic pre-Messiah?
Well, the time between Babylon and the time between the return from Babylon and the arrival of Messiah, whenever you think that is or hasn't happened yet or never.
Okay, well, who was the king that came from the line of David that sat on the throne and fulfilled this prophecy before Jesus? Because it says, in those days and that time, I will cause a righteous branch to spring up for David, and he will execute justice and righteousness in the land. In those days, Judah will be saved and Jerusalem will live in safety. So it's a king who's going to rescue his people. And then it says that David will never lack a man to sit on the throne of the house of Israel, which means there's always going to be a king.
At the time of Messiah.
It didn't say that. It didn't say at that time.
He's saying in those days.
Yeah.
We remove that part from those days.
Yeah, he's saying in the day, this is what's going to happen. Like he says, the days are surely coming, says the Lord, when I will fulfill the promise. What's the promise that he's made?
Right. Well, he will fulfill. I'm just trying to make sure you're not using the when he said David will never lack a man to sit on the throne for the Babylonian exile. You're talking post Messiah, right?
Yeah. Yeah. This whole chapter is about the restoration after the exile. That's when they were expecting the Messiah to come. In fact, Isaiah says the same thing. Isaiah says that after the exile, God will never punish his people ever again. Right? So they're just failed messianic prophecies.
Yeah, I'm quite sure I'm with you on that, but I don't.
How is Jeremiah 33 fulfilled? Because it says that they're going to be literally restored to their land. They're going to have their fortunes restored. When did that happen?
Well, as a preterist, obviously I say 70 AD.
How is that fulfilled in 70 AD? Did all the people come back to the land?
Well, the land is typological.
No, it's not.
To preterists. Sure it is.
Typological fulfillment is an excuse for it didn't happen.
Well, there's no such thing as typological fulfillment. There's type, and then there's fulfillment.
There's no such thing as type and fulfillment. That's an invention of people who are coping with the fact that the prophecies never came true. Like, you can't find me a single reason to believe that anything in the Old Testament is a type unless you start at the conclusion that the New Testament is true. But if you're just reading the Old Testament, you have no way to know what is a type and what is not.
I guess I can't disagree with that.
Right? So if I told you that Deuteronomy chapter 20, verses 10 through 19 were a typology, that's when God commands the Israelites to go to the towns that are far away from them and conquer them, and then to kidnap their women and children. Like, I could just say, well, when the Christians came from Europe and conquered the natives in America, that was a typological prophecy. They fulfilled it.
Sure, you could say that.
Right. So a typology is basically just anything that you think can be a pattern, but that's the lowest bar I've ever seen. Like, if the bar for prophecy is that it's a typology, I've actually developed a whole list of typologies that I fulfilled, but I'm sure you're not going to allow me to be the Messiah.
Well, I mean, you seem like a nice guy.
Listen, I won't bring a sword. I will not set mother against daughter and son against father.
I wouldn't want job. So
Right. But listen to what it says in the passage. It says that they're going to restore all of Israel, right? Especially the house of Judah. And we see the same thing
right.
in Ezekiel 36 and 37 when it talks about the restoration after the Babylonian exile, the valley of dry bones you're probably familiar with. And he says,
sure.
He says this, listen to this. We'll start in verse 22. I will make them one nation in the land, on the mountains of Israel, and one king shall be king over them all. Never again shall they be two nations, and never again shall they be divided into two kingdoms. They shall never again defile themselves with their idols and their detestable things, or with any of their transgressions. I will save them from all the apostasies to which they have fallen, and will cleanse them, and they shall be my people, and I will be their God. My servant David shall be king over them, and they shall have one shepherd. They shall follow my ordinances and be careful to observe my statutes. They shall live in the land that I gave to my servant Jacob, in which your ancestors lived. They and their children's children shall live there forever, and my servant David will be their prince forever. So there's no other way to interpret that, as there's going to be an actual king ruling and reigning in Israel in the land.
Can you repeat to me that just the verse number and book number?
Yeah, go to Ezekiel chapter 37.
Ezekiel 37.
Yep. And then start in verse 21. Do Ezekiel 37 and read 21 to the end of the chapter.
Okay.
And to me, this is supposed to be the Messianic age, when all of Israel is brought back to the land, just as it was promised to their forefathers. And then there's going to be prosperity. There's going to be a king on the throne. It says elsewhere that every man will sit under his own vine. And, it says that the foreigners of other nations will serve them. There's lots of stuff about the Messianic age. The problem I have is like none of them ever come true.
Right. Well, like I said, when David defeated Saul, the earth and the seas weren't dried up to the foundations either.
Right, but we understand, like when someone says, I went to war and the whole land shook before me. We understand that that's idiomatic, but when we've got very clear references where God is saying, listen, I will gather you from the nations in which you were scattered, and I will bring you back to this land, and I will restore you to the way that it was before, the way that I promised you originally. That's not an idiom. That's just a promise. God is just saying, listen, the thing that I promised you way back when I talked to Abraham, you're finally going to get the dang thing.
Well, sure. And I guess my response would be that if that was during exile, then they were restored. And of course your objection is that it wasn't literally word for word fulfilled, right?
Well, no, it wasn't fulfilled at all, because listen to what it says. He says, thus saith the Lord God, I will take the people of Israel from the nations among which they have gone, and I will gather them from every quarter and bring them back to the land, which that certainly didn't happen.
Right? They were scattered to the nations.
Yeah, but they didn't come back. Northern Israel was never restored. In fact, it says, I will make them one nation in the land on the mountains of Israel, and one king shall be king over them all. Never again shall they be two nations, and never again shall they be divided into two kingdoms. But the vast majority of Jewish people in the first century had deep-seated hatred for everybody that lived north of Jerusalem. Because they were like half-breeds. They were Mongols.
Right.
And then it says, my servant David will be king over them. They will have one shepherd. They will follow my ordinances and be careful to observe my statutes. But they didn't do that. They didn't follow the ordinances of Yahweh and be careful to observe my statutes.
And I guess the Christian / preterist response would be, well, in Christ they did, and
How?
Christ is the king. Christ is over them. He united not only the kingdoms but the Gentiles. He restored the Davidic monarchy after it fell into crumble. He was the king in the line that was able to do what all the kings before failed.
How? How did Jesus restore the Davidic monarchy?
Well, if we're going to have to get into the New Testament.
Well, I don't mind getting into the New Testament, but I just want to make sure every time I take you to an Old Testament passage, the only thing that you can come up with is, well, none of the words mean what the words mean. And if that's the hermeneutic you want to practice, I can go to the Old Testament and change the meaning of everything and make it about me.
Well, sure.
Right? Like, don't you think that's just kind of a dishonest hermeneutic?
Agreeing that the idiom exists in the Old Testament. I've got, you seem to be on record in agreeing with that, but it's more of it's only when it's obvious to you, right?
No. We know what an idiom is. Like, if I said, is your refrigerator running? We know that I'm using an idiom. Your refrigerator doesn't have legs. It's not running, right? But we know what an idiom is not. Like, you can't just say because idioms exist, every time I read something that I don't like, I'm going to call it an idiom and just change the meaning of the words.
Understand?
Right? But idioms are very specific figures of speech.
Yeah, I can't disagree.
Right. So, but to the point, we've got a couple issues here that just literally on the face of it couldn't have been true, because it says that the servant David will be king over them forever. And then Jeremiah says that there will always be a king on the throne. And there's quite literally hasn't been a king on the throne for 2,000 years.
Well, not according to the New Testament, but again, that, like you said, you don't accept the New Testament as evidence of fulfillment of the Messianic Old Testament.
No, because you're just going to say, well, he's a spiritual king. Oh, okay, well, then I'm the spiritual king. Bow down and worship me.
Yeah, but I guess I'm wondering why you would hold the Old Testament at the literal, or not at the literal, but why you would. Where's your how do I want to say this? Where's your delineation point to say that the Old Testament means what it says, but the New Testament doesn't?
No, I agree. Both of them mean what they say. Thank you, Kerry, for the pain. I appreciate that.
So when Paul, or it's in Acts where it says that he says that Christ was raised up, he said that he would promise that he would raise up a king to sit on the throne, and he was speaking of the resurrection, and this Christ he has indeed raised up.
Yeah, he's just wrong. If your whole point is Jesus fulfilled the prophecies, but he did it spiritually, that's nonsense. I could just say I did it. Like that's an unfalsifiable claim. Anytime you look at the prophecies and you don't like it and you say, well, it must have a spiritual fulfillment, congratulations. I could do the same thing. I could say Simon Bar Kokhba fulfilled it. Simon Bar Kokhba fulfilled all these prophecies spiritually.
Sure. I guess my is to articulate why I should believe Paul for you, right?
No, because Paul is a liar, and it's pretty clear.
Oh no! Why I should believe you over Paul then?
Because Paul was a liar, and he couldn't even tell the truth on his own doctrine. In Acts chapter 15, it is said that the Gentiles don't need to follow the Jewish law. All they need to do is make sure that they're not eating meat sacrificed to idols or anything that has blood in it, and 2 other laws. And then he goes on his second missionary journey, founds the church of Corinth, and then later writes to the church and says in 1 Corinthians chapter 8 that it's okay to eat meat sacrificed to idols. And then he tells the Gentiles that they don't need to be circumcised, but he never read Ezekiel. Ezekiel 44 says when the Messiah comes during the time of the Messianic age, that all the foreigners that join themselves to Israel will have to be circumcised in the heart and in the flesh. Like, Paul's just demonstrably wrong on everything. He also contradicts Jesus. Paul says in Galatians chapter 3 that the law was a temporary schoolmaster until Jesus. Jesus says that the law is going to be in effect forever until heaven and earth pass away.
Well, of course, as a preterist, I understand heaven and earth pass away as the destruction of Jerusalem in 70 AD.
Is Jerusalem the heaven and the earth?
It certainly is when Isaiah says, I formed you in the wilderness that I may plant the heavens and lay the foundation of the earth and say, you are my people.
Yeah, he didn't say anything about the foundation of the earth, including a small portion of the earth there.
Excuse me? No, he calls the creation of Israel, the nation in the wilderness, the planting of heavens and the laying the foundation of the earth.
I don't believe you. What's the verse?
Let's see. Isaiah 51.
You're breaking up on us.
Sorry, Isaiah 51:6, 51, maybe?
I've got Isaiah 51 pulled up. It says, Isaiah 51 says, listen to me. We'll start in verse 4. Listen to me, my people, and give heed to me, my nation. For teaching will go out from me, and my justice for a light to the people. I will bring near my deliverance swiftly. My salvation has gone out, and my arms will rule the peoples. The coastland wait for me, and for my arm they hope. Lift up your eyes to the heavens, and look at the earth beneath. For the heavens will vanish like smoke, and the earth shall wear out like a garment, and those who live on it will die like gnats. But my salvation will be forever, and my deliverance will not be ended.
Okay, that's not it. Give me 2 shakes here to figure this one out.
Sure. But 2 Peter tells you what it means to have the whole Jewish idea in the first century of the end times was a renewed heaven and a renewed earth, where the entire earth would be consumed by fire and remade. It's not talking about. It's not talking about a single city being sacked.
Oh, well, in 2 Peter 3, it talks about the stoicheia, the elements, which are the basic rudimentary principles of the Mosaic Law. They're not the periodic.
That's not what it says. So verse 16 says, I have put my words in your mouth and hidden you in a shadow of my hand, or in the shadow of my hand, stretching out the heavens and laying the foundations of the earth and saying to Zion, you are my people. So God stretches out the heavens. He says it about a dozen times in the book.
And he laid the foundations of the earth at the time of, and so he
didn't say at that time. See how you have to keep adding stuff to the Bible to make it fit your narrative?
What's your translation you're using? Because if Young's literal is pretty clear.
I'm in the NRSV. The Young's literal was done in the 1700s. Do you think that we know more about Greek and Hebrew than they knew in the 1700s?
That we know today?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, we do. Hey, Bert, do you think that we know more? Sorry, you can't hear Bert. Everyone else can hear Bert. Bert, do you think that we know more about Hebrew than people knew in the 1700s?
Compared to people in the 1700s?
Yeah.
Yeah, much more. Well, both from a academic standpoint, an archaeological standpoint, and from a text critical standpoint. All of the above.
Yeah. Sorry, Peter, you couldn't hear Bert, but Bert agrees. Bert's a Jewish rabbi, by the way. The idea that we don't know as much about Hebrew as they knew in the 1700s is silly, and we have different. Listen, Peter, you're breaking up.
Bert doesn't think he's descended from the Hebrews, does
Peter, you're breaking up, my man.
Sorry about that. Hang on. Is that any better?
I can hear you right now.
Okay. Bert doesn't think he's actually descended from the Hebrews, right?
I'm sure he does. He's a Jew.
Well, anybody can be a Jew. You don't have to have a DNA. to be a Jew today. That's ridiculous.
Are you a believer that there's no Jews alive from the first century?
Oh no, I'm a believer in genetic ubiquity. I think we all have Abrahamic Jacobian DNA. Everybody on the planet.
I'm talking about Jews, the Jews that came from Jacob.
Right. That's all of us.
Do they still exist?
Yes, in every human being. There's no
Every human being? How do you know that?
Genetic ubiquity.
How do you know that?
Well, every person whose grandparents were born on the European continent can trace their ancestry to one person in 600 years ago.
Not from 600 years ago, but also that's completely wrong. You've got genetics completely wrong. If you do genetics on people from mainland China or the Native American population, you will not find that they had Hebrew ancestry.
Well, there's no genetic test that can demonstrate anyone today has any more Jacobian DNA than anybody else.
That's a lie.
Show me Jacob's DNA to compare it to, and you might be right.
Yeah, because we can compare the people that are homogenous, that are living in the land, that have ancestry to that land, and we can tell when they migrated, how they migrated, and where they migrated from based on their genetics. Now, I'm not a geneticist, but I've actually looked at the migration charts. They're pretty well done. It's not like they're taking guesses at it. They pretty well know the migration pattern of ancient people.
Yeah, I understand that, but there is no even the and unless there's something that I haven't seen that you have or that your other guest has, there is no definitive, demonstrative DNA test that proves Jacobian lineage.
Yeah, because we don't have definitive DNA from anybody living in Jacob's time, but that's irrelevant.
Well, I mean, yes, you're right. It's irrelevant. And the Jews today don't follow Moses. They don't practice the law. They have nothing in common with the Jews of the Bible. I know that.
Some of them do. So if you're familiar with the sect of the Samaritans, do actually still follow the Torah as best as they can. They're still offering sacrifices right now.
No, not in the temple.
Not in the temple, but they're still doing offerings and sacrifices. But you don't have to have the temple to do the offerings and sacrifices.
Okay.
It's not a requirement.
Okay. Fair enough.
Yeah. They were doing it for hundreds of years before the temple.
That's true.
Right?
That's true. So, hey, we're up. And you gave me some work to do, so I'm going to do that. I've got a thing I got to get to, but I will call you back, I promise.
All right, great to hear from you. I appreciate you coming back, Peter.
You bet. We'll talk to you again.
All right, cheers.
Bye.
All right, we got somebody waiting to come in. We got Edward coming through on the YouTube stream. Elroy, I don't know why you're back. Elroy, you're in every one of my streams. You never bring anything to the table. And it's like half the time you forget that you even talked to me because you start every conversation with, I bet you'd never talk to somebody from the Congo. I have. I've talked to you 10 times. Welcome in, Edward. Edward?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, there we go. Welcome in, Edward.
Hey, I think I was talking, so I didn't want to talk over him.
No, that's fine. That's fine. Edward, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Yeah, I'm over 18, and I'm starting to believe again, if that's a possibility.
Why?
Maybe you can talk me out of it.
I can talk you out of it, that's for sure. Well, first of all, tell me why you're believing.
So I was raised in the church, and my dad was, or technically still wants to be a minister. And so initially I left the religion because it was kind of pushed on me, right, as a kid, like I was supposed to go to church. And you have to forgive me, I'm a little nervous. I've never been on a live thing like this before.
No, it's okay. It's common to be nervous.
But I guess just I guess so I'm a programmer by trade. Similar to engineering, we try to logically think through everything, right?
Mm-hmm.
And just certain things that I see, for example, like I've been listening to your channel here for like a week and a half or so. I've been hearing people come here with different arguments and try to give it different rationales. And my rationale is a little bit different because one of your questions is God a good God? And I believe that God is not necessarily a good God in the conceptualization of what we have for the word good as human beings or as a people, right? In terms of our language, what we define as good. And my rationale for that is because we could define things good. Like, for instance, we could say it's good I can go outside and plant a tree and it's good, but maybe there's a habitat where that tree is being planted or things like that. Or maybe I'm building a house. While it might be good for me, it's not necessarily good for the people that were there, right? Like, so like if here recently behind my house, we built a school. There used to be a lot of deer and a lot of, wild animals there, and now they're gone, right? So while it was good for education and from a humanative perspective, but to the animals, it doesn't necessarily mean it was good, right?
Mm-hmm.
So when we put that perspective on God, where we say like, well, I'm a father, would I ever think of throwing my kid in the lake of fire? Of course not, right? I mean, no one would ever think to do that. But then as I read the Bible, I think to myself, like, okay, he says that we were created in his image, right? And look at all the things that we do as human beings, through wars and things that we do. So I'm thinking to myself, maybe we are. And maybe what we think or conceptualize of God as being good, maybe he is good in a sense, right? But it just drives me back to that, no good deed goes unpunished, right? Like, no matter how good you think you're doing things, there's always a negative side to it. At least that's the way I perceive things. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, for example, God says that he is good, or at least the book says he is, right? We've got Psalm 145:9 says, the Lord is good to all, and his compassion is over all that he has made. He's good and he's compassionate, right? But like when we examine his behavior is incredibly petty and vindictive, right? So, for example, I'm going to put a passage up real quick. I think it's 1 Samuel 22 is what I'm looking for. If not, I'll Google it, but I think that's what we want. 1 Samuel 22. Okay, so in 1 Samuel 22, Saul is still king over Israel. David is still not yet king, and Saul is upset at the house of Ahimelech, who was the high priest. And he's upset with the house of Ahimelech because Ahimelech gave David and his men cover as they were on the run, right? So you remember when David came through the house of the priests, or the temple of the priests, or the it's not a temple. Give me a second to think about it's a shrine. There we go. It's like a shrine. And the priest gave him the showbread, and then promised not to tell anyone that he's there, and then they went on their way, right? Well, this is very upsetting to Saul, because Saul wants David dead, and so Saul decides that he's going to slaughter all of the priests in the town of Nob. I'll read it to you. It says, Saul heard that David and those who were with him had been located. Saul was sitting at Gibeah under the tamarisk tree on the height, with his spear in his hand, and all of his servants were standing around him. And then they're confronted about what happened with David and the priests. In verse 11, it says, the king sent for the priest Ahimelech, son of Ahitub, and for all of his father's house, and the priests who were at Nob, and all of them came to the king. Saul said, listen now, son of Ahitub. And he answered, here I am, Lord. Saul said to him, why have you conspired against me, you and the son of Jesse, by giving him bread and a sword, and by inquiring of God for him, so that he has risen against me to lie in wait, as he is doing today? Then Ahimelech answered, and there's a discussion about what happened, right? Saul's not happy with his response. And in verse 17, he says, the king said to the guard who stood around him, turn and execute the priests of the Lord, because their hand also is with David. And they knew that he fled and did not disclose it to me. And then it says, then the king said to his right-hand man, Dog, you, Dog, turn and attack the priests. Dog, the Edomite, turned and attacked the priests. And on that day, he unalived 85 who wore the linen ephod. Nob, the city of the priests, he put to the sword. Men, women, children, infants, oxen, donkey, and sheep he put to the sword. Now, you might ask yourself, this sounds like a terrible thing that Saul commanded, right?
Yeah, I definitely agree with that.
Yeah, Saul here is like a major prick for he's mad at Ahimelech, and because Ahimelech did a thing that outraged Saul, Saul says, I'm going to execute your entire family, men, women, and children. Everybody's going to get executed. The problem that we have is if we go to 1 Samuel chapter 2, verse 33, it says something really, really interesting. And I'll pull it up real quick. So Ahimelech is the ancestor of the priest Eli. And God is very upset with Eli in 1 Samuel because Eli has allowed his sons to kind of run amok. And so God prophesies, he makes a prophecy about this man's lineage. And he says, the only one of you whom I shall not cut off from my altar shall be spared, to weep out his eyes and grieve his heart. All of its members of your household will die by the sword. The fate of your two sons, Hophni and Phinehas, shall be the sign to you. Both of them shall die the same day. And they did. They died when all of Ahimelech's household got executed. The only one that escaped was Abiathar, which is why he says only one of you will not be cut off. So the execution of the entire household of this man's family was orchestrated by God.
Right.
Which means God's the barbarian behind it.
Yeah, it reminds me a little bit of the story about the donkey, right? So he was sending him somewhere. Like he was supposed to be going somewhere, and an angel gets sent to, and the donkey says like, "Hey, I can't move. You know, he basically, which is, I get it. Like
Numbers 22.
My reaction wouldn't be like, this donkey's talking to me. My reaction is like, what the hell? I've never heard a donkey talk.
Right.
But nonetheless, I mean, the story is told that way, and yeah, you could kind of see it as a kind of contradictory, right? Like you sent him there, but at the same time, you're practically threatening to kill him at the same time, even though he was doing what you told him to do. You know, right? It's kind of the same thing here, what you're describing, right? Like it sounds like, I don't know, like that, like there is definitely the contradiction there. But I guess another thing that I've been thinking about is, again, going back to we were created in his image. We can certainly be, whenever you give a person power, and you have, power to an extreme, or at least what we can conceptualize as human beings, what the extreme power of a God would be, there could be a potential where you are so powerful that you want to give or put examples. And I think of the Bible as a book of examples, right? While they may not make a whole lot of sense to the way things are in real life, like, yeah, if I look at a real life scenario and what you're describing is happening, that's kind of, messed up. And it shouldn't have happened that way. But I think the Bible is written to give you like a visualization, if you will, of certain examples of the way, I guess, God's wrath can be if, things aren't going according to his plan, if you will.
Yeah, God's perfectly okay executing innocent people. That's what I said, right? But
and I'm not disagreeing with you. I completely and wholeheartedly agree. And I mean, again, I left the church for a long time, and I've thought about things, and the more and more I think about it, I'm like, holy crap, it is wrong. I get it, but at the same time, what makes me think of the sense of believing is like when I look at a child be born, they're innocent. Like you see them, they're innocent little babies. They don't know right from wrong. And I think of the story in the Bible in Genesis of Adam and Eve and how they were innocent and they didn't know anything from right or wrong. But eventually, like I've seen my child grow, I've seen a niece grow. Eventually, you get the knowledge, right? And then eventually, you're like, I remember when my daughter got old enough to where she was embarrassed to have me
but
see her
there's
without
nothing that
clothing, right?
ever justifies killing innocent people.
No, not to me and you. I certainly would not, right? I
Right.
certainly would
But
not.
that's what I'm trying to tell you. Like, so we've got this God who thinks it's okay to execute innocent people, and there's not a single human being on the planet, not that I know of, that think that that's a good thing. So what I'm asking is, why are we making an exception for God? Why are we saying, well, God must have had a good reason? There's never a good reason to execute innocent people.
Yeah, you're absolutely correct. You're 100% correct there. But I'm saying that while me and you would not think that is a reasonable thing, there's certain people within our lineage, right, our heritage or our species that would be okay with that, you know, that are okay with killing innocent people. I mean, think of the thousands that are getting killed overseas right now, and some of them by our own tax dollars, so to speak.
Yeah, but we're not saying that we want those people to die. That's just an inevitable consequence of war. We don't want that. God desires that these innocent people die, or else he wouldn't have done it. God's the one that's orchestrating their death.
Yeah.
Right? And he says in Deuteronomy 32:4, it says, his work is perfect and all of his ways are just. Well, if all of God's ways are just, then we have to assume that when one man sins, that it's okay to execute his whole household.
Yeah.
I mean, it sounds like you have a better moral system than the God. So at some point, you need to ask yourself, why am I making excuses for this God? This God clearly sounds like the invention of a bunch of Bronze Age warlords.
I mean, well, here's one thing we could agree, right? The Bible was written by man, right? Like it was inspired, or at least it's said to be inspired by God, but written by man, right? So we're both in agreement there. Now, while it could have been, like I could say, for instance, and obviously this never happened to me, so I'm not even going to begin to lie and say, like, oh, I have a personal relationship with Jesus Christ and he talked to me last night. You know what I mean? Not anything like that, but could there be a possibility that some people had that, whether it be through, I don't know, visions or some level? Because I've been to church, I was raised in the church, like I said, and it's really hard for me to think that some of the people that I would see do things like the speaking in tongues and all that stuff were faking it. Like, I mean, there's got to be something there, right? Like, I knew these people personally. I don't think that they would have just thought, like, let me fool everybody and just start talking random crap.
Happens all the time. It's groupthink. They used to do it in ancient Greece too, and they also used to speak in tongues. Well, they still do speak in tongues. There's a number of Eastern religions around India that still practice speaking in tongues. It's just it's a mental phenomenon. Scientists have done studies on it, right? So there was a really interesting study done in the late 90s where they took people speaking in tongues and then they recorded them and analyzed the syllables coming out of their mouth. And as it turns out, when people speak in tongues, it's incredibly rare for them to say a syllable that's not part of their native language. Like, nobody who's an English speaker is going to be uttering syllables that only show up in Arabic, right?
Right.
Or like in some, lost tribe from the Amazon. So it's definitely a mental phenomenon that people are able to do. And I know people that can do it that aren't even Christians. In fact, there's a couple ex-Christians I know that are on this app that they speak in tongues sometimes just for fun to show people that it's not magic. It's just the brain doing what the brain does. Also, Dex with the super chat. Thank you, Dex, for the $5 super chat. Dex says, did any biblical author actually claim that they wrote was inspired by God? Kind of, yeah. There are some people, so, and the way, in the Old Testament there seems to be obviously the prophets, and then in the New Testament you get a really interesting passage from 2 Peter, where in 2 Peter chapter 3, he literally says that the writings of Paul should be regarded just like the other scriptures. Let me find it real quick. There we go. I'll put it on the screen. 2 Peter chapter 3, verse 14. Therefore, beloved, while you're waiting for these things, strive to be found by him at peace, without spot or blemish, and regard the patience of our Lord as salvation. So also our beloved brother Paul wrote to you according to the wisdom given to him, speaking of this as he does in all of his letters. There are some things in them hard to understand, which the ignorant and the unstable twist to their own destruction, as they do their own scriptures. As they do the other scriptures. So Peter seems to be classifying Paul as writing scripture that he got from God. So that's
right. And the same can be said from like just the story of Moses and the tablets, right, and the Ten Commandments.
Well, the problem is the narrative doesn't say Moses wrote those. People coming later claims that Moses wrote those. Bert, I see you had to run. It's good to have you here. Thanks for joining us. Next time we get a guest on the YouTube stream, join up on the YouTube stream so you can converse with us. We can get multiple people on YouTube going. But yeah, so let's talk about why you're coming back to the faith, though, because it sounds to me like you're still on the fence.
Yeah. I mean, it's one of those things where like you become so accustomed to something, like even like Christian music and stuff like that. You know, it's like stuff that you're so used to listening to, and like it would uplift you a little bit, and then now you kind of miss it, so to speak, right?
Let me read something for you real quick. We're going to go to Hosea chapter 11, verses 1 and 2. I want to illustrate why, even if you believe in a God, there's no reason to believe in this God. At least not the New Testament version. So Hosea verses 1 and 2 in chapter 11 says, "When Israel was a child, I loved him, and out of Egypt I called my son. The more that I called them, the more they went from me, and they kept sacrificing to the Baals and offering incense to idols." This sounds like the Exodus, right?
Yeah.
Right. Is this in the past or the future?
In the past. We're talking about the Old Testament.
Exactly, yes. Hosea is talking about what happened during the Exodus, right? Is there anything prophetic in these two verses?
No, you're just basically regurgitating what happened in history.
Exactly. Yeah, he's just regurgitating what happened in history. I agree, 100%. Now, when we go to Matthew chapter 2, Matthew has a different opinion. Matthew says about Jesus being taken to Egypt by Joseph. It says, thereafter, an angel of the Lord appeared to Joseph in a dream and said, "Get and take the child and his mother and flee to Egypt and remain there until I tell you, for Herod is about to search for the child and destroy him." Then Joseph got up and took the child and his mother by night and went to Egypt and remained there until the death of Herod. This was to fulfill what was spoken by the Lord through the prophet, "Out of Egypt I have called my son." So Matthew takes that random snippet from Hosea and says, prophecy fulfilled. There's no prophecy. It's just a random out of context quotation. And the first time I read this, I thought, well, surely he doesn't do this repeatedly. But nope, all of them are. All of the prophecies in Matthew and John are just random out of context quotations.
Yeah. And context is, in a way, subjective, right? I mean, I was recently listening to a podcast where they talked about, I think it was Michelangelo that drew Moses with horns or something like that, and I think it was because of the way the translation from Hebrew.
Yeah, well, there's actually a good debate on that one, because the Hebrew word Karen, it can be translated as horns, but that's the most definitive translation is as a horn. It can refer to strength or power, but typically it refers to a literal horn. Now, the difficulty is that there are a couple applications of the word Karen where it's referring to rays of sunshine, like something protruding out from something else. And so it gets used elsewhere to refer to the rays of sunshine, but we don't really see that in the Bible. We don't. we see it elsewhere in Hebrew literature, but not so much in the Bible. So a lot of people are torn about whether it says that horns grew from his face or that his face shone. So a lot of the early translations will say that his face grew horns, and that seems to be implied as well by the Latin and the Greek. But modern Hebrew interpreters are looking at it and they're saying, I don't think so. I think the Hebrew was pretty clear. I think it's referring to rays of sunshine as an idiomatic usage. But to me, this is just language is complex sometimes, you know?
Agreed. And I think sometimes the language that we, as you and I people, vary in by different languages and dialects is limited, right? I think it's limited. And when I think and I contextualize or visualize what a God would be like and him trying to communicate with us, for lack of a better way of describing it, a simpleton like myself, or perhaps one of the prophets or somebody that was writing down the Bible. Perhaps they're trying to, it's like when I'm writing code, right? I'm trying to picture it in my mind. And at the same time as my mind is processing, I'm trying to type it as fast as I can, to write out whatever program that I'm working on. I think I could liken myself to that, to something coming from God, if you will. And it's being conveyed and sent to a prophet or somebody that's trying to write down on paper with the limitations that they have given their language, right? Because even if we talk about things like slavery and things like that, I hear a lot of the argument is like, well, God condoned slavery.
He did.
And I agree. Like the Bible does say it. I'm not going to deny it. I'm not going to sit here and lie and say, wait, what about the context? There is no context, right? It's black and white. It's there. It's written.
Yeah. So what do you do with slavery? Because certainly you don't believe that God told the Israelites that they can own slaves.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. But at the same time, I do agree with the argument that it's based on the times. Well, I would like to think that God would be all-knowing and God would know that that is wrong.
Right, of course.
He's also limited by the times, right? Like I can't tell you, I couldn't come right now and go into the future and tell somebody like, here's how we're going to piece together a computer. Or computers didn't even exist. So but I'm still limited by
they knew what right and wrong was. Like if you said, listen, I don't want you owning slaves, you don't need a advanced knowledge for that. In fact, if you go to Leviticus 25, it's really well spelled out. He tells them, some people you're not allowed to own as slaves. I'll put it on the screen, although I don't think you can see it. Everyone else can. This is Leviticus 25:39. Says, if any who are dependent on you become so impoverished that they sell themselves to you, you shall not make them serve as slaves. They shall remain with you as hired or bound laborers. They shall serve you until the year of Jubilee. Then they and their children with them shall go out from your authority, and they shall go back to their own family and return to their ancestral property, for they are my servants who I brought out of the land of Egypt. They shall not be sold as slaves are sold. You shall not rule over them with harshness, but shall fear your God. And then he says, as for the male and female slaves who you may have, it is from the nations around you, so on and so forth, right? So God says, I don't want you making slaves of your own kin. That's not the thing that I want for you. But the foreigners, you can make slaves of the foreigners. So if God could tell the people that I don't want the Hebrews to be slaves, only the foreigners to be slaves, then it wouldn't have been complicated to say, don't make anybody a slave.
True, but at the same time, I can correlate it to a story in the New Testament where Jesus is eating at the table, and a woman comes and basically he humiliates her and tells her like, why am I going to give you when you're not part of my preferred people, if you will, right? And he likens her to a dog, and the woman replies like, even dogs eat scraps from the master's table, right?
Yeah, but we're not talking about dogs.
I think he was wrong by him. I'm sorry?
We're not talking about dogs. We're talking about slaves.
Right, but I mean, the correlation is there, right? Like he has a preferred people. In that passage, he's saying the people outside, which this woman would definitely be what you consider outside in the New Testament, right? She's not one that is partaking with him of the table. Right?
Yeah, he does have a preferred people, but that's irrelevant to whether or not slavery should be allowed. You're saying that slavery should be allowed for people that aren't God's preferred people?
I'm saying that's what the passage is saying, right? I mean, you agree with that, doesn't it?
The passage is saying that the Hebrews can own slaves of the foreigners, and they're not supposed to own slaves of their own brothers. Although if you go to
Right.
Exodus 21, it's clear that you can own female Hebrew slaves, just not male Hebrew slaves. But if God can tell you, I don't want you owning slaves of your own Hebrews, then he could have told them, I don't want you owning slaves at all. It doesn't matter if they're preferred people or not.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, when we look at it from humanistic eyes like yours and mine, I think it's wrong? Of course I do.
Of course.
Similarly, how he talked to that lady, I thought it was wrong. Like, hey, how are you gonna liken a human being to a dog? The woman's coming to you for help, right?
Right.
You didn't have to humiliate her.
Right.
Similarly, like in this scenario, I liken it to that, again, I'm not trying to make an excuse. Is it wrong? Absolutely. I'm not going to sit here and justify it and say that it's right. I'm just trying to, I hate to use this word, but to bring it context, right? To bring it to how it's viewed in that time. Again, going back to.
We know how it was viewed, though. Everybody practiced slavery. That's what I'm saying. The laws that God gives are nearly identical to everyone living in the Bronze Age, which is why I can't believe it's from God. Because if I can go to the laws of Hammurabi or the laws that we find in Egypt or from Babylon or Middle Assyrian laws, and they just look the same as what we find in the Bible, at what point do we say, oh, these are just laws that were popular at the time and it's just something a bunch of men put together?
Right. Well, I mean, I hate to give it that justification, but that's the only thing that I can logically, from my brain, given its limitations being human, right? That's the only logical conception that I could have, right?
And
If
all the
God
other law
came to
codes say
me-
they're from God. If you
if
read
God- Uh-huh.
if you read the laws of Hammurabi and the laws of Eshnuna and Lapidishtar and Middle Assyria, all these law codes claim to be coming from God. That's just the way they couched their legal system. It has authority because God says it. The same thing with the laws of Moses. It has authority because God says it. But in reality, they're just written by a bunch of dudes, which is why we've got passages like Deuteronomy 22, where it says that if a woman doesn't bleed on her wedding night, it means she's not a virgin and you get to stone her to death. But that doesn't mean she's not a virgin. Only about half of women actually bleed their first time.
Yeah. No, I mean, like I said, your points are well taken, and I completely agree, on a lot of it. And I mean, to me, I just basically boiled it down to, self-preservation in a way. Am I going to be okay with if, like you said, like going back, I think if you've had this conversation with somebody else as well, and I'm not trying to jump around too much, but, again, I just came across your channel. I like it. I like your challenges, and I occasionally like when you have, a good dialogue back and forth and with reasonable people, right? There's people that are completely unhinged and saying things that I would completely disagree with. But that being said, I'm trying to think of one of the scenarios that, gosh, my thought just escaped me right now. We were talking about, where were we at right now again? Sorry, I was saying that.
I think we were talking about how slavery was immoral, and you're saying, well, like everybody else was doing it.
Right. So everybody else was doing it at the time. So like I said, if I was to go and, say, like say even in America, if I say, okay, healthcare for everybody, how it's going to be like, it's not the norm, right? Everybody has to have a healthcare provider, and pay healthcare. If I say, hey, everybody should have free healthcare, I'll be labeled a socialist or what have you, right? I'm not trying to bring politics into this. I'm just saying, the same norms, when you're challenging the norms, it gives you more or more or less acceptance. And I'm not saying that God and Jesus are trying to be accepted all the time, because there's certainly certain things that are said.
But that was the whole point of the law code. God says in the book of Leviticus and elsewhere that he's giving you this law to make you different from the people before you. He's saying, don't be like the nations before you. You need to be holy because I'm holy. I'm driving them out of the land because they are defiled, because they're wicked. So here's a law code. If you follow this law code, you won't be wicked. You'll be righteous. Right? So the law code was supposed to make them righteous. It was supposed to make them separate and distinct from the people around them. It just happens to be that whoever wrote this never read any of the other laws, because the other law codes are pretty damn similar.
Yeah. Yeah, and going back to what I said, I think my guidance or my guide back to it is just the thought of self-preservation. Do I really want to burn in a lake of fire? And I remember now what I was going to say. I think one of the things that you said is like, who created that lake of fire and why are you getting there, right?
Yeah.
And what my counter to that would be like, well, it wasn't supposed to be like that, right? We were supposed to be in the Garden of Eden, but then Adam and Eve messed up, and now everybody's cursed from that day forward.
But
So
why were
now
they
the
cursed? Who cursed
only
them?
well, they were cursed by their own action, right?
No. Curses require God. God curses, right? So, like, God knew they were going to fall, and then he designed the consequences of the fall. Oh, we lost him. What happened? It's a shame. We just got to one of my favorite conversations. He'll come back. We got him. Give me a second.
Hey, I lost you there.
Yeah, we must have had a bad connection there. Anyways, welcome back. So, who decided what the consequences of the fall would be?
I don't think that it was decided. I think it was already established what the consequences would be, but it was the action.
Yeah, but who established what the consequences would be? Like, who made that decision?
Well, God, obviously, God created all of that.
Yeah, okay, so God didn't have to do anything. When Adam and Eve sinned, he could have forgave them. He didn't have to curse the earth. He didn't have to create hell. He didn't have to torture anybody. These are all decisions that he made.
Absolutely, and counteracted to my own argument, you could also argue that just as God expects us to forgive, why can't he forgive, right? Technically, he should have been able to forgive Adam and Eve because we're expected to forgive.
Yeah, if the right thing to do is to forgive 70 times 7, as Jesus did, God couldn't even forgive one.
Right. I mean, but then again, I go back to my notion of we're talking about a God and we're talking about power and how power can corrupt, even in just your regular human being. Why wouldn't it be permissible with a God if we're built in his image and he is like us? Couldn't we then conceptualize a God that would be corrupted a little bit by all the power that he contains?
I don't think so. I think a God that's corrupted or a God that's not good is an illogical God. It doesn't coincide with the biblical God, at least, right? If you tell me that the biblical God isn't all good, then I'm just going to show you passages where it says things like God is all good. He is loving. It literally says God is love, right? So if God is love, if God is perfectly just, and then we find instances of him not being loving, not being just, not being forgiving, then at what point do we just admit, like, the book is self-contradictory? It contradicts itself at every turn. Maybe the damn thing's not true at all. Like, you can still believe in a God without believing in this God. It sounds like you're just afraid to burn in hell, but hell's not a logical step at all. Like, if I said, like, Edward, I'm going to take your sister, I'm going to lock her in my basement and set it on fire, but don't worry, if she promises to date me, I'll let her out of the basement. That's exactly what God did with humanity. He said, okay, everyone's default position now is hell, but it's okay. As long as you love me, I'll let you out of hell. Well, that's not free will. That's not a choice. That's not good. God never had to make hell to begin with. There's no need for the fiery basement to exist.
I would argue the opposite of that. I would argue that you were safely in someone's basement in the Garden of Adam, in the Garden of Eden.
I wasn't.
Then the knowledge of good and evil was granted, right? Because of what Adam and Eve did. And then you were kicked out of there to where the regular world is which we're
why were they
today with all the natural disasters and diseases.
But why were there natural disasters?
Because that's how nature brings balance, in my opinion.
But who created nature?
You have to have natural disasters.
Could God create the earth without natural disasters?
I don't think so. Like, even if it's in the study of biology and in general sciences, it's established.
So God's not all powerful.
You have to have. I think. Well, yeah, I mean, you have a point there. I can't argue that one. Like, you're right. Like, I mean, he could technically say, "I'm not going to allow this tornado to happen," right?
Thanks, CP. Yep. God has power over all acts of nature. He says so. He controls the wind, the rain, the hail. He caused the east wind to blow to part the Red Sea. Everything that nature does, God is in charge of. You can't take the blame away from God. He says he controls it.
But I don't know. This is kind of silly. But have you ever seen the movie Bruce Almighty when he was like gonna be with his girlfriend and he pulls Jim Carrey's character pulls the moon down, causing a tsunami on the other side of the world. Do you remember that? What's to say that that's not happening, right? Like I say, we have an all-powerful God and he's doing things to, I don't know, like some kid is praying somewhere saying, hey, God, please prevent this storm to come from me. Then he deviates it and it hits somebody else. And now we're looking at him like he's a jerk or, mean because it went somewhere else.
Astronova and God EMB, thank you for the face paint. I appreciate that. Guys, thanks for being here. I know we're having some trouble getting traction here on TikTok, but we'll do what we can. So you're suggesting now that not only is God not all powerful, he's not all knowing. Like every time we walk into these problems, you keep making God weaker and weaker, like somehow he couldn't deal with it.
Yeah, I guess I'm just going based on my limited understanding as a person, right? And we're going back to the origins of our discussion and how our minds and our methodology of thinking is so limited based on the sciences and the things that we know. Like I said, if the moon is lower on one side of the world, or the differences in the variation of distances between the moon and the Earth cause different tides, right?
Yeah, but we're talking about whether or not like natural disasters need to happen, right? There's no reason why natural disasters have to happen. Like if you believe that God created everything and that in the garden there were no natural disasters, then that means God is in control of the natural disasters. He could make a world without them.
I that's what I would argue. I would argue that in the garden there wouldn't have been any natural disasters, but when he had to remove the tree of life, if you will, I think of it as an analogy, right? He removed the tree of life, therefore making us mortal,
right.
Mortal right. Human beings.
So then what you're saying is that God can do it without the natural disasters, which means the natural disasters were a design choice by God.
Yeah, I can't argue there. I think it is. I think it's like kind of like that train thing where you have to have the rotation of population.
Well, you don't need natural disasters for that. People die without natural disasters. Oh, we lost him again. I don't know why our connection keeps getting flaky right now. I assume he'll come back in a second. Sorry about that, guys. We got him back. I'm not sure what happened. Our connection having a little trouble right now.
I think it's Streamlabs because you just go away. I stay intact. It doesn't give me any messages that it's going on.
It must be Streamlabs. Streamlabs is not a very good piece of software. It's
how can I join from YouTube? I can't be able to figure that one out.
You're not joining from YouTube. You're joining is just an internet portal that's provided by Streamlabs, and then I'm sending it to YouTube.
Because I hear you say like people can connect through YouTube or TikTok, and I just went based off the YouTube description.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. It technically isn't through YouTube. It's just the people using YouTube will need to use that link, or they'll have to get off of YouTube and log on to TikTok.
Yeah.
Because technically you can use it whether you're watching on YouTube or not. Like people watching on Facebook right now, they can use it,
Yeah, no, I have my windows side by side and I can see what people write on the chat. And then I'm talking to you.
So Edward, I want to finish the conversation about the natural disasters. There's no reason why God had to make the earth with natural disasters, is there?
I think there is, because you have to have balance, right? I think of it like
balance of what?
Going back to my movie references, I think about it, The Matrix. Everything that has a beginning has to have an end.
Okay, so then when God renews the heavens and the earth at the very end in Revelation, God's going to have somehow an earth that still has natural disasters?
I would think so. I mean, you look back at the time of the dinosaurs, that's what happened, right? Like
it says there would be no more tears, no more sorrow, no more pain. How is that going to happen with natural disasters?
I think that would happen, obviously. I think that's equivalent to heaven, right? Like when there's no more pain, there's no more sorrow when you make it to heaven.
It's not heaven. Heaven's not a faraway place. Everything in the Bible tells you that heaven and earth is here. There's going to be a renewed heaven and a renewed earth, and the believers are going to live on it. You're not going to be whisked away into some magical kingdom.
Well, that's how I always heard it. I mean, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but that's how I've always heard it. So the people that were believers the rapture get taken away, right? There's no argument there. The rapture is by definition. rapture, right?
But that's not in the Bible, is what I'm telling you. That's in 1 Thessalonians chapter 4, and it doesn't say that they get whisked away into some mystical land far away. It says that they're going to meet the Lord in the air, and then they're going to dwell here on the renewed heaven and renewed earth.
Right, but the revelations, it's over a period of time, right? So you're saying we're just gonna that the Bible's saying that people are just gonna dangle in the heavens or the, for lack of a better, in the sky.
No, the earth is going to be renewed, and they're going to live here.
Right, but the renewal is going to take time.
I don't know how long it's going to take, but it's not going to take that long. I mean, if God could speak it into existence, I can imagine it can happen in a split second.
Yeah, and I've also heard the argument that says like 1,000 years is like a second to God or something like that.
Don't worry, that's a silly argument for anything. That's just how people get around firm dates.
Yeah.
Okay, so God doesn't have to make natural disasters. Case in point, they didn't exist during the time of Adam and Eve until they sinned. Case in point, they won't exist in heaven. Case in point, if God is all powerful, then God doesn't have to make natural disasters. He could invent something else. That's what all powerful means. So the fact that he chose to make natural disasters demonstrate that he's horrific. But I think the more probable answer is not that there's an all-loving God that decided to randomly execute people on the planet. I think it's more likely that he just doesn't exist.
Yeah, that's plausible.
Yeah.
But at the same time, like I said, I think that when we're talking about things, I think about the laws of nature, right? While we like to think that God is all powerful, there's still binding of the laws. Like even Jesus, when he said, give to Caesar what is Caesar's, when they were trying to trick him into say, don't pay your taxes. Right. He was still bound by the laws of the earth. Why couldn't we say the same thing, that he's bound by the laws of physics and science?
Because God is the author of physics and science, right? So when you say that God is bound by something, then you're again just admitting that he's not all powerful and he didn't create everything. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I'm with you.
Right? All of these answers that you're walking through are just demoting God. You're saying, well, God couldn't do it. God's not able to do it. God's not all powerful, but that just betrays the book. The book says he is all powerful.
Yeah, but the book is using verbiage and language that is limited to our understanding, right? And
no,
I guess that the book kind of covers itself by saying, lean not on your own understanding.
No, it's a terrible excuse. You don't need special knowledge to know if God is capable of doing all things or some things. You don't need a high IQ for that.
Right.
All right. Well, listen, I had a good time talking to you, Edward. I'm going to move on to the next guest. They've been waiting for a little while, but I appreciate you coming back and talking to me. Come back again, okay?
All right. Thanks. Take care.
Cheers. It's hard deconstructing. I can tell he's trying to hold on to it as much as he can. I remember being there myself. I remember being in the middle of deconstruction and just, desperately clinging to whatever was left, even the smallest things, Addison, welcome in. Addison, are you with us? Addison, did you request by accident? I don't think Addison meant to request. All right, we'll move on to Jag. Now, listen, there are dozens and dozens of Christians hanging out in the YouTube chat. I've been watching you for like the last hour. I don't know why none of you are actually in the queue. You're talking a lot of trash in the comments, and it's like I always say, it's a lion in the comments, a lamb in the guest box. I guess you guys just don't have the Holy Spirit, but Jag, welcome in.
Hey, it's great to see you.
Good to see you.
Quick question for you. Well, actually two. First off being, do you know of the Doug TikTok page?
Yeah. Isn't that great?
Okay. Do you run it?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I don't know who started it, but praise Doug.
Oh, okay, cool. Because me and them are friends, so I was just wondering if it was you.
It's not. I started the Tooth Fairy page a while back before Doug happened. But I kind of stopped using the Tooth Fairy page because Doug got too popular.
Oh, okay, no worries. I thought it was you. I was like, oh wow, I'm finally moving up in the world. I'm friends with Justin now.
No, wait, we're not friends? Come on. Hold on.
No, we're not. I follow you.
Get out of here. Hold on. I'm on my backup account right now. I followed you on my backup account at least. So
Okay.
And maybe I'll shoot me a DM after this, so make sure I follow you on all my accounts, okay?
Okay, I will. Also, last question for you. So I kind of came up with this today, and it doesn't have much credence, but I figured I would run it by you. What do you think of the fine-tuning argument being like kind of supported or viewed in a way where it's like things like some things in the universe have been quote unquote fine-tuned to be a constant now? Like, say how certain things have achieved homeostasis or whatever, or quote unquote perfection, fine-tuned, whatever you want to call it. So that way they are quote unquote stable, finely tuned, whatever at this point. So that way we see them as constants. What do you think about that?
No, it's not only a good argument, but it's a true argument, because just because we observe something in space right now and say this appears to be a universal constant doesn't mean that it always was. And in fact, quantum physics is breaking that right now. Quantum physics, there's a lot of theories now that are suggesting some of the things that we know that might be constants might not actually be constant. Like, for example, even the speed of light, or even the way that time works. All of these theories are being challenged by quantum physics right now as we speak. So,
No, yeah, the math starts to break down whenever you go to certain extremes. So, yeah,
but
definitely.
the other thing too is, like, let's imagine they are constant. Well, that doesn't do anything for us. I could care less if they're constant. You're just describing a fact of physics, but the fact that something is a constant doesn't mean that it's special. It just happened to be the case, you know?
Right. And I agree. I kind of thought about this today where I was like, I can kind of see where the theists are coming from, but at the same time, it doesn't really make a hill of beans because the argument is still the same. It's still illogical.
Right. But if you invoke the fine-tuning argument, you still have to figure out, you have to come up with why there is so much chaos, right? Because you're saying, well, fine-tuning is evidence of God. Okay, well, what is the evidence of the chaos? What's the chaos mean, right? And then they always go to the same thing. They'll go to the fall. Like, okay, well, that doesn't mean anything to me on account of that if God designed all this, and in fact, there's chaos rather than fine-tuning, you're making an excuse for why there's not fine tuning. The minute you have to make an excuse for why we see chaos instead of fine tuning is the second that I know that it's not actually fine tuned, because now you're justifying why it's chaos and not fine tuning.
Exactly. And then it also adds the other question of if everything is so chaotic, does that mean that before the fall, everything was just like, what does that mean? Where does that leave us?
Yeah, that's a good question, because like there's many theories about, like, I don't know why there is chaos, and they have to go back and say, well, we know for sure that before Adam and Eve sinned, there wasn't chaos, but it hardly seems to be the case.
Right.
I mean, from
the universe has always seemed pretty chaotic.
Right. Yeah, we have no reason to believe otherwise. Like, unless there was absolutely nothing, and then from nothing, God spoke things into existence. But that seems to betray the Hebrew text. The Hebrew text of Genesis seems to imply that they believed the same thing that the other people in the ancient Near East believed, that there was like this primordial waters of chaos, and from these primordial waters of chaos, everything was made. And so if that's the case, that even in the biblical text, it starts off with chaos, and it says that. It literally says tofu vafohu in Hebrew, which means formless void chaos.
Yeah, exactly. I'm sorry. I'm like smiling so big right now because I'm like, yeah, exactly. This is what's been going on in my head since like I was like a early teenager, you know, like none of this makes sense. If everything is so perfect, then why does the Bible even start out with in pure chaos?
Right. Yeah. The Bible starts with chaos and it ends with theoretical not chaos, but that not chaos will never happen because the not chaos period of Revelation was supposed to happen during the first century, and then it never happened because the book of Revelation is just a pile of failed prophecy.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. I just wanted to run that by you and see if you thought it gave it credence or if you thought, no, definitely not. But I definitely agree with you. It pretty much it doesn't really add anything.
Right. Yeah, I agree. It was good to hear
change
from you, Jag.
anything.
Praise Doug.
It's always great to see you and hear from you too.
Absolutely. I told Doug you said hi.
Thank you so much, my man. I'll be in the comments.
All right. Have a great one.
Yeah.
All right. We've got Anna and then Sean coming in. We'll get Anna first and then we'll do Sean. Oh, Anna dropped. Apparently they didn't mean to be here. We'll get Sean next. All right. Sean, you're on. How you doing?
Hey, I'm doing better than last time.
Yeah, at least you have a shirt on.
I got a shirt on, but I want to ask how come the picture that you had behind you didn't have a shirt and that wasn't a problem?
What picture?
Well, when we were talking last time, there was a picture. We were talking about slavery, so you were showing a African American slave, and he was being whipped, but he didn't have a shirt on in the picture.
You mean the crude drawing from the 1800s?
Yeah. Yes.
Apparently it passed censorship on TikTok.
Okay. I was just curious about that. But this time, I just want to ask you some questions, if that's okay with you.
Go for it.
So you said that you went to Bible college?
I went to Bible college and seminary.
Oh, okay. Were you a Christian all through that?
Primarily, yeah. By the time I got to seminary, though, I was probably so liberal that it would be hard to classify me as a traditional Christian. I certainly didn't believe in biblical inerrancy. By the time I was finished with seminary, though, I was basically an agnostic. I wouldn't have really fit into the Christian mold.
I don't know. That just kind of blows my mind. I was just curious about how you went that way and then end up on the opposite viewpoint. I just was trying to understand. I've been thinking about you and I prayed for you, and I just want to understand, like, what changed your look on God, or like, I know some people, I was raised in church and it felt like a job to me, but when I chose to follow God as an adult, it was totally different. So, like, were you like coerced into following that path, but you really didn't want to follow that path, or what was that?
No, I didn't grow up in a religious family at all. I chose to go to school. I chose to be a Christian. It was decisions that I made, and I believed it with all my heart. That's why I spent that amount of time doing the education. That's why I was in ministry. I decided not to chase after worldly pleasures. I decided not to chase after jobs that would be lucrative. I purposely sacrificed my life for the call. The problem is, the more you study the Bible, the more things fall apart. It's just the book is full of contradictions. It's full of failed prophecies. Jesus didn't fulfill any messianic prophecies. In order to believe that the book is true, you have to believe that lies are good, that slavery is okay, that it's okay to kill
The slavery
people.
thing, I didn't have time to think about it, and I was not logical. I was too emotional about the situation, but I don't feel like he condoned it. I feel like he regulated what people were already doing.
What's the difference between regulating and allowing?
Well, condone means like, okay, allow, but it's like, if you're going to do it, just do it a certain way.
You're breaking
You
up.
should. He never said you should.
Your connection's breaking up. Do you have Wi-Fi? Sean, no one can hear you, my man. You're breaking up really bad. It's like, Sean, you're breaking up pretty bad. We can't hear you. The camera's froze too. I think you gotta find some Wi-Fi, my man. All right, he dropped, but I think he'll be back in a second. I love when they say that God didn't condone slavery; he regulated. What did he regulate? What did he change about it that would be considered regulation? You know what I mean? What's the difference? What's the distinction? All right, we'll bring him back. All right, welcome back, Sean. See if it's any better.
Okay, I'm still here. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you. Yeah.
So the whole time throughout your Christian journey that you did have, you never felt the presence of God, and you never like.
Obviously, I thought I did. But
how can you deny that?
Once you're on the other side, it's pretty easy to realize that it's just your mind doing things to you. It happens in every religion. Well, every religion has people who experienced God, but like you wouldn't use that as a justification for their religion being true, would you?
Well, it matters how the religion views lies.
Well, obviously Christianity views lies as acceptable because the book's full of it.
I don't have the understanding, I guess, that you do. I'm not able to go to the Greek and the Hebrew like you are. But I have read the Bible through and through, and at face value, you don't see I don't see any lies at face value. But if I was to track it and trace it, maybe I could feel that way, but I can't feel that way because I haven't studied it as much as you, I guess, or I don't know. But
I can show you something.
I would like to see what you would like to show me.
Sure. We can start with Romans. Good to see you, Sarah, by the way. Sorry, Sean, you can't see Sarah, but everyone else can see her. She's in here. I don't know if you can hear her either, but no. Sarah, can you hear Sean?
I actually can't hear him
I figured as much, yeah. We still don't have any crosstalk with the guests. I think I have a way to fix that, but we're not going to test it out.
You're a smart man. I know you will. You'll figure it out.
So let's go to Romans chapter 3, and I'll read it out. And it says, "There is no one who is righteous, not even one. There is no one who has understanding. There is no one who seeks God." Now, if you would believe this is Paul's justification for why nobody gets into heaven without the blood of Jesus. But
that's what I believe too.
Right. Well, the problem, though, is like there's references to people in the Bible who were righteous. For example, in Luke chapter 1, it says, "In the days of King Herod of Judea, there was a priest named Zachariah who belonged to the priestly order of Abijah. His wife was the descendant from the daughters of Aaron, and her name was Elizabeth. Both of them were righteous before God, living blamelessly according to all the commandments and regulations of the Lord." So, like, Paul obviously got that wrong.
Well, I don't think that they lived a perfectly sinless life.
But he didn't say that. He didn't say that everybody is unrighteous because they've sinned even once. He says there is no one who is righteous. Now, you can be righteous and still commit a sin. David says he was righteous. If you read the Psalms of David and you read the Song of David written in 2 Samuel, he declares himself as righteous, and God even tells him that he's righteous. But we know that he sinned. The key of righteousness is that when you do sin, you ask for forgiveness. You repent of your sin. So
I agree with that.
Yeah, just because you've made one sin doesn't mean you're not righteous.
But from my understanding, and you can explain to me how you view this, but from my understanding, one sin equals death. So
where's that in the Old Testament?
Well, I have to Google that because like I said, I'm not sharp as you. That's my understanding. But I mean, you could.
Oh, we're losing Sean again. Sean, you're freezing on us again. Sean?
I'm still here. Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. Yeah, we got you back.
All right. Well, I was just trying to Google it, but I guess I don't have enough bandwidth for that, possibly. But
well, that's okay. Let's talk about it, okay? So,
right on.
this idea that if you've even committed one sin, that you should go to hell. Do you think that's
That's what I believe is true. And since none of us are able to reach that, we have to have Jesus as our sacrifice in order to make it.
right? But that's what I'm saying is why is it that even one sin will send you to hell? Who made that decision?
God,
Okay, and why did he
Jesus
make that
Christ.
decision?
But that's what I was putting in the comments. I think asking people these questions is only going to get you so far because we are not God and we can't answer for God. I think that it would be wise to pray.
Right, but what you're
And
suggesting
you are
is
really
that
seeking.
when you get to questions that are difficult because you know the answer is uncomfortable, then your cop out is, well, we can't understand God. But if
Oh,
I
no, no, no.
if I
Oh, no. Look.
if I read you the same thing from the Quran, you would say, oh, well, obviously that God is a monster or that God doesn't exist. But
Well, no,
when we
no,
read
not
it
me. No,
when we read it
no. I just
when
think
we
that
talk
God is
about
false.
when we talk about your own God, then you want to make excuses for it.
No, I won't, sir. I won't. Look, I believe that God is badass. That's what I believe. So I feel like he is badass, and that is it.
Yeah,
And
but why is
we're at
anyone
his
going to hell?
mercy. Well, we're at his mercy. We woke up this morning with breath in our bodies.
No,
He
that's
created the
not an
devil.
answer to my
People
question.
fear that.
Why did he
Well,
even create hell?
I don't know. You got to pray. I mean, you're seeking wisdom. He'll give it to
So
you.
Christianity is selling you the antidote to the poison that they created. That's the whole point. There's this
I would
idea
say that would be liberal
that
there.
if God created all things, could God have created the world where the alternative to heaven was not hell, not punishment?
Yes,
Okay,
he could have.
but he chose the torture. That was the decision he made, which to me is an irrational thing to believe, that we have this all good, all loving, all knowing entity that created human beings to have a sin nature. He knew that they would sin. And then he said, because you're not perfect, because you literally can't be perfect unless you're God, because you're
Hey,
not perfect, your default position is going to be conscious torment in hell. The only way
as-
that you can get out of this is if you love me.
why not love God?
Because
Right as mercy.
that's a horrible choice. If I said,
But no, that's
listen,
the
I'm
smart
gonna
choice.
take your sister and I'm gonna lock her in my basement and light it on fire, but don't worry, I'll let her out
Right.
as long as she promises to date me. Am I a good guy?
Well, the problem with that is
Well, hold
I
on.
can only respect you as a man. I can't
Just,
respect you as God. If you
just
did that as a man,
answer my analogy. In my analogy, am I a good guy?
no.
Why am I not a good guy?
According to my human understanding, no. And my mere understanding, no.
Right. So again, you're just copping out again, because every time we talk about how God is a barbarian, you go back to, oh, well, we just can't understand God. But I'm proposing that if you have a God that is so illogical, why do you believe in this God to begin with? He's not a logical God.
Well, like I said last time, I know you like to use hypotheticals, but you know the Bible's so good that I don't feel like you need to use hypotheticals. You could actually just point to different places in the Bible where he did something.
Yeah. I've seen it. I've seen him do horrible things. We've been talking about it all night. And
Well,
the
so some of the
kicker,
horrible things, natural disasters is one of them, right?
that's one of them. But the kicker, to me, the death nail in this coffin, the last nail to be pounded into the coffin, is the fact that Jesus just didn't fulfill any prophecies. Not a single prophecy did Jesus ever fulfill that the Messiah was supposed to fulfill. And the ones that are attributed to him are clearly lies. They're just random, out of context quotations from the Old Testament.
Well, it seems like to me he did fulfill prophecies from the Old Testament.
Can you name one of them?
But
Because
like I
I bet
said,
you can't.
well, he was born of a virgin.
All right, where's that prophesied?
I'm just naming the things he's done. Like I said, sir, you know this Bible better than me, and that's why.
I gotcha. That comes from Isaiah chapter 7. Now, as it turns out, Isaiah chapter 7 doesn't say anything about the Messiah being born of a virgin, not even close. It is a prophecy about...
Well, the whole Bible prophesies about Jesus coming, though.
It doesn't. That's what I'm trying to demonstrate to you. So it says...
In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God.
That was written after Jesus already died. That's meaningless to me. When we talk about whether or not Jesus fulfilled prophecies, you have to look at texts that were written before he existed.
So the book of Isaiah, that I do know that the book of Isaiah does speak about things that sound like Jesus, but you don't think that?
They don't. I'm going to demonstrate to you right now, okay? So Isaiah chapter 7 is the prophecy of being born of a virgin, supposedly, but it doesn't actually say that. There's a prophecy that is given to the king of Judah, because the king of Judah is under attack by two other kings. He's under attack by King Pekah and King Rezin. And these are the kings of the northern alliance between the northern Israelites and the Arameans. And it says, "Again the Lord spoke to Ahaz, saying, Ask a sign of the Lord your God, and let it be as deep as Sheol or as high as heaven." So God is reassuring him that his kingdom's not going to fall. So he says, ask a sign. That way you'll know. And it says, "But Ahaz said, I will not ask, and I will not put the Lord to the test." Then Isaiah said, "Hear then, O house of David, is it too little for you to weary mortals, that you weary my God also? Therefore, the Lord himself will give you a sign. Look, the young woman is with child, and shall bear a son, and shall name him Emmanuel. He shall eat curds and honey by the time he knows how to refuse the evil and choose the good. For before..."
So is that not...
Hold on, last verse. "Before the child knows how to refuse evil and choose the good, the land before whose two kings you are in dread will be deserted." So right off the bat, it's very clear. It's a prophecy to King Ahaz about a child who's already been conceived. He's about to be born. And before that child knows right from wrong, the two kings that are troubling Ahaz, their lands are going to be deserted. That's what the prophecy is about.
God is able to live in the past, the present, and the future all at the same time.
But
he's outside of time.
But
we're inside of time.
That has nothing to do with the prophecy. The prophecy is about a specific event. The prophecy in Isaiah 7 is about the king of Assyria.
But there was.
The prophecy in Isaiah chapter 7 is how the king of Assyria is going to wipe out the northern alliance that is coming against Judah. It's not about a Messiah.
Did it happen?
Yes, it actually did happen.
Did it happen?
Yes, the Assyrians did come down and wiped out the northern tribes and wiped out the Arameans. That actually happened. So it's not about Jesus at all.
Well, that was prophesied that he'd be born of a virgin, then he was born of a virgin, though.
No, it wasn't.
Oh, seems like it.
That prophecy comes from
Well, I got another
chapter.
question.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I do want to go in depth on this, but like I said, I don't have all of it. The knowledge that you have, like that, to me, if I was you and I knew that, that would that opens my eyes more. Like you just strengthen my connection with God
by showing you that the New Testament's a lie.
I didn't see that. I seen that was prophesied. I just spoke that.
We'll try this again.
The beautiful
what part of the passage prophesied that anyone's going to be born of a virgin?
Didn't you say that?
No, I didn't.
That in Isaiah?
I said Isaiah says the opposite. Isaiah says that a child is going to be conceived at the time of King Ahaz. We're talking about 725 BCE. There's a child who's already conceived. And before that child knows right from wrong...
It said is going to be conceived?
No, already conceived.
Is that what it says?
Yes.
I mean, I could get up and grab a Bible, but I'm just going off your word.
"Behold, the young woman is with child and shall bear a son." And the Hebrew word here is chara, which means it's an adjective to mean to be pregnant. It's saying she is pregnant. She's with child.
So you don't believe in the New Testament, or you don't believe in the whole Bible?
I don't believe in any of it. There are some historical data points in there that are correct. Like we know that King David existed. We know that the northern tribes seem to existed in history. The tribe of Judah existed in history. We know that some of their people existed. We know that King Jehu existed. We know that King Mesha of Moab existed. We know that Hiram of Tyre existed. So like there are some historical data points that we know are true from the Bible, but that doesn't mean that the mythology is true, because I can go into the book and find 100 places where it's not true. It's just like any other ancient text. Like if I read the ancient texts of the Babylonians, I'm going to find some stuff that's historically accurate. I'm going to find other stuff that's not true. Like when they start talking about their god Shamash and the moon god Sin, and all the other religious stories that they tell about their culture. Obviously, those parts aren't true. Is it true that maybe the Babylonians actually existed and they built ziggurats and things like that? Of course it's true. Is it true that their gods are real, that Lord Marduk is reigning in the sky? No, of course not.
Well, I hear a popular argument for Christianity and for Jesus is that why would so many witnesses stand on what they said up until death, and a harsh death even, if it weren't true? If they were just propagating a lie, why would they suffer so harsh deaths and embarrass? Like they didn't chase fame or popularity.
The same reason why the Jewish people
suffered.
The same reason why the Jewish people suffered for their religion for literally 1,000 years. They could have recanted their religion, and they chose not to. In fact, if you read in the Maccabees, there's a man who was a retired priest in the book of Maccabees, they were trying to force him. The Greeks were trying to force him to eat pork, and he chose to be executed rather than to eat pork. People of a particular faith are always willing to give their lives for it. And in our lifetime, well, my lifetime, maybe not yours. In my lifetime, I witnessed religious zealots from the Near East fly airplanes into towers for their religion. They committed suicide for their religion. People commit suicide for their religious beliefs all the time.
We don't know that for sure. I'm a little bit of a conspiracy theorist as well, but maybe that happened. We'll say that.
It's written. It's jihad is part of the religion.
That's the narrative.
The goal in Islam is to, like, the highest good is to be a martyr for the faith.
You could dig into that. I mean, they might have wanted to do something like that, but you could probably dig into that and find out some more stuff.
No,
we do got the internet now.
The Islamic faith prioritizes martyrs. That's the highest good is you can be a martyr for the faith. And we've got modern Christian cults too. I
do feel like they're lost because of the simple fact that they believe in Jesus, but they don't believe that He is God.
Right, but
do you believe that Jesus was alive and walked this earth?
Yeah, I do, but none of that matters. We're talking about whether or not people will die for something, even though that something is not true.
Right, you're right about that. Yes.
Yeah. Let me grab some super chats here before they get lost in the mix. Ligma, fantastic name, by the way. Ligma says, can you please show our Lord and Savior Doug to the camera so we can give him worship that he earned and created us for us? Yes, here is Doug, the rock of your salvation, guys. Pay homage to Doug. He is the firm footing that you can rest your foot on. He will never let you down. He was prophesied in the Bible. That's why everywhere God is spoken about in the Bible, it says that God is an actual rock. Thank you so much, Ligma, for the $5 super chat and for praising Doug as he deserves. And Stars Infinity, thank you for the $6.66 super chat. Stars says, it seems indoctrination keeps a person from seeing the plain reading and truth of the text. Blind faith keeps people blind. And I agree. I think that people reading the book, they're not, half the time, they're not really reading it honestly. They're reading it and they're saying, well, I don't like what it says. What words can I change in the book so that it means what I want it to mean and not what it actually means? That's been my experience, at least. That's why I'm not a Christian. I wasn't willing to do that. I wasn't willing to look at the book and say it means something.
I'm not willing to do that.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I don't think you are, actually. Also, last one, Hard Work. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Hard Work says, mind giving your take on the gross male-female biblical dynamic of gune ina phobetai, tone andro, Ephesians 5:33, and possible meanings of phobetai. Okay, so I'm not a Greek scholar. I primarily read Hebrew, studied the Old Testament, but I know a little bit about what you're talking about. The last word, the one you're interested in, the phobetai, that is what women are supposed to do to their husbands, right? So I'll put it on the screen for everyone real quick. So Ephesians 5:33. Sorry for the side trail here, Sean, but this is actually a really good question, and I don't think anyone's asked it before. So it says, each of you, however, should love his wife and himself, and wife should respect her husband. Well, the word that's actually used here, the one that the commenter Hard Work points out, it doesn't necessarily mean to respect. It means to be fearful of. You should be fearful of your husband, right? And there are words in Greek you can use to denote respect. Paul chose not to use it here. He chose to use the word fear. So yeah, to me, I agree with you. Hard Work. I think I think this passage is a little more harsh than our English Bibles would lead us to believe. I think our English Bibles are trying to soften it for you a little bit. Sean, sorry about the interruption. Where were we?
So you do believe that Jesus was alive and walked this earth?
Yeah, I think he was. Yeah, I think he was probably a real person, the same way that I think Buddha was a real person, but I don't believe the religion of Buddha.
I don't either.
Right.
So how do you feel like he got his, like, why do you think people followed him the way they did?
Jesus?
Yes.
Well, I don't know if a lot of them actually did. Like, we've got the narrative of the Gospels that claim that he's got this huge ministry, but there's no actual material evidence of that, right? Like, if everything in the Gospels literally happened, I would expect that we would have tons and tons of documents from the first century about this guy, but we really don't. Like, if he was feeding 5,000 people, if 5,000 people witnessed a miracle, and then again it happened later with 4,000. So if 9,000 people witnessed this miracle and not a single one of them actually like wrote about it, that's weird to me. The only people that actually recorded Jesus's life were his literal followers. And most of them didn't write about his life. Most of what they get is copied from
people that
Mark.
need to be fed, people that need charity and need to be fed might not have access to write or knowledge to write.
Well, 7% of the ancient Roman world, 7 to 10% could read and write. So they had some access to the utensils. And Paul was just a humble tent maker, and he was writing all kinds of letters.
True.
Right? So, like, there were people there that could have done it, and there were Roman historians that were writing. Like, so it says in the book of Acts that the men of Galilee witnessed Jesus not resurrect, but ascend from the earth into the clouds. They witnessed it. They were looking up, and the disciples were like, "Hey, what are you guys looking at?" But if that were the case, if all these non-followers of Jesus, the men of Galilee, were watching Jesus just float into the clouds, and nobody went and told everybody they knew about it. If you see a guy floating in the sky, ascending into heaven, it's in the book of Acts when Jesus ascends. Is it chapter 4? Is it chapter 4 when he ascends? I'll find it. Hold on. Now I got to remember. Let's see. Chapter 4, they're before the council. So it had to be before the council. Maybe it was chapter 3.
But either way, it was written about. If you know about it, then it was written about. But then you say, well, that was his followers that wrote that.
Right, yeah. Oh, chapter 2. I apologize. Chapter 2, yeah. Okay, so let's see where it says. Yeah, chapter 2, I'll put it on the screen. Sorry, you can't read it. It says, now there were devout Jews from every people under heaven living in Jerusalem. And at this sound, the crowd gathered and was bewildered. because each one heard. Oh, this is not the ascension. This is Pentecost. Well, damn it. What chapter did he float up into the heavens? I'm just going to Google it.
Isn't it at the end of one of the Gospels?
He does that too, yeah. In the Gospels.
A lot of floating.
I know. Oh,
For some reason I'm not remembering.
chapter
hearing about
1.
that.
Acts 1 verses 6 through. For some reason I thought the first thing in the book of Acts was the Pentecost, not the resurrection. Obviously that.
And you know that word is so good. It's okay.
It says, so when they had come together, they asked him, Lord, is this the time when you will restore your kingdom of Israel? And replied, it is not for you to know the times or the periods, but the Father has set by his own authority. But you will receive power when the Holy Spirit comes upon you, and you will be my witnesses in Jerusalem, in Judea, and Samaria, and to the ends of the earth. When he had said this, as they were watching, he was lifted up, and a cloud took him out of their sight. While he was going, and they were gazing up toward heaven, suddenly 2 men in white robes stood by them, and they said, Men of Galilee, why do you stand looking up towards heaven? So the men of Galilee and the disciples are watching Jesus get carried off into the clouds. You know what I mean? And
I've read the whole Bible, and it's just like you can read it, but that's a huge book. It's a book full of books, but you don't remember everything. And I didn't even remember this, so I don't have no kind of argument about that whatsoever.
Right.
But
let me address my favorite topic ever since I've got you here.
Yeah.
And this is what the topic of the live is about right now. So it'll be in good keeping. While we're pulling up the Bible verse, though, guys, we've got Sarah in the house over here on TikTok. Make sure you're dropping Sarah a follow. She's another deconstruction creator, does an amazing job. And if you're not following her, I think you're missing out. So I'm going to read Jeremiah 31. Sorry, Sarah, were you going to say something? Okay. Jeremiah 31. Do you know when Jeremiah wrote, Sean?
No, in the Old Testament, yeah.
Right, yeah.
But besides that, no.
He wrote just before and then also during the Babylonian exile, according to the text. And then he made predictions about what's going to happen during and after the exile. He says that the exile is only going to last for 70 years, and then they're going to be brought back to their land, and then everything's going to be restored, and so on and so forth. But he gives a really interesting prophecy in Jeremiah 31, and it's a prophecy of comfort. He says, Thus saith the Lord, a voice is heard in Ramah, lamentation and bitter weeping. Rachel is weeping for her children. She refuses to be comforted for her children. This is one of the mother of the Israelite tribes. It's not a literal woman named Rachel. It's a euphemism for the mother of the Israelites that are being carried off in battle. But he says, Rachel is weeping for her children. She refuses to be comforted for her children because they are no more. Thus saith the Lord, keep your voice from weeping and your eyes from tears, for there is reward for your work, says the Lord. They shall come back from the land of the enemy. So just based on the face of this, the passage is clearly a prophecy about how you don't need to weep for your children. They're being deported by the Babylonians currently, or the Babylonians, but they'll come back. It's going to be okay, right?
I mean, at face value, yeah.
Right. Is there anything?
I see. Here.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like when people twist the Bible either. I agree with you, and I like to read it at face value. But see, what happens with me in my life is I read the Bible, and I don't even read it as much as you apparently, but I read it every day, but I don't read whole books every day or anything like that. And then in my life, I'm faced with a situation, and I wouldn't be able to see through the situation without the knowledge that I've gained. It reflects, it's alive. Like it's still, even though it was written and it's an ancient text, it's still relevant to life for human beings.
Yeah, but people would say
today.
The same thing about the Vedas, or they would say the same thing about the Quran. Like people read it and say, it speaks to me, right?
Both of those, like So with the Hindus, they believe in multiple gods, but the gods don't even get along with each other.
So
That doesn't make sense. And then
wait, so you're
with,
judging the Hindu gods based on whether or not they're logical?
they don't get along with each other. So how, so that there's nothing, no,
The way
there's
the
nothing
way
holy about that.
the way of the Hindu gods are higher than your ways. You just can't understand them.
No, this
You see
ain't
how that
that.
works? So you're using your logic and reason to,
I just
to
can't,
judge.
I can't say too much about it.
Hold on, Sean, just listen. You're using
Yeah, I see.
you're using your logic and your reason to determine that the Hindu gods don't make sense and therefore you shouldn't believe them. But you won't do
I've
that.
never seen them in my life, though. I mean, they've never done anything for me. I've never seen representation of anything that they've ever done besides what the people say. But in my life, I have seen representation.
But I worked with a guy named
what-
Sanjeev who was visited by two of the Indian gods.
Put them on a lie detector test.
He's a good friend of mine.
That's all I can
Why
say
would he
about
lie to
that.
me about it?
Why would he not?
Why would you not?
Because of my
See what I'm
religion.
saying?
But
So
but
now
I-
the standard
one
of
thing
the standard of evidence is now, if I have an experience, then that means my God is true. But other people have experiences with their gods, and you're just going to say that they're lying or they're deceived.
But there's the devil too, though.
But I could use the same logic against you. I could just say that you're being deceived. You're lying. You see how that goes around?
Well, my religion is based upon me not lying, so I'm trying to be honest and like stick to my religion best as I can.
Well, let's not pivot to that topic. Let's finish Jeremiah 31. So Jeremiah 31, 15 and 16 is clearly written to the grieving mothers as their children are being carried away, and they're saying that it's okay, they're going to come back, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the problem with this is if we go to the book of Matthew, Matthew does something completely unheard of. Matthew says that this is about the babies in Bethlehem. Says, we'll start in verse 17.
Oh, I see what you're getting.
Yep. When the babies get executed in Bethlehem, it says, then what had been spoken through the prophet Jeremiah was fulfilled. A voice was heard in Ramah, wailing and loud lamentation, Rachel weeping for her children. She refused to be comforted because they are no more. But then he cuts off the point that says that you don't need to weep because they're going to come back from the land of the enemy. But clearly that can't fit. It's about two different, entirely different topics.
But that's what I look. That's how you look at it. The way I look at it is that God operates in the past, present, and future. He's outside of time, and that they are speaking about the same thing. And
but they can't be.
I feel like they're. But you.
The context of Jeremiah is about the Babylonian exile.
Time too. But what I said too last time is like I feel like it's just you're only focused on the flesh, but you're not.
No, it's not flesh. It's just what words mean. The words that Jeremiah spoke have meanings. They mean something. So
I got a question for you.
If you're telling me that the words of Jeremiah don't mean anything, then why are you reading it?
I'm not saying that.
Okay.
I do know you know the Bible better than me, but that just should mean it's just to me it seems like you would believe more. But I understand you said that you've learned so much about it to now you see holes in it. Basically, is what you're saying. I haven't seen these holes. You're pointing them out to me. They're not. I understand you say, well, you're just saying you understand God, but anybody can make that argument for their religion. You make really good points. I know in my personal life, I guess I just have to leave it at this, man. I know in my personal life, I've seen things good and bad. Okay, can I tell you a story? But I mean, you might just say I lied then, huh?
Well, the problem with stories is that you expect us to think that your stories are meaningful, but if I tell you a story about somebody from another religion, you're not going to think that it's meaningful. So if you want me to think that your story is meaningful, then you have to give the same credit to my stories from people of other religions.
Well, okay, I thought you were an atheist.
I'm an atheist, but what I'm saying is if your story somehow validates your God, then so does the story of my friends of other religions. So your story is only as unique as every other story told from every religion.
Well, I would agree to do a lie detector test if possible. But so at one point in time, I did know that there was a God still, but I had such a hard upbringing in life that I didn't even care about the afterlife at the point where I just wanted to have success on earth and I just wanted to have wealth on earth. And I tried to follow the devil on purpose. And let me tell you something. He will give you an apple. There'll be a worm in it. I had a lot of success all of a sudden, and then a lot of bad things happened all of a sudden. And God had mercy and allowed me to come back and walk with him again. But even though I went that far.
That's just life.
Okay, the story is I was playing basketball and look,
Sean,
I was playing basketball outside of the
ups
park.
And downs.
Well, sir, if okay, I was playing basketball at a park. I was homeless at the time, and I was staying with a girl. Her family let me stay with her and everything like that. I had dropped out of high school at this point in time, so while she was in school, I was just at the basketball court playing basketball. There was this old man that was far off from me, and he was doing martial arts like Bruce Lee, jumping in the air high as Michael Jordan and spinning and kicking and everything. This man comes up to me. I'm just on the phone with her, and then get off the phone, and I was like, I'm about to fight this guy, I guess. And he walks up to me and he says, do you want to fight me? And I said, no, not really. It looks like you know martial arts and everything. He said, or do you want to smoke? And I had weed, but I don't know how he knew it. I guess I'm young and black, but I didn't have nothing to roll it up with. He pulled out papers. We sat there and tried to roll up the weed. He sat next to me. The wind was blowing so strong we couldn't roll it up. So he was sitting under a shelter area where like a family could have a family reunion. I walked over there with the man to the table. There was a table and we sat down and rolled up weed. And then I told him I can rap. So I put on a beat and I was rapping. And then he said he tapped me like he wanted to rap. And this is an old white man. I'm like, what? This guy's about to rap? And he bust out rapping. And this is the best rapper I've ever heard in my life. He's better than any rapper that there ever will be. I don't want to say all that, but he's the best rapper that I've ever heard in my life. Better than any celebrity, anybody. And this is just some old white dude. And I'm talking about, he's talking about spiritual things, light and darkness, angels. He's talking about human anatomy, all making sense and flowing and sounding cool at the same time. And I call him out on it. I said, there's no way that you can rap like that, dude. And who are you? And he stood up and he said, I need some of your power. Can I touch you? And I said, no, you cannot. He stood up. He put his hands into a triangle. He said, I can receive your power like this. I said, no, you can't. And I didn't know what I was doing, but I just said, no, you can't. He said, well, I have 5 souls and I need 6 souls. I need your help. I turned around and I looked at the ground and there was nothing there when we got there. When I turned around and looked at the ground, there was a pentagram made on the ground of trash and torn up teddy bears and everything. And it was sick. And that was one of my signs. And I played along. And it was a demon and he could know what he knew. I was in fear, but I played along like I wasn't. And I was like, hey, well, we need to start a rap group, this and that. And he played along too, but he realized I wasn't going to go along with it. There's also a time when I was homeless in the dead middle of winter. So I live in an area where weather changes all the time. But these people that's also listening can hear this. You had an
experience. Dex, thank you for the $5 super chat.
It's your show.
Dex says, just because we don't believe a testimony doesn't mean we think you're lying. You could be mistaken. I agree. And that's what I don't think you're lying. I'm sure what you're telling me.
That ain't the only thing.
Is the thing that you believe is true. But to me, what I heard was that you found an insane homeless man and you got high together. Sir. And because you got high with a homeless man, now you believe.
That's what I'm saying. You don't believe it. That's demons. What I know. But somebody would believe it in here. But the thing is, this man literally knew martial arts just like Bruce Lee himself. This man rapped better than any celebrity ever. Touched microphone, and I'm pretty talented myself. That's why I was going that way. I had a natural ability to influence people to hell.
Sometimes insane people have skills too.
Insanely good skills. Yeah. But okay, on top of that, when I was homeless,
all right. Well, listen,
it was very cold. It was in the winter.
I love a good story, but I've got a couple guests waiting to get in. Okay.
Well, let me tell this one last one, and then I'll just dust my feet like the Bible told me to do anyway. I done tried, bro. I just want to see you make it, bro. I don't want you leading these people astray. You know the word, dude. You know better.
I'm teaching people the truth that the book.
When I was homeless and it was freezing cold outside, dude, in the middle of winter, just you believed your Indian friend. Now look, when I was homeless,
I can't. with these stories. All right, we're gonna get Mary in on TikTok. Sarah, we got a guest on TikTok that you can talk to with me. In fact,
This was really amusing, like watching your face, guessing what was happening.
trust me, I'm clipping that on the YouTube channel. That's gonna get clipped. But Marion, thank you for being here. Welcome in. Are you at least 18? Marion? Well, that's unfortunate. Marion, did you mean to be here? Did you purposely?
No, I didn't mean to.
Gotcha. Okay, not a problem. Not a problem. I'll take care of it. Okay. All right.
Thank you.
All right. Marilyn is dropped. But we got 92J. We'll get 92J, and then we'll go back to the YouTube queue. But Sarah, you're in charge for a minute. I've got to use the little boys' room. And also, David, thank you for the super chat. David says, "White dudes got bars as well, bruh." I agree. Listen, just because you're an insane white homeless man doesn't mean that you can't bring bars. All right, you're in charge there.
Oh, okay.
Hello?
Hello, 92J. How are ya?
I'm fine.
The chat seems to recognize you. Have you been on here before?
No, but no, this is the third live show I've tried to go on.
What do you mean tried to go on?
Well, sometimes these guys don't want to hear you through. The first one I was on, I asked them a good question, and I was all like, because I don't know where you guys are going. I have wanted to bring my testimony in, but what I did was
I
ask them a
see.
question was, give me a scientific argument that has actually dismantled and taken God out of the equation, disproving God. Because when you actually look at the science, you like look at the history, we haven't even come close to debunk. All there is arguments of worldview. And instead of answering my question, they cut me off. Then I was on with another guy, and we were getting this thing about slavery, but I was trying to go into my viewpoint and perspective of how you cannot apply human logic and reasoning to a God, to a being who can see past, present, and future. And I gave a pretty good analogy of that. And he put on music and cut me off and wouldn't let me finish what I was saying. And he got me heated up, so maybe he's trying to do that on purpose. So I could be wrong, but my assumption is I gave too much of a challenging question. Now, he first told me, well, I don't know science. We're not going to talk about the science. And what I should have said was, okay, well, what if the science did point to God? What if the science did point to the Bible?
Sure. So if I could give you a little advice to not get cut off then, stay on topic and don't use testimonies, but just the logic and reason part. And I bet you'll do pretty well.
Okay, well, actually, my testimony does come from the logic and reasoning, because one of my testimonies comes from the fact that me being 51 years old, when I was a kid, and this goes into the logic and reasoning, when I was a kid, I believed that the stories in the Bible were so true that one day when I made millions of dollars and became wealthy, I was going to fund archaeological dig, research, and all that stuff to support those stories to be true. Now, I didn't know anything about archaeology. I didn't know about paleontology. I didn't know about science. I was just a kid. I think I was in that.
I apologize, but what you're doing right now is what we were saying not to do. So if you have an argument, then you can lay out that argument without giving a personal testimony.
Okay, well, my argument is that the more we learn about archaeology, the more we learn about history, the more you can argue the authenticity of the Bible. And that some of the greatest minds, and this is one of the reasons, some of the greatest minds, amongst the greatest minds, with the exception, I want you to think of one, to including our founding fathers of modern science, believed in God and still acknowledged the Bible. You know, and I have a personal testimony to personally experiencing that when following theology and science and archaeology for 51 years.
You said a whole lot. So can we address some of that?
Yeah.
Also, before I get lost in the shuffle, sorry guys, I lost my shuffle of comments when I went to the bathroom. Aromatics, good to see you in the house, by the way. Aromatic says, this guest, I was born in America under Christian parents, but for some strange reason, the other religions don't touch my heart the way Jesus did. Yeah, that's exactly what Sean was saying, that he gives special preference for the way that this one makes him feel, but he won't validate anybody else's feelings. He only cares about his own feelings. Very good insight, though, Aromatics, for sure. So
can I say,
I
one more thing?
I missed the entrance of 92J's conversation. It
Okay, I
sounds
can
to
make
me
it
like
brief.
what you're doing is you're attempting to provide a rational argument for the existence of your God.
Yeah. So can I say something else? I think you'll cover this up. Here's my thing, right? I just believe that if this book was filled with such nonsense, was filled with such ridiculous notions, then by now you would have incredibly powerful arguments to wipe it out.
I do.
And there are not arguments that wipe it out.
I do.
Actually, there's not.
I do.
Okay, give me one.
Okay, where do you want to start? You want to start with Jesus?
Well, you want to start with archaeology, science, or history. But you want to talk with Jesus, well, I'm talking about archaeology, science, and history. But
What
you can start with
what
Jesus.
branch of science are you trained in?
Well, actually, I was focusing on getting my master's in paleoanthropology, but I stopped it. But the thing is, as a result of me following, because I wanted to be a paleontologist when I was a kid, I was able to have discussions with PhDs in the field of anthropology and paleontology. And then I found out something. I found out that all they had was worldview and philosophy, not facts. And I also had discussion with biologists, and when it came to Darwinism or macroevolution, and then I found out along with
so
that.
you didn't talk to any actual professionals in the field then?
Yes, I did.
I'm
One
sure.
of them, he was a dean. No, he was a dean of anthropology at a college, and he had a PhD in he had a PhD in paleontology. He taught paleontology, anthropology, and archaeology.
Is he
And
a
I asked him-
Christian?
No,
Okay, so he doesn't believe what you believe.
no. All these guys.
Okay, so then you didn't learn anything from him.
Well, actually, I did.
Okay.
I learned something from them. I learned that.
Wait, did you finish your degree?
No, I didn't.
Okay, so you dropped out. Gotcha. Okay, just checking.
But here's the thing.
Okay. You want to actually read the book with me?
The Bible?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Go
Cool.
ahead.
All right, we're going to go. You can see the screen, right?
Yeah.
Now, this is Matthew chapter 16. Jesus says, "The Son of Man is to come with his angels in the glory of his Father, and then he will repay everybody for what has been done. Truly, I tell you, there are some standing here who will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom." But they all tasted death, and Jesus never came back.
Okay. So what you're saying is that passage is saying none shall see death, right?
Mhm.
Now, you know that scholars are, I believe you're referencing him talking about the future, right? Also, some going to Revelations. But do you have the original Hebrew, or no, sorry, Koine Greek translation of that?
You mean
the Bible?
you mean Koine Greek?
Koine Greek, yeah, Koine Greek. I always say it wrong.
Yeah. Do you know Greek?
No, I don't.
Oh, it's not going to be helpful then, is it?
Well, do you?
I used to know Koine Greek pretty well. I'm pretty bad at it now, though.
Okay. But here's the thing.
So it's not helpful for you or the audience because no one here actually knows Greek. So what I do know is
right.
that this was translated into English by a Greek scholar. And what it says, truly I tell you, there are some standing here who will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. Did all those people taste death?
Yes, but that reference is referring to the future when Jesus comes again.
Yes.
You know.
And when is that event going to happen?
Another.
And
Can
when is that event going to happen?
I give you another interpretation of that scripture? Because that scripture here, I'm not going to say. There's another interpretation of that scripture. Okay, there's some things up in the Bible up for interpretation. A lot of people interject their own personal viewpoints. That's why you have different denominations. There are a lot of churches that will say stuff that's in the Bible that's not actually in the Bible. It's their own interpretation. And there's a lot of things up for interpretation in the Bible to include that passage. Okay. Now, that passage also, when I did my research,
I'm hearing a lot of words and no explaining.
Well, then,
okay. Did all those people die?
That's not for interpretation.
Did all the people die?
Did all the people die when Jesus came?
Did all the people die?
Did all the people die? Yeah, people died
Okay.
after Jesus.
Did Jesus come with all of his angels in the glory of his Father and judge mankind?
He's going to do that.
That's not my question. Did it happen?
Well, we don't know because that's something he says he's going to do in the future.
We would know it, yes. If he came to judge,
saying,
if he came to judge mankind, we would know it, wouldn't we?
well, the thing is, as it goes, there's going to come a point in time where he is going to come back and judge.
I
And
know.
We don't know if that's true or not.
All right.
But we don't know if that's
Just-
But how do you know it's not going to happen?
But buddy, I'm telling you that if it didn't happen yet, then the prophecy is a lie, because it says it's going to happen while some of the people standing there with him are still alive.
Okay. Well, actually, that is also referring to generations.
Nope, it doesn't say generations.
Okay, no, I'm saying like when you take
Here
into
comes the
account-
words don't mean words. We knew it was coming. There's the only way to rectify this passage is words don't mean words.
No, I'm just saying some things you can't take the Bible literal.
Oh yeah. When you don't like it, it's not literal. I forgot about that. Yeah, the parts that you like are always dead literal. The parts that you don't like are metaphors.
So let me ask you this question, okay? Since we're going literal,
What's the
do you
metaphor?
believe God-
What's the
Can I ask you a
metaphor?
question?
What's the
Can I ask you a
metaphor?
question?
What's the
Can I
metaphor?
ask you a question?
No,
Can I
what's
ask
the
you a question?
metaphor?
What do you mean?
What's a metaphor has to have a meaning, right? So if I said that I'm telling you a story, but it's a metaphor for something else, you have to tell me what the something else is. So if
Well,
this is a
you-
metaphor, what's the other meaning?
Well, I'm saying that's up to interpretation. I'm being
So what is
passionate-
it? Tell me what your interpretation is.
My interpretation is that he's referring to the future. But
I
here's the
know.
thing.
And
Okay, so you're going word for word, right?
all right, so we'll try this for the last time here. He does talk about the future. We agree. That's not a metaphor. That's dead literal. He's talking about the future using future tense verbs. And then he says that the thing in the future that's going to happen before all of you pass away, which means it's a lie.
Okay, but what about the verses before that?
What about
There's something? Well, here's the thing. Here's something I found out, right? I found out that because I came here to defend the archaeology and the science and the morality of God.
The morality of
thing-
God? You came to defend that? Boy, you're going to
Can I
have a
say
rough
something?
night.
No. Can I say something? I don't go by. I'm not going to comment because I want to read the whole chapter. I have told so many times from people, I'm not saying this is what this verse says, but you have to read the whole context of the
All right,
chapter.
read
not
it.
The verse. So no.
You got the Bible on you
No,
right
I
now.
know
I heard
whole
the pages
chapter.
flipping.
You have to read the chapter. You have to hear the
Go
whole
ahead and
chapter.
read it. You read it and tell me what context I'm missing.
That's going to take. So before I read that,
We'll wait. We'll all wait for you. Don't worry.
Before I ask you a question, can I ask you a question? You believe that the God of the Bible is this wrathful, mean, vengeful God? Do you believe that? You believe he's an idiot?
If he existed, yeah, he would be wrathful and mean and
Okay,
vengeful. But as it turns out, he doesn't exist. So no, I don't care.
Okay. Well, here's the thing. The atheist side has yet to come anywhere proving that, and all the history and all the science.
Oh, I'll just show you. Okay, so we'll go to
But
2 Samuel 24, and then we'll go to 1 Samuel 22, and I'll just demonstrate to you how this God is reprehensible.
Okay.
Do you know what happens in 2 Samuel 24? Do you know the context?
Samuel 24.
Mm-hmm.
No, I'm not. I'm been a part of a while since I read that one.
Yeah.
I've been reading the Bible off and on for over 30 years. So
David takes a census over Israel, and God's upset that David took a census. And so God gives him a choice of punishments. And it can only be one of the three punishments, and then God sends the punishment. Also, thank you so much for the super chat, Aaron. Aaron says, it's funny how a plain reading of the text can't just mean a plain reading of the text. I know. It's the only tool in their toolbox, fellow dragon. The only tool they have is that words don't mean what the words mean. Once you have words meaning words, the whole thing falls apart. So
yes, but you also
in
have
2 Samuel 24, God sends a pestilence on Israel. It says, the Lord set a pestilence on Israel from that morning until the appointed time, and 70,000 of the people died, from Dan to Beersheba. But when the angel stretched out his hand towards Jerusalem to destroy it, the Lord relented concerning the evil and said to the angel who was bringing destruction among the people, it is enough, now stay your hand. And then David calls out, because he's upset at this, in verse 17. He says, when David saw the angel who was destroying the people, he said to the Lord, I alone have sinned, and I, the shepherd, have done evil. But these sheep, what have they done? So you think it's a good thing that God executed 70,000 Israelites at random for David's sin?
Well, first off, like I said, I want to read the whole chapter.
That's the only thing he's got. Go ahead and read it. We'll wait. We'll wait. Go read it. Go read it. We'll wait. I've read the whole chapter as it turns out.
Okay. Let me ask this question. Okay.
Thank you, Lumpicat.
What about the paradise from day one? Here's what I see. Can I tell you what I see when I read all these harsh things that God did?
You mean in 2 Samuel 24? Are you going to address 2 Samuel 24, or are you going to run away like a coward?
I think that's one of the harsh punishment God's put on man. God's been putting punishments on man because of something that happened a long time ago. I think he's trying to make a viewpoint. He's trying to make a statement because we rejected him. We've denied him. Okay. Because in day one, he did give us a paradise. Did he not give us a paradise? Did he not give us a paradise?
I mean, according to the book, where we're talking about whether or not it's okay to execute random people. And Flanker 420, thank you for the super chat. Big W for the $5. He says, if these specific words don't mean what they say, how do you know which words? How do you know which words do? I agree. If you don't know what these words mean, then they must mean something else. What is the mechanism that is allowing you to know what the words actually mean? And this is what he's saying. It's very easy. If the words don't mean what the words mean, what is the tool that you're using to know what they do actually mean? And obviously you don't have an answer for that. But Daniel, thank you so much for the $3 Canadian super chat. He says, caller Sam Shamoon explain it better than you. Sam Shamoon can explain things pretty well. He's not going to do a good job here because there's no explaining this away. But Sam Shamoon doesn't debate atheists. He debates Muslims. So I don't think we're ever going to get him on the live. So 92, are you going to address 2 Samuel? Because that's what we're all hoping you're going to do. We'll see. We'll see.
I have a guess. I know how it's going to go.
I think we're all prophetic here. He's going to dodge, dip, duck, dive, and dodge. And he will not be addressing the horrible passage. Thank you so much, Dr. Joe, for the face paint. Good to see you.
I'm guessing it's going to be we all deserve punishment in general, and God has to be harsh to us, but we don't understand God's ways. His ways are higher than ours, and we all just deserve all the punishment anyway.
Yeah, that's exactly what he was trying to get at. He was definitely going to get at, well, God needed to do it. God had to be an asshole so that you'll enjoy Jesus when Jesus comes around. It's something nonsensical like that. Just in case the guest doesn't know, guest, you know you're muted right now. No one can hear you. I've sent you 2 invites to unmute yourself. Yeah, Manny says, didn't God commit the first sin according to Genesis? Yeah, the first sin is that he lied. He says, in the day that you eat of the fruit, you'll die. And then they didn't die in that day. So yeah, the first sin was committed by God, which means they should have kicked his ass out of the garden.
But words don't mean words, Justin. Die doesn't really mean die.
Oh, I forgot about that. Yeah, dying doesn't mean die. 90. Look, now he's in the comments. You're the guy dodging me. I'm literally asking you to talk right now. I just want you to talk on the actual topic. Unmute yourself and start talking. No one's stopping you.
Do you know how to unmute yourself?
He doesn't. He has no idea how to unmute himself. I sent him 3 invites to unmute himself. All right. Did you finally find the Holy Spirit power to unmute yourself?
Hello? I think we can hear you now.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. So just hear me out, please. Okay. So here's what I read the Bible, okay? When I read the Bible, it's like your parents. You never understood anything your parents did. are in like, can I finish?
God's ways are higher, Sarah. God's ways are higher. We have to kill innocent people.
Can you please? Okay.
Are you ever going to address 2 Samuel 24?
What I'm going to address is the fact that why God does some of the harsh things he does.
All right, that's what I want to hear.
Did you see Avengers Endgame?
See what?
Did you see Avengers Endgame?
No.
Oh, you didn't? Okay. Well, in that, so I have a question. If you're fighting this bad guy, right, Thanos, and you know that if you give him the stone, if you give it to him, he's going to wipe out half the universe. He's going to kill everybody, okay? He's going to do something that's going to wipe out half the universe, and you don't know how long it's going to be. Is that not an atrocity thing to do? If you were to give him this, you have it, okay? The only thing stopping him from destroying half the universe is you giving him that stone. That's the only thing stopping him from him destroying the universe. Would you give him the stone?
No, I wouldn't give somebody the ability to take over the universe. But as it turns out, if God didn't execute 70,000 Israelites, the world would have been just fine without that.
So just hear me out for a second, okay? But the thing is, the reason he did that, the reason Doctor Strange did that was because
Who? I don't know any of these names. I don't watch movies.
Okay. The reason the character did
The last movie I watched was The Ten Commandments in 1952. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Okay, the reason the hero, one of the heroes in the film, did that was because he saw one over millions and hundreds of millions of probabilities where the only way the heroes could win was unless he did that.
Yeah.
None of the heroes.
Listen, you're just giving a more wordier version of God's ways are higher. Why don't you just say God's ways are higher?
But the thing is, yes. How can you not acknowledge that? You can't apply human logic and reasoning to a God.
Okay, then how do you know that this God exists if you can't apply human logic and reasoning to it?
How do I know he exists?
Listen, if I can't apply my human logic and reasoning to determine that the God isn't real, then you can't apply your logic and reasoning to determine that he is real. Because you've just said that he's beyond logic and reason. So you can't understand him any more than me.
No, just because I don't understand his reasoning, just because I don't understand his logic doesn't mean he doesn't exist.
So your answer to 2 Samuel is we can't understand it. God's ways are higher. You could have just said that without the story. Flanker 420, thank you so much for the $2 super chat. Flanker says, Doug is the only stone we need. And I don't know if you know this, 92, but every time you talk while I'm talking, no one's ever going to hear you. You're being recorded on 6 different platforms for your posterity. And for all of eternity, they're just going to hear you mumbling in the background of me talking. If you want to have a productive dialogue, you can not talk while I'm talking.
Okay.
Do you want people to hear what you have to say?
Yes.
Then you need to talk not while I'm talking. Okay, so your answer to 2 Samuel is that God's ways are higher and we can't understand it. Is that an appropriate assumption?
For now, I want to research the text myself because I want to, every time I get told of a text, I research it and find, that's not necessarily true.
Oh,
so I need to research that
read
text.
it right now.
Right now that's okay.
Read it right now.
Want to do before you get into these conversations?
Actually, I came in here to bring up an argument that
how are they defending a book they haven't read?
No, I have read it. I'm just saying that.
Why do you need to read it again?
But here's the thing. Sometimes you just can't take a passage out just like that. You have to look at.
Justin gave you the context. He is a scholar in this area and is familiar with the entire context, and he provided that for you.
You did? You just pointed out a verse to me.
I told you exactly what happened. It's a punishment. Thank you for the window, Cora. Yeah, Sarah's right. I gave you the context before we even read it.
You did?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I still like to do, as I tell my students, you do your own research. Make sure you do your own research before you challenge somebody on something, before you, because there's both sides of an argument.
Well, I'll do a more familiar story. There's a more familiar story that I know that you'll know that you don't need a lot of context for. Do you know the story of Bathsheba?
Yes.
All right. Ant Staff, thank you for the $2 super chat. It says the Bible is revelation and we have to harmonize it. That's 100% true. And Aaron, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Aaron says, don't all cults say that? I know it doesn't make sense, but just believe anyways. That is an absolute spot on comment. 100%. That's exactly what cults will tell you. Listen, it's not for you to understand, to listen to the leader and do what you're told. Just drink the Kool-Aid. Okay, so the story of David and Bathsheba, you already know. David is at home. The army's at war. He sees the hottie-toddy bathing, and he says, bring her to me. And he sleeps with her. He knocks her up, and he's like, oh, my God, I knocked up this woman. Now I've got to execute the husband. So it has a husband executed, and this upsets God, and God decides to send Nathan to give him 2 different punishments. Are we up to speed?
Yes.
Okay. Now, do you know what those 2 punishments were?
Well, the thing is, David lost 3 sons as a result of him sleeping with Bathsheba. Well, he actually was going to lose 1 child. I can't remember if it was son or boy. It was his son. However, as a result of his infidelity, as a result of him not being able to keep his stuff in his pants, he ended up losing 2 other kids because of the civil war that happened with his country, and his son tried to things like that. Okay, so he was punished and lost his son, which David grieved for.
Yep.
So,
Okay, so the first punishment was that the son that was born to Bathsheba was made sick and died, right?
well, from my memory, it was 1 child that died. David lost 3 children after the Bathsheba incident.
But not as a result of the Bathsheba incident.
Well, I say it is because the Bathsheba, he lost 3 children because he couldn't keep his stuff in his pants.
That's
He had
not
too
it.
many wives,
That's not in the
too
book.
many kids.
None of that's true.
Well, no, he remember the Civil War that
He
happened.
he lost Absalom because of the civil war.
Yes.
He lost Amnon because Amnon had graped his sister Tamar, and Absalom killed him in revenge. So those are 2 sons that were lost, other than the one that was killed for the Bathsheba incident. But neither of those are related to Bathsheba. The only child that died, as it relates to Bathsheba, was in fact this unnamed child that was only alive for a week. So let's talk about that, because that's actually in the Bible.
Okay,
So
let's talk about that.
all right,
Oh,
so
I was gonna say
it
something
says,
about that.
the Lord struck the child whom Uriah's wife bore to David, and it became very ill. Did this child sin?
Did this child sin?
Mm-hmm.
As far as I know, no.
I would hope not.
No.
It was just born.
No.
Okay, so why did it have to pay the penalty for David's sin?
Okay. Before I answer the question, let me say you why David losing 3 children is related to Bathsheba. Because the reason he had that problem with Bathsheba
He
was
can
because
help
he couldn't-
himself. All right,
No, he couldn't-
quote
no, it's
the
related.
quote the
It's
Bible
related.
verse.
It's related.
Quote the
Okay.
Bible verse, and we'll read it because you're lying.
Well, okay. Do you know it is related because that would never happen if David kept his stuff in his pants and wasn't sleeping with every woman like he did with Bathsheba.
But Bathsheba
So-
is a different woman. What
I'm just saying
happened?
that-
What happened because of David's other wives are completely different than the punishment given to Bathsheba.
That would have never happened if he wasn't promiscuous. And he was
92,
promiscuous.
the entire point here in both this story and the previous story is that the God of the Bible is fine with punishing innocent people for someone else's crime.
Yeah.
So Justin is asking you to justify, why does God punish innocent people for someone else's crime? And do you think that that's okay?
Yeah.
Well, here's how
At
I
least
feel,
somebody's
right?
tracking. Thanks, Sarah.
Okay. So, as I said, as I tell my students,
What
I'm going to
students?
research these verses more. But
Did
God's
you say
will is
students?
God's will. Yes, I'm a teacher.
Of
I
what?
told you that. Well, right now, I'm subbing, but I'm trying to get a full-time position at a college or a private Christian school. But the thing is, I'm subbing right now. But the thing is,
Wait, I thought you didn't complete your degree.
No. I said I didn't complete my master's degree in paleoanthropology.
You can't teach at a college until you get at least a master's degree and approval for your PhD.
It depends, not necessarily. It depends on the subject you're teaching.
No,
Actually.
no. If you're
Because I was
teaching
gonna-
at a for-profit DeVry university that's unaccredited, maybe. But if you're teaching at an actual university, there are standards. In fact,
Yes,
you can teach at a college if you've got your master's degree and you've started your PhD, but you can't teach at a university. At a university, you must have a PhD.
Actually, if it's in the field, because actually I've had all opportunities. So here's the deal, right? When it comes to anything in the fine arts, They're more concerned about you. A master's degree helps, but you can get a degree. You can teach. What they look for if you're in fine arts is your experience, your background, and if you have a fine arts degree.
But you don't have any experience in your field of study. You didn't even complete your degree, much less get a job in it.
No. I was focusing on a
This is
master's
wild.
degree in something else.
It is insane.
Fine art.
In
Wait,
another
what
field.
fine art are you trained in?
No, I'm a videographer and graphic designer. I work in Hollywood.
It doesn't, okay, whatever. You're going to teach something you have absolutely no degree in. All right, Mr. Morpheus, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Morpheus says, God killed Onan for spilling his semen. He didn't want kids. I'm sure you do. So you're right, Mr. Morpheus. God executed Onan for tricking his brother's widow. That's basically what happened. And I mean, it doesn't even say why he executed his brother Er. Er was just executed because God didn't like him, apparently. Okay, so I want to talk about the actual topic as much as I would love to talk about how you're going to teach something that you're unqualified to teach. So why is it okay for you're not qualified unless you have an actual PhD, you shouldn't be teaching college. That's all there is to it.
Well, not necessarily. Not depends on the subject.
If you don't have a PhD in a subject, you should not be teaching in higher education. That's just all there is to it.
Not true.
Okay, so I want to talk about 2 Samuel. I don't want to hear about your bad education. So why is it okay for God to punish other people for somebody else's sin?
Well, because I'm going to say it, okay? I just feel God's will is God's will.
Because God. The answer is because God.
But what about the kindness God has
That's
shown?
it. That's all you got is because God?
But what about ask me what the kindness God has shown.
If I gave you a bunch of Christmas gifts and then I came and stabbed you, does my kindness offset the fact that I stabbed you?
Yeah, but God's doing some more than just Christmas
Yeah,
gifts.
but this guy is you are unwell. You need to seek help, my friend.
What? No, I don't.
You think it's okay to come and stab you as long as I give you a bunch of gifts?
No, what I'm saying is God has done more than just give so many gifts to us.
Oh, what does he give to us?
Then it
Well,
offsets the stabbing.
First off,
I know, yeah. Doesn't it say that God is all good? Is God all good or is he only some good?
No. I think, okay, let me explain where I'm coming from here.
This guy's literally flailing.
Okay.
You ever take a kid for like his very first swimming lesson and he's just like whatever he could do to not drown?
I served my country so you could be on here for free and discuss your opinions.
I'm sure, yeah.
As did my father.
Yep.
Okay? As did my father.
Congratulations. Yeah.
You insulted me.
Congratulations.
Okay?
Yes, I did insult you. I didn't insult your service.
Okay.
The fact that you served the country has nothing to do with whether or not you should be engaging in these topics. And it's clear that you shouldn't be engaging in these topics because your only answer for everything is, well, God is God.
But here's the thing. If God exists, right? If there is a God, okay, and this God thinks in 4 dimensions. You're familiar with fourth dimensional being, right?
Do you know what the fourth dimension is?
Yeah, no degree of science talked about it.
How do you think in 4 dimensions?
No, I don't. I can't.
Do you even know what the fourth dimension is?
We live in two. You have 2 dimensions. You have 3 dimensions. You have a 4th dimension. That goes into something else. I don't want to go into. Just hear me out for a second. Hear me out for a second, okay? What I'm saying is, okay. What I'm saying is this, okay? God, if you have a God, right? Just hear me out. If you have a God, right? Here's how I see it. From day one, right? God was merciful. He loved us. He wanted to give us everything. We decided to disobey him, go our own separate ways. And he's like, okay, well, I'm going to let you live your own lives. I'm going to let you do your own thing.
This is literally the only thing they know is mankind sinned, therefore bad.
But if you do
also, God does not let them do their own
okay,
thing.
He doesn't.
God is
Let them live their own lives.
Okay, I have a question.
God doesn't do anything that you just said. He says, you will obey me, you will be my robots, or you'll burn forever.
Then why did he give us free will for robots?
He didn't. The Bible doesn't say he gave us free will. The Bible quite literally says that he made us to be vessels of wrath.
Really?
Romans chapter 9. These Christians never read their book. Ephesians chapter 1, it says that Jesus Christ was slain and the elect of the world were elected before the foundation of the world. It was always God's plan to execute Jesus for the sin of man because he always knew that they would sin. It was part of the design.
Yes.
So God is punishing humanity for something he designed them to do.
Or here's something else you think about. Did you ever think about that?
Let me ignore everything you just said, and I'm going to move to another irrelevant topic.
Okay, here's the thing. You know you can't enjoy paradise unless you came from a hell, right?
No, that's incorrect.
Okay. How do you know that?
Because that's not in the Bible, and it's nonsense.
No, I'm not talking about the Bible. I'm not going into the Bible. I'm trying to go into why God might do some things, okay?
Oh, so now you're theorizing.
Well, that's all you can do when it comes to God is theorize.
Yeah, that's why I don't believe in the God, because I've theorized that if a God existed, it certainly can't be this God.
Well, I think that if a God existed, and he's trying to make a statement, prove a point, or trying to prepare us to enjoy a paradise even more, then this God would do some of the things that God did in the Bible.
So we can't enjoy heaven unless he makes us suffer unjustly.
No, I didn't say you couldn't enjoy heaven. Just think of how much more you would enjoy it.
Oh, so God needs us to suffer so that we can enjoy heaven the most.
Well, the thing is, if you think about it, yes, think about it for a second, okay? Well, think about it, okay?
Justin, Denise wanted to remind you that you're not supposed to say STAB.
Oh, is that a no-no word? Oh, boy.
Yes, yeah, just FYI.
But here's the thing.
Yeah.
If God exists, right, and he got this being, you can't apply human logic to the ways God thinks. So just because you don't understand the reasoning behind this God,
does God operate outside of logic?
Human logic. Human logic.
No, there's no such thing as human logic. Logic is just logic.
Well, no.
Can God create a rock so heavy that he can't lift it?
Say again?
Can God create a rock so heavy that he can't lift it?
So heavy that he can't lift it? God can lift anything. What do you mean?
Can he create a rock that is so heavy that he cannot lift it?
I don't understand what you mean by that.
Can God create a rock that is so heavy that he is not able to physically lift the rock?
No, God can lift anything. Create a rock he can't lift.
Okay, so then he's not able to create a rock that's so big he can't lift.
If he didn't want to lift it.
It's not a matter of want, it's a matter of ability.
No, God can do anything.
Okay, so then God can create a rock so heavy that he can't lift it.
I mean, God can do anything.
Okay, so just say yes, he can do it. God can create a rock so heavy that he can't lift it.
I mean, if he wanted to, yeah.
Okay, so then there's something he can't do. He can't lift the rock. Big W, thank you, Aaron, for the $10 super chat. Aaron says you can't apply human logic to Doug, and Doug says Yahweh is not real, and I agree. Doug is the actual true God, and Doug says that your God isn't real, and you just can't understand the ways of Doug. He's higher than you.
So let me ask you this question.
Let me pivot. Let me pivot away from getting absolutely roasted over the coals and embarrassed in front of my future students now that they know I don't have any credentials.
Yes, I do. I teach, okay? I have a bachelor's degree. I teach. Okay?
What school do you teach at?
Okay. Well, right now,
what school? What college are you applying to?
Actually, I've been working on my side business, but there was first of all, no, check this out, okay? Check this out, okay?
I'm not even going to say
it. Actually,
this guy.
I was offered to teach at a community college. Also,
I'm sure you were, yeah.
No, I was actually.
Yeah, are they accredited?
Yes, they're accredited.
Okay. Thank you, Londra. I appreciate that.
So anyway, here's what I'm saying, okay? I'm just saying that if there is a God and supreme being, you can't apply human logic to him.
Why can't you?
In our ways. Because this being thinks, okay, same reason I said this, right? You said that if you, remember we said the thing about the Avengers Endgame?
This guy, he has nothing of value for any of these topics. Stars Infinity says, praise Doug. He's the only rock lifting us. Listen, do you believe that Doug is God?
No, I don't.
Why?
Well, I don't believe Doug is God because He hasn't revealed himself to me. He hasn't performed any miracles in my life.
He's doing it right now. He's revealing himself to you right now. I'm the prophet of Doug.
Well, can he turn water into wine? Can he walk on water?
Why?
Can he?
Can your God do any of those things?
Yes, he can.
Oh, let's see it.
Well, see it?
Yeah.
Well, just because, look, when you were a kid, nothing your parents would make sense. You are a child beneath God. You are a child beneath God at age 90 years old. Okay? At age 90
I'm sending
years
this to your employer, by the way.
Okay. You are a child beneath God, even at age 90. You do know that, right? And nothing your parents did made sense. Nothing they did until you became a parent yourself, right? Until you became an adult yourself. I don't know if you're a parent. Until you became an adult yourself, you started to understand some of the logic and reasoning of your parents. The same thing would apply to God. You're not going to.
Well, you can't understand Doug.
But
what?
That's why you can't understand Doug. Doug is a true God, and he's just above your understanding. Why are you rejecting Doug?
In my 51 years, God has answered every question I've asked him.
Oh.
And I've gotten to the point where, hey, and I've searched. I went outside the Bible.
What have you asked him that you couldn't find without God's intervention?
What?
What have you asked him that you couldn't figure out without divine intervention?
That I couldn't figure out?
Yeah.
Well, I don't want to talk because you guys are complete atheists. So
we can't understand the ways because we're atheists, I'm sure.
No.
God's ways are higher, guys.
No. Let me explain something, okay? I went to a psychologist, had a PhD.
I think you need to see a psychologist. Is Dr. Joe still in the house?
Can I finish my statement, please?
I'd rather not.
I had a spiritual experience.
I'm sure you did.
I went to a psychologist.
All right, I'll make you a deal. All right, we usually don't do stories, but for you, because you've been so kind to everybody here, we'll let you do your whole story. You got a whole minute to do it. We won't interrupt you, okay?
Okay. You asked about something I experienced. I went to a...
All right, and we're on to the next. I don't know why they fall for it. I don't know. Every time they think I'm going to let them give their life story here. It's never going to happen. I will never let someone tell their life story on my platform. That's how deluded you have to be. Anyways, welcome in, Zachary?
Yes, that's me.
Welcome in. How you doing?
I am good. For me, I just want to say I love your channel. You're amazing. You're awesome. I sleep at night. I sleep better. I do everything better. And then at the end of the day, I tell people, oh, okay, you're Christian. Hey, this Deconstruction, come back me up.
Big W. I appreciate the support, Zachary. I really do.
No, seriously. I discovered you since day one. I love it. For me, but I do. Can I just ask some questions? About the faith that they have, and because there are some things that I would really love to understand.
Sure, I'll give you one question, and we got to move on to the next theist because.
Yeah, I know. Sorry about that. I know I didn't come in with an argument. I just wanted to ask a very, very simple question. So when it comes to their religion. So my question is, they always say, I always say this: if I can debunk the virgin birth, then Christ is not real.
Oh, yeah.
Can I just get some insight on that? Because there is no way that without sperm she became pregnant. I don't believe that. There is no way.
Well, you can start with the fact that it's not even necessary, because there's no prophecy that says that a virgin is going to give birth to the Messiah. That is supposed to be a reference to Isaiah chapter 7. But Isaiah chapter 7 doesn't say anything about that. It says, again, the Lord spoke to Ahaz, saying, ask a sign of the Lord your God, and let it be as deep as Sheol or as high as heaven. But Ahaz said, I will not ask, and I will not put the Lord to the test. Then Isaiah said, hear then, O house of David, is it too little for you to weary mortals that you weary my God also? Therefore, the Lord himself will give you a sign. Look, the young woman is with child, and shall bear a son, and shall name him Emmanuel. He shall eat curds and honey by the time he knows how to refuse evil and choose the good. For before the child knows how to refuse evil and choose the good, the land before, whose two kings you are in dread, will be deserted. So it's a very cut and dry prophecy. It's a prophecy to King Ahaz, roughly 725, 730 BCE. And Isaiah is saying there's a child who's already been conceived. It's about to be born. And before that child knows right from wrong, the two lands that are causing you trouble, they're going to be deserted. They're going to be deserted by the king of Assyria. And then that actually comes true. It has nothing to do with Jesus or the Messiah.
Oh, I thought, just because, I thought to myself, oh, he was born of a virgin. Oh, if she was not a virgin, then he's not real. You know what I mean? That's what I pretty much thought about it. But thank you for giving me that insight. And at the same time, I actually have, the biggest comeback when, Christians make fun of me and I tell them, oh, you have no power here. Be gone before your God drops two bears to rip you apart.
Yeah, we haven't done 2 Kings in a while. 2 Kings chapter 2, I think verse 23 and 24.
That is so sad. These children, just for making fun of somebody's balls, seriously.
I know. Those kids had it coming, those dastardly kids.
Thank you. If Nanji was here, praise Zeus. We love him.
That's right. Praise Zeus. Thank you so much. Good to hear from you, Zachary.
Thank you so much. Bye.
Cheers. Have a great night. A big W for Zachary. We've got Noah and then Travis, it looks like. Noah's been waiting for a while. We've talked to Noah before. We'll see if he's still in the queue. If not, we'll move on to Travis from YouTube. Welcome in, Noah.
Uh-oh.
And he dropped. Okay. Well, we don't have any more Christians in the queue. Oh, Noah came back. We'll try him again. How you doing, Noah?
Hello.
He's back. All right, Noah, I already know that you're 18 at least and that you're a Christian. So I assume you came to engage on the topic on the screen?
Yeah, go ahead.
Great. Is it your belief that Jesus fulfilled messianic prophecies?
Yes.
Can you tell me one of them?
Yeah, there's being born of a virgin.
Were you not listening the last 5 minutes?
You said a messianic prophecy?
No. There's not even a prophecy about anyone being born of a virgin.
No, what you mean?
Well, since you weren't listening, I'll just read it for you. That's a quotation from Isaiah chapter 7. And if you read Isaiah chapter 7, it's clearly not a prophecy about the Messiah, much less a virgin birth. It says, again, the Lord spoke to King Ahaz, ask a sign of the Lord your God, and let it be as deep as Sheol or as high as heaven. But Ahaz said, I will not ask, and I will not put the Lord to the test. Then Isaiah said, hear then, O house of David, is it too little for you to weary mortals that you weary my God also? Do you know why the prophet Isaiah is speaking for God and is asking for Ahaz to ask God for a sign?
No.
Because his kingdom's currently at war. He's under attack by the Arameans and by the northern tribes of Israel, and he's afraid that his kingdom is going to fall. And God has already sent Isaiah to speak to him once. And the last part of that conversation, he literally says, if you do not stand firm in faith, you shall not stand at all. So God is trying to reassure the king, saying that your kingdom will not fall. So he sends the prophet Isaiah to him to give him a word of reassurance and to say, listen, ask me for a sign and I'll do it for you. That way you'll have faith. Follow so far? Now, King Ahaz is actually not a good guy. So King Ahaz doesn't do it. He pretends like he doesn't want to test God. He says that he will not put the Lord to the test. So this upsets Isaiah and God. And it says, therefore, the Lord himself will give you a sign. Because since he wouldn't ask for it, God's just going to give you one. It says, look, the young woman is with child and shall bear a son and shall name him Emmanuel. He shall eat curds and honey by the time he knows how to refuse evil and choose the good. For before the child knows how to refuse the evil and choose the good, the land before whose two kings you are in dread will be deserted. So it's pretty clearly about a child who's already been conceived at the time of King Ahaz. And it says that before that child knows right from wrong, the two lands that are attacking him, they're going to be deserted. It's not about the Messiah.
Yeah, but this is prophesying the forthcoming of him, like
no, it's
him
not.
coming, because it says he'll be able to choose good and choose evil.
It says before the child knows how to refuse evil and choose good. He's just saying before the child knows right from wrong.
Yeah.
All
Wait,
children.
go back to you took it down so fast.
Oh, I'll put it back up.
Okay.
The timeline, the child is a timeline device for the king. So that the king knows, hey, before this child is old enough to know right from wrong, I'm going to do what I told you I was going to do.
Right. And this is also this is a foreshadowing of God keeping his promise.
Promise to what?
Promise to Jerusalem.
To do what?
To send the Messiah.
Doesn't say anything about a Messiah here. It's a promise to King Ahaz about how his kingdom is not going to fall.
But God says he's going to send a sign. And he says, look for the young woman with a child.
No, he didn't say that.
His son's name is going to be Emmanuel.
He doesn't say that. It's literally on the screen. I don't know why you're misquoting it. It's literally on the screen. I don't know why you're misquoting it.
Therefore, the Lord himself will give you a sign.
Yep. And then he says, look at
the
what?
The young woman is with child.
And does the word is connotate the present tense or the future tense?
Connotate this is the sign that God is showing Ahaz through Isaiah.
Okay, yes, the sign is to King Ahaz, right?
It says therefore. Yes,
okay, so then it must have been fulfilled in Ahaz's lifetime.
No, that doesn't mean that the prophecy is that the sign that says, "Look at the young woman with a child; she'll bear a son. His name is Emmanuel."
Is the young woman currently alive?
What does that have to do with?
Is the young woman currently alive?
The young woman was the sign itself. It wasn't.
Is the young woman currently alive?
Yeah, I see yes.
Obviously, yes.
Yes.
Yeah, the young woman has to be alive because it's assigned to King Ahaz.
Yes.
Okay, so it's a sign to King Ahaz about a young woman who is currently alive at the time King Ahaz was alive, who was currently pregnant at the time King Ahaz was ruling and reigning. Okay, so that's 725 years before Jesus. The child was born 700 years before Jesus was born. It's not about Jesus.
Correct, because that's the sign. That's not the fulfillment of it.
No, incorrect.
It's just a sign.
I'll just try this from the beginning. The sign is a signal to King Ahaz. So if it's not fulfilled in King Ahaz's time, then it's not a sign to King Ahaz.
Correct, but the sign was given
so then
to
it
King
must
Ahaz.
be fulfilled during the lifetime of King Ahaz.
Just because it was given to him doesn't mean it was for him. Where does it say
it was? Also, Jarrett, thank you for the $2 super chat. Jarrett says, why do Christians associate Jesus with Ahaz? I don't think they do. I think they're just really confused about what's happening in Isaiah because they've been lied to and they don't know how to rationalize the text appropriately. So what's actually happening here is the sign is for King Ahaz. So that means the sign must come true during the lifetime of King Ahaz.
It was given to King Ahaz, but was it for him?
Yes, it was.
So it was for him. So
it was obviously for him if the child was born while he was alive.
And so what was the purpose of God giving that sign to King Ahaz?
So that he would know that God is with the kingdom of Judah during their time of war, which is why it says before the child knows how to refuse evil and choose good, the land before whose two kings you are in dread will be deserted. He's saying the child that's about to be born, before he knows good from evil, the two kings that you are afraid of, they're going to be wiped out. It's very easy.
And so this foreshadows the coming peace.
It doesn't.
If
there was no peace under Jesus.
Okay, if we were to context it in that manner, like.
There's no foreshadowing here. It's just a straight prophecy. God said something's going to happen.
Yes, but it was for Ahaz to understand what was going to happen.
During his lifetime, yes.
But this was for the people of Israel to understand what was going to happen in regards to their sin.
It doesn't say anything about anyone's sin here. You see how your interpretive method forces you to add things to the text that aren't actually there?
But this is just this is the sign. I mean,
It's not a
this is
sign of the Messiah. It's a sign to King Ahaz.
okay. Who? Okay, so again, who is King Ahaz? A person of over Judah.
Yes, and the
So
sign is
this
that
was a
God
sign,
is going to be with you during the
right?
war.
Protecting King Ahaz, correct?
Yes, and then that happened. Yes, all
Right.
all of it
So
was
God
theoretically
protected
fulfilled while King
God.
Ahaz was alive.
Okay, so let's slow down. So God protected King Ahaz. Boom. He said, "I'm going to protect you, and this is how I'm going to protect you. When before this child could choose right or wrong,
The
I'll
child has nothing to
bring."
do with his protection. The
I'm
child is a
not saying the child
timeline.
does. The child is the sign itself for Ahaz to
No,
know that he's going to be protected by God.
he was protected
And
by God by the
Mhm.
king of Assyria coming down and wiping out the Arameans and the Israelites.
Okay, which what God has no providence over? Is God not like
No, he does. That's what I'm saying. The context of the prophecy is not about any Messiah. It's about the king of Judah and the kingdom of Judah
correct?
surviving their current warfare.
Correct. But does the king alone does the king alone benefit from that?
No, the whole nation of Judah, obviously, and Benjamin would benefit from
Correct.
it, but
Correct.
that has nothing to do with whether or not this has any other meaning behind what the text says at plain reading.
Yes, because Isaiah not only prophesied what was going to happen for Ahaz, but what was going to happen 700 years prior to
No, he
it.
didn't.
So okay, so
The
what
the
they
child was
so
born
God.
during the reign of King Ahaz, and you're saying it means something other than what it means. How do you know when a
No,
prophecy has
no,
two
I'm
meanings?
saying it means something more than it
Noah,
means. Not
how do you
only
know which prophecies have two meanings?
two meanings. They're the same meaning. There is not a different meaning.
How do you know
I'm
if a
saying
prophecy has multiple fulfillments?
multiple fulfillments. There was only one fulfillment. All the
Okay,
prophecies
then
were
it's not about
fulfilled by one
Jesus. It was
person.
fulfilled 720 years before Jesus.
How was the prophecy fulfilled when it was given at the same time it was given
It was
or
fulfilled
spoken?
within the lifetime of the child born to the woman that King
Yes,
Ahaz
yes,
was
yes,
looking at.
yes. The child was born. King Ahaz saw
Oh,
the child,
okay. So
and what
the
came to and,
prophecy, Noah, just stop. You're embarrassing yourself. The prophecy is about a
okay,
child born during the reign of
correct,
King Ahaz, which means
correct.
it's not about something that happened 700 years later. In order to say that it's
Mhm.
about two things, then you have to invoke another principle. You have to say that it's got a dual fulfillment or that it's got a dual purpose. But you just said that it doesn't. So if that's the case, then it's clearly only about the time of King Ahaz and nothing to
No,
do with Jesus.
that's my bad. Yeah, it does have in that context. It does have a double meaning. Not
Great.
a double
Okay, so
meaning,
when
but
I read a prophecy in the Old Testament, how do I know if it has a
Mhm.
double meaning?
Because if it talks about the things that were fulfilled in the life of Jesus.
There you go. Bingo. Yes. So you believe anything has a double meaning as long as the New Testament says so. And you've created the most circular argument ever. You're saying that the prophecies in the Old Testament, the only ones that have double meanings are the ones that Jesus says has double meanings. But it's funny because you know that Jesus is the Messiah based on whether or not he actually fulfilled the prophecies. I could do the same thing. I can point to the Old Testament. I can say, these prophecies are about me. Isaiah 65:9 says, I will bring forth descendants. It's clearly about me. I know it's about me because I'm the Messiah and I said so.
Yeah, but that happened with every prophet, though.
I don't think you followed me, Noah. What you're suggesting is that prophecies have two meanings. When you don't like what the meaning of the prophecy actually is, you can apply a second meaning to it. Well, how do you know if a prophecy has a second meaning? Well, clearly, if the guy that I like says it has a second meaning, but the guy that you like, you would only know that he's the Messiah in the first place if he actually fulfilled a messianic prophecy, but he didn't
So,
fulfill
so,
one.
so the reason it's not based on the guy that we like because the guy came and did it, that means it has
Did what?
a double meaning, like a second meaning that essentially Jesus is giving what happened back then another meaning because it happened to him.
So
in a sense.
you're just admitting that Jesus didn't
Wait,
fulfill
can I
any
finish?
prophecies in their original context. And Aaron got it right on hit the nail on the head. He says, I assumed it to be true, so
Can I
it must be
finish?
true. You're presupposing that Jesus is the Messiah, and then you're going back to the Old Testament and you're doing post hoc rationalization reading on the Old Testament to find anything you can that you can take out of the
Jesus
original
did it himself.
context and say it was about Jesus.
Jesus did it himself.
I know. That's why he's a liar and a fraud. I don't care that Jesus did it. Jim Jones did it. Is Jim Jones the Messiah?
No, okay. So wait,
Is Jim Jones the Messiah?
Wait. So because
Is Jim Jones the Messiah?
Because a person read a book.
No, I'm going to need you to say yes or no. Is Jim Jones the Messiah?
Jim Jones the Messiah. I don't know who the hell.
But Jim Jones
is.
went to the Old Testament and demonstrated that he was the Messiah.
I don't know who that is.
I know you don't, because I'm sure you don't study history, and you definitely don't study this book.
But what does that have to do with Jesus? All I'm saying.
My point is, just because somebody comes along and gives you a reinterpretation of something that's clearly not about them doesn't mean that you should believe it. For the same reason that you shouldn't believe that I fulfilled messianic prophecies just because I said so.
Mm-hmm. But you, I don't know what your point is now. Because
my point's pretty easy, that you only believe Jesus is the Messiah because you want to believe it. He didn't fulfill any prophecies. When we read the actual prophecies, they're clearly not about him, which is why you have to invent.
So are you gonna? Is there another prophecy that you want to look?
You have to invent secondary meanings. You can't show me a single prophecy that Jesus actually fulfilled without you inventing a secondary meaning that is divorced from the original context of the prophecy. Do you understand? But if all we need to do is invent secondary meanings, I can do that all day long. I can invent secondary meanings to every prophecy in the Bible and make it about me.
Mm-hmm. Can I speak now? I'll answer that.
I don't know if you know this, but every time you talk, it's in the middle of my sentence, which is why I just keep talking over you and then eventually mute you.
My bad. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I wasn't going ahead. I was explaining why I had to mute you.
I'm sorry.
Why are you toking up right now?
Huh?
I can hear you sucking it in.
Can we continue?
No, you're too high for this conversation. Get out of here.
What are you talking?
All right, I need to get an actual adult in the box.
That was rough.
I know I'm not the only one that heard him just suck in a big whiff of the electric lettuce.
Honestly, that would make me feel better about like the logic, right? Like being slightly impaired makes more sense.
It certainly makes a lot more sense given the speed at which he was talking and the level of discourse that he brought to the table. All right, we'll see if Travis is in the box. We got Travis from YouTube. How you doing, Travis?
Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yeah, I can't see your camera, but I can hear you.
Nice. Just let me know if there's like any audio issues on my end. I'll just like mute myself.
Sarah,
responding.
Thank you so much for being here, Sarah. Have a great night, guys. Make sure you're following Sarah, and guys, follow her YouTube right now. There's like 800 people in the YouTube and the TikTok stream. Click on Sarah's profile, go to her YouTube, and follow her YouTube. We need to get her over 500 fast. But thanks for being here, Sarah. All right, sorry about that, Travis. I had somebody on the TikTok stream that needed to leave, and I wanted to make sure that people are following them.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, just let me know if there's any audio issues on my end, if there's any echoing or anything.
Actually, the audio sounds really good. And nice. Thank you, Atheist Mango, for the $2 super chat. He says, Hail Sagan. I love Carl Sagan. But Travis, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
I am 18. I am not a believer, so I won't take up too much of your time if that's okay.
Okay.
So those are a couple of hard acts to follow. Those are some nice calls. I hear a lot of like anecdotal evidence when people call in. I don't know if there's been like any like anecdotal evidence from the other side, anecdotal stories, but for me, like I did go to church, and like some of the like breaking points for me were like watching people in church like singing and dancing, like feeling the Holy Spirit. And I just remember thinking like, that is not something that I feel. Like, I do not feel that. So that was kind of something that pushed me away from it. And like, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's like the Catholic Christian belief that if you're to like unalive yourself, you're supposed to spend an eternity of damnation. And my dad did that, and I just don't like to think of that of my father, that he's spending an eternity of damnation. Like, it just didn't sit right with me.
Yeah, I get the whole problem with hell. Before we continue, though, some people are saying that there's an echo. Where's the echo, guys? On YouTube? Was it echoing before, or is it just echoing with Travis?
I can mute myself while you respond. It's just I have a decent streaming mic that I use, but it's my headset. Like, you can hear yourself through my headset.
Yeah, nobody on TikTok hears the echo, and I only saw one person on YouTube say that it was echo. I don't know if it's just a problem with their particular setup or not, but we'll keep going. So hell is a problem. So my friend Sarah, who just left, you're saying it's just the guest, it's not me. Was it the other guest, or is it just this guest? Just Travis? Okay. So my friend Sarah, who just left, hell was the thing that started her deconstruction journey, because her grandfather wasn't a believer and he passed away, and she just couldn't figure out how a good God could send a good person to hell just for not believing something, right? And so to me, it's completely inconsistent with the idea that God is all good and all loving and all merciful, that he would take people who simply just don't believe, right? Like, so if I live a life that is identical to one of the Catholic saints, like, Aquinas, or, eventually Mother Teresa or something, right? If I live a life identical to them, but the only difference is I don't believe in the nonsense, I get tortured for eternity. So God is definitely not a God of justice if he'll torture you for mere thought crimes. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And for the most part, I thought my dad was a good guy. Like, it's a bad thing that you take your own life, but I just don't think that's worthy of an eternity of damnation.
Well, that's the other thing too. The idea that damnation needs to be eternal punishment makes no sense. Why does it need to be eternal? Like,
yeah, exactly.
What crime can we commit on the earth that would need eternal punishment? It doesn't make sense. And I don't know if you have kids, but I've got a child, and there's nothing I wouldn't do for my child. And I think all the parents agree with me. There's not a single thing, there's nothing my child could ever do that would make me want them to be punished and tortured for all of eternity. Nothing. My child could come and end my life, and I still wouldn't want them tortured for all eternity. So I literally cannot believe that there is a God out there that thinks that we are his children, but he will torture you for all of eternity for the mere thought crime of not loving him back, when there's no evidence that he even exists. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely.
It'd be different. Sorry to interrupt you.
No, you go ahead.
Beats by Vigil, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. I appreciate that. And also, Tommy Boy, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. Big W for that. It says, isn't it funny that the same people that defend the Bible also defend the people that were terrorists at the Rugby Ridge and Waco sieges? I agree. Yes. The religion causes people to justify the most horrific things possible. It really does. So Travis, the idea that hell even exists as well is a bit problematic because, for example, like Christians posit that, like, well, God has to send you to hell. He can't let you into heaven, right? But hell never had to exist anyways. There's no reason for hell to exist. Like, God made an executive decision that hell would exist, which means, he's a terrible dictator.
Yes, and you would assume that he has the ability to just get rid of it, but if he has the ability to get rid of it, he's making a choice to keep it around, which is, it's not a good thing.
So if he's all powerful, then why does he need to do this thing versus that thing? Why does he need to have to do this?
But I'm just like a short, like a new listener. I came across you on the YouTube Shorts, and I just watched like your entire library in like 3 days. Just sort of binge watched it.
Well, thank you for watching my backlog of videos. I appreciate that. So, and if there's anyone here who doesn't follow me yet, I go live 3 nights a week, so you'll see me eventually. But go ahead and follow me so you don't miss a live.
Yeah, absolutely. So you had one episode you're just talking about contradictions. Like I used to have these conversations when I was younger, but I just had like a couple that I used to use, and I'm just wondering if I'm like misinterpreting them wrong, if I'm quoting them wrong. So like one of the ones that I've latched onto is like Judas and the pieces of silver.
Right.
Did he get the silver, throw it in the fountain, or did he take the silver and buy a farm? Because obviously he couldn't have done both, right? Like
that's a common one, yeah.
And then another one would be like following that, Matthew says Judas felt remorse after seeing Jesus condemned to death, returned the silver before unaliving himself, but Luke says Judas fell and burst open, spilling his bowels. So again, like it couldn't be both.
Right. Yeah. There's definitely an issue with the money, the 30 pieces of silver, and with the method of his death, and both of them are contradictory. There's really no way to reconcile them. I've heard people try it, but but that being said, listen, I've got a deconstruction cheat sheet. If you're a subscriber on TikTok or on YouTube, you can access a link to my deconstruction cheat sheet. And I've got a list of what I would consider pretty well vetted contradictions on my cheat sheet. There's literally hundreds of resources on this cheat sheet, but on my list of my brain just farted. What the hell was I talking about, guys? Contradictions. Thank you. On my sheet of contradictions, I am now at 61. I have identified at least 61 contradictions. And I've used quite a bit of them in my lives, and no one has ever been able to refute them yet. Now, it's possible that somebody will. Somebody will hear my contradiction and they'll come up with a good answer for it. But then I'll just take it off my list, and I still got 60 of them. So, yeah, there's a bunch. If you want access to my list, though, it is available for those who want it. So, but Travis, thanks so much for being here. I got one more guest I want to get to before I'm done for the night.
Sounds good. Sounds good. Yeah. Thanks for taking me, buddy.
All right, cheers, brother. Thanks so much for being here.
You too.
Aaron, welcome in.
Hey, thanks. Thanks for having me.
Good to see you, man.
You too.
What's in your mind tonight?
I'm sort of wondering, like, I wanted to ask you this for a while. Besides the writer of, isn't it the case, like, so the writer of Matthew and Luke, they had access to Mark, right? Yeah,
so Matthew and Luke like directly copied from Mark. Like 97% of Mark is found in the Gospel of Matthew, and like close to 87% to 90% is found in the book of Luke. And the philologists and the other people who study the actual text are easily convinced that they're copying from Mark, because we find things that are like copied out in long chains. And when you compare the long chain from Matthew and Luke, there's not a lot of agreement, but they both will have a lot of overlap and agreement with Mark. And it seems that the base text from Mark is typically shorter and simpler, but when they get carried into Matthew and Luke, they add or corrections and details to it, which you don't usually get the other way around. If Matthew came first, it would be weird that Luke would add additional details to it, and then the Mark would take details out of it and make it simpler. So Markan priority is pretty much a guarantee based on modern what's the word I'm looking for? Textual analysis. Source criticism is the name for it. If you read modern source criticism on the synoptics, you'll find this. So if that's the case, then all of them were written, after like 60 or 70 CE.
Yeah, it's super interesting. So my question is, are there other like for laymen, right? Most of us on this call are probably laymen. I know I am. I'm just a lowly philosopher. But are there other clear-cut examples of sort of this, quote unquote, funny business going on in the Old Testament or New Testament where they have scripts, they're copying stuff, adding stuff, or like clear-cut, like this just can't be like the Word of God?
Oh, there's a bunch of that, but one of the things that I really like, I'll show you one from the New Testament, one from the Old Testament. If you go to Mark chapter 2, go to verse 26, there's an error in the Gospel of Mark. Mark made a boo-boo. I'll put it on the screen. It says, this is Jesus telling the story of David when David went to the priests at Nob and ate the showbread while he was on the run from Saul. It says, don't you know how he entered the house of God when Abiathar was high priest and ate the bread of the presence, which is not lawful for any but the priest to eat, and he gave some to his companions? Well, funny enough, that if you go to 1 Samuel chapter 21, Abiathar is not the high priest. It's actually Ahimelech. Abiathar doesn't become priest until later, doesn't become high priest until later. So what you have, though, is this gets copied over into the other Gospels, though. And when it gets to Matthew, Matthew actually corrects it. Let me grab it from Matthew real quick. I'm trying to remember where in Matthew this is found.
So Mark 2 and 1 Samuel 18.
I think it's 1 Samuel. Well, the narrative is longer in 1 Samuel. It runs from like 18 to 22, because eventually what happened is the whole house of Ahimelech gets executed for giving him the bread. Matthew 12:4 was the other passage. So Matthew comes along, and he's copying from Mark, and Matthew's like, uh-oh, we got a problem. And when Matthew tells the story, he says how he entered the house of God, and they ate the bread of presence, which was not lawful for him and his companions to eat, but only for the priest. Interesting, he left out Abiathar altogether. He's like, whoops, we'll cut this little problem child out. We get a lot of corrections, too, between the books of Samuel and the books of Chronicles. So we already talked about 2 Samuel 24 earlier. But there's a really weird thing that happened in 24. It says, again, the anger of the Lord was kindled against Israel, and he incited David against them, saying, go and count the people of Israel. Well, this was weird to some of the Jews, because they're like, why? This doesn't make sense. Why? Not only is God tempting David to sin, we're not really sure what a sin is, but God's tempting him to do it, which is a problem, because remember the book of James, it says that God cannot be tempted, nor does he tempt anyone. But here he's tempting David to sin. And the author of Chronicles was very uncomfortable with this. And so if you go to the book of Chronicles, is it 1 Chronicles 27? I think it's 1 Chronicles 27. Oh, I think I saw it there. Yeah, 1 Chronicles 27 is what we're looking for. Those references aren't valid. I'll just type it in. It says, nope, I was wrong. I'm in 2 Chronicles. There we go. Let's get the one in there. There we go. Nope, I was still wrong. Why do I always forget where this story happened? I'll just Google it.
You got it better than me, brother. I've forgotten a lot of these passages from years ago.
Oh, 1 Chronicles 21. I always get the 27 and 21 mixed. Okay, 1 Chronicles 21. It says, Satan stood up against Israel and incited David to count the people of Israel. So David said to Joab and the commanders of the army, go and number Israel. So when the chronicler was telling the story, they're like, it seems weird that we would picture God doing this thing. Maybe we should have Satan doing it. And so they plug Satan into it, right? Satan gets blamed for the bad stuff that God does in Chronicles, right? So we see a bit of that kind of stuff going on. And also in the book of Chronicles, when you read in Samuel and Kings, it'll say like David slew 700 charioteers. But when you read it in Chronicles, now it's 7,000. So the chronicler was writing at a time period where like King David was nearly worshipped. He was far away in the past, and he was like the ideal king. And so they wanted to prop up the idea of David and the Messiah and whatnot. And so they kind of reformatted David's image. They got rid of some of the Bathsheba nonsense. They got rid of some of the other bad stuff that he did. And then wherever it said he killed somebody, they made sure he killed even more in the book of Chronicles than he did in the book of Samuel. And so you see a lot of that going on in the Old Testament, where they're trying to like do a little bit of image repair.
Mm. And then maybe it feels like a lot of these writers were like highly motivated to make it fit what they wanted to be true.
Yeah, for sure. And we've got other narratives too that are weird. Like, for example, in the book of Chronicles, it says that Elhanan executed Goliath, and we know that it wasn't. It was actually David. But that's probably a scribal error, to be honest. That's, it's hard to know if that was on purpose or if that was an error. But yeah, there's a bunch of weird stuff happening in the Old Testament and the New Testament that tries to, we'll say, rehabilitate some of the texts.
Yeah, that's super interesting. As I'm going through all the Bible from cover to cover again right now. One last question actually that just popped up is there a clear-cut example in the New Testament where you can show that, like, Paul did not write this, even though people believe that he did?
Yeah. There's a couple letters. We know for sure, even in some of his undisputed letters, there are parts that weren't written by him. For example, in 1 Corinthians, is it chapter 14 where he talks about the women? It says that they basically need to sit down and be quiet in church. That passage is not in the early manuscripts, actually. That passage is a marginal note that made it into the text. And then in the earliest text that it appears, it's in different positions. It kind of moved around a little bit, right? So we've got, even in undisputed letters, we know that there are additions that were made to them. But we have other texts as well that probably it would be impossible for Paul to have written, even though, or even New Testament authors to have written. The book of James was rejected by the early church, believe it or not. They didn't believe James wrote that. The book of Hebrews, people thought Paul might have written, but there's no attribution to it. But let me think about a letter of Paul. So the pastoral epistles is a good example. So a lot of people believe that like 1st and 2nd Timothy certainly couldn't have been written by Paul. And the reason why is because it talks heavily about the structure of the church, about deacons and bishops and things like that. And most church historians agree that that sort of system of hierarchy had not developed within Paul's lifetime. That didn't develop until the turn of the century at a minimum, right? So a lot of people don't believe that the letters to Timothy are actually from Paul. They're forgeries in Paul's name because the way that they describe the church is not consistent with how they believe the church actually was at the time of Paul. So you've got a little bit of that. And then there's also some stuff in the pastoral epistles that seem to contradict stuff he says elsewhere. And there seems to be this notion that the idea that God is coming back, that Jesus is coming back imminently, that we find in Paul's undisputed writings, he seems to have a different opinion in the pastoral epistles. And I don't think that Paul changed his mind. I think that this is somebody later who now was under the impression that he wasn't coming back imminently, and they needed to write in his name to get people to do what they needed him to do. But I had another example of letters, another reason why we know Paul didn't write some things. I just can't think of what they are at the moment. That's a good question, though.
Yeah, that always makes me, that's an interesting subject I want to delve more into when I have time, about these letters that we are pretty sure they're total forgeries. Paul did not write.
Well, we can look at the language too. So a lot of people will look at the language of some of the books and say, it appears that this is a different author because it's got a different set of vocabulary and it's using words that were from a different time period even. So like say I wrote you 10 letters and then, a couple of years later, I write you another letter and the vocabulary is completely different. And I'm using words that you would expect from a different time period. You might say, yeah, I know the letter says it's from Justin, but it didn't sound like it's from Justin. And we have Greek experts. They do nothing but study ancient Greek. And they read these letters of Paul and they're like, doesn't sound like Paul. Doesn't sound like what he sounds like in the undisputed letters. So that's certainly something.
That reminds me of those phishing emails that you get. It says, "This is Justin. I live in long lost. You got money from some family members. You need to send me $3,000." And then
Yes, and that brings up a really good point. I just remembered Paul also had a scribe. So we know that people were writing in Paul's name at Paul's expense. We read about one of them in Romans 16:22, and he even says in some of his letters, he'll say, "I, Paul, wrote this with my own hand. See the style that I write in." And then there are other passages where he talks about the actual author. So in Romans chapter 16, he says, "I, Tertius, the writer of this letter, greet you in the Lord." So the guy writing for Paul even inserted his own greeting into the letter. So somebody definitely could have come along and said that, maybe somebody that was familiar with Paul's scribes or somebody who worked for Paul as a scribe could have come along later and wrote, could have been paid to write a letter in Paul's name. Just like, for example, if somebody chose to wrote a biography on Betty White, and then later somebody came along and say, "Hey, would you take a couple $1,000s to write another story about Betty White, even though it's not real?"
yeah, that's an interesting one. How it's always we know it's Holy Spirit or God inspired, but then it's like a shifting, moving target always, right? Because it's that problem of it's the plain reading can't be the plain reading because I have to believe that it's from the Holy Spirit, right?
It's true, and that's why, and Sarah says this a lot too, but the only defense that Christians have is that words don't mean words. That's all you have. Without lies, Christianity dies, and it dies real fast, because the whole basis is that you must go to the Bible and tell yourself that the words don't mean what they actually mean.
Right. Yeah, it's interesting that the more I go through it now, because I'm going through a few different spots. I'm going through Genesis, and I'm going through a bunch of different ones, Zechariah and stuff. But the more I read it now from before, when I was a Christian, I'm like, stuff starts to pop out that didn't pop out before.
Right. Yes, exactly. Yep. And you notice God's behavior more. You're reading about the story where it says God did such and such, and you're like, what are you, don't do that, you big dummy. But you wouldn't have done that as a Christian. Thank you, Shayna, for the face paint. I appreciate that.
Okay, here's an interesting one then. Okay, so how about yourself? I was going to ask you this because, I have my podcast is called Let It Reason, and I was going to ask you to come on at some point just to do an interview. But the one question I wondered about is, what was your journey, just quickly, like early on? What were some of the red flags when you were reading, like that started to go, wait a minute, hold on a second?
I think the first thing that made me question was the very first thing I ever questioned about the Bible were why the dinosaurs aren't consistent with the Bible. And then later on in life, I found other problems like the contradictions. I stumbled upon a good number of contradictions in my early 20s because I was an internet apologist. And so a lot of people would have these internet lists like 200 contradictions in the Bible. And I would go through and I would debunk them. But over the course of time, I discovered that some of them aren't actually debunkable. Like some of them are legitimate contradictions. But even at then, I wasn't really, I was still kind of a Christian. It didn't really deter me because I was like, well, the Bible, it's a product of mankind still. Of course, it's going to have errors. And it wasn't until I started finding the theological contradictions where the Old Testament says one thing and the New Testament says another thing, and it has theological significance. Then I'm like, oh, well, that is a problem. Right? Whether or not David slew 700 or 7,000 is irrelevant, but whether or not we should actually be circumcised in order to enter the assembly of the Lord is a kind of a big thing. And so that started my deconstruction journey, where actually some of the contradictions. But I think the thing for me that really lit things on fire was getting really familiar with the Old Testament and the prophecies, because when you just go back and read the prophecies that the New Testament quotes from, they're clearly not about what the New Testament authors are writing about. They're just random out of context quotations. And it's hard to take them serious because you're like, yeah, your foundation is sand. You have nothing. Your foundation of Messiah is built on literal quicksand.
So I guess it would be correct to say then, like in that way, sort of the rabbinical responses to Christians is like, uh-oh, there's a problem because this isn't actually referring to Jesus.
Yeah, in fact, if you read the writings of the rabbis, they pretty well tell you what the verses are about. And so like in the early church, if you read the dialogues of the early church where they were in dialogue with the Jewish people, a lot of them will bring up exactly what I'm talking about. In fact, there's a wonderful little pamphlet. I recommend everybody get it. It's called Arguments of Celsus, Porphyry, and the Emperor Julian Against the Christians. You can get it for a couple bucks on Amazon. It's not very big. But they take a lot of the dialogues that the early opponents of Christianity had with the opponents of or with the proponents of the early church, and they put it into a little snippet of text to see what the opponents of Christianity were saying. And a lot of people in the early church era were combating people that were saying things like, it's weird that you have this Messiah that didn't do anything the Messiah was supposed to do. Because like even non-Jewish people knew that the Messiah was supposed to be an actual king. That's what it means to be anointed. So, yeah. They knew it. All the arguments that I'm making on my lives, you can find most of them in the dialogues of the early church, in their refutations back and forth with the Jews and the Romans and the Greeks.
Yeah, I didn't know that. It's huge. Okay.
Yeah.
Like
certainly not original.
Yeah. Wow, that's fascinating.
All right. Well, listen, it's a couple minutes till midnight, I think, and we're out of opposition anyways. But Aaron, thank you so much for being here. I appreciate the good questions.
Yeah. Thanks, Justin. Appreciate you. It's really been really awesome, and I'm looking forward to helping you build the channel and build the community. Yeah.
Sure thing. I appreciate all the support. And guys, make sure you're dropping Aaron a follow. He's Aaron on YouTube, but he's Philodragon here on TikTok. So make sure you're following him. He knows a whole lot about philosophy that I don't. So hopefully we can tag team eventually.
Yeah, that'd be great. And my YouTube channel is actually Light of Reason. So it's called Light of Reason, lightofreason.org. So I'm hoping to have you on there at some point. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Well, hey guys, thanks so much for being here. It was an interesting night. Had a slow start, but we had some fun. So we'll see you again in 2 more nights on Friday night.